Hello. The content is temporarily hidden. Oh, it's still censored. But now they even hide it? Boy, if next chapter is censored, man, if next chapter is censored, I swear to God. I swear to God. I better not see a single damn black box. Someone said it in chat. I better not see a single damn black box. You fucking hear me? Dude, I did not stay up until 12:30 in the morning working my ass off finishing my projects just so I fucking pay to get a stupid black box. That's what happened that way. But I went to bed like super late. But I'm here. I did it somehow. I got as much sleep as I could and I made it. There better not be black boxes. I swear to fucking God. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. The first time with my girlfriend, number 4. Here we go. Don't give me a single black box. Okay, let's go buy the Japanese version. I'm not putting up with this shit. They literally didn't listen. My posts on Twitter literally went fucking viral and they didn't care. They straight up didn't care. That's crazy. Imagine getting ass blasted on Twitter. Like literally everybody's on your fucking case and they don't care. That's insane. They literally don't give a rat's ass. Wow, dude. And they don't even warn you. Like, at the very least, tell me you censored it. At the very least, tell me you fucking censored it. Literally, that is my right as a consumer. That is my right as a fucking consumer. You have to tell me. Like this, you could literally constitute this as fucking thievery. Or whatever. I'm half asleep. Literally, I feel like you could maybe get something on them in this case, right? Like, this is not what I paid for, right? This is not what I fucking paid for. You have to tell me you fucking censored it. You can't just be like, oh, we're gonna censor it and fuck you. Don't worry about it. It might be in there, like when you agree to the site. It might be in there when you agree to the site. That's probably how they get around it. It's like, oh, sometimes we censored things, and you agreed to that, so fuck you. I really wouldn't be surprised if they did that, but. Oh, hey, it's this one dude who works at Kazuya's place. Kazuya? Sorry, I need to use the restroom. Oh, shit, I screwed up. No way, no way, no way. Shit. Oh. Oh, there's the I'm sorry. Oh, no. I really screwed up. This can't be happening. The bathroom of hell. No way. This can't be real. I mean, this swimsuit clad Ruka-chan relentlessly forcing herself on me. How am I supposed to hold myself back? All of a sudden, this just happened. That's one way to phrase it. That's totally unfair. This is it. This is why it sucks being a virgin. I'm wearing underwear. She went way too far. I mean, come on. It's like I wasn't even in control of my own body. Is that what happens when someone else touches your dick to the human body? Please pay attention to his dialogue. Please pay attention to his dialogue. He knows. He knows. He really fucking knows. Okay? This dude knows. I can't believe this happened at a time like this. This is ridiculous. I feel like the guilt I have towards Mizuhara is gonna kill me. Just kill me now, please. Oh, no. You know, I think it's oddly fitting. Right, so look, we were talking about this. First, guilt. Then we're gonna start, and you already also saw shame, right? You're seeing guilt. You're seeing shame. You're seeing a sense of betrayal, like you just betrayed your partner. Literally, it's all there. Like Reiji understands. I've been saying that Reiji fucking understands. Okay, fuck, what was I gonna say? Okay, let's keep going. Seriously, if Mizuhara ever found out about this, huh? Ruka-chan made you come. If she's disgusted by it. Stay back, you monkey. Also, your hair doesn't look good at all. Oh, I see. You have a good life. Just forget about July 11th. If she personally attacks me, you're horrible. You said that you loved me. Also, your hair, it looks terrible on you. You notice the fixation on the hair. I was just another one of your toys, huh? You're trash, human garbage, drop dead. There will people who will unironically look at this scene and be like, Chizuru should say that. I'm not kidding. There will be people who unironically look at this scene and say, this is what Chizuru should say. I never got to upload it, but I wrote a lot for chapter 404, and I talked to Korakana, who is a Japanese reader who has been analyzing the series for a while. And when he talked about how Japan's perspective on this, or a lot of the younger people who read this story, their perspective on this story and how they perceive these events, it really highlighted to me, Reiji is leveraging a lot of Japanese readers' perception of these events to pull the rug the fuck underneath them, like in the most brutal way possible, to make them look at this a little bit. Please, God, look at what you're fucking saying, you stupid idiots. And he's doing this to a lot of like more traditional masculine readers too, where they'll be like, oh, Kazuya is lucky, right? Kazuya didn't do anything. He's lucky, dude. Right? Or they'll look at Kazuya as pathetic or a loser, depending on certain ways they'll look at this. And a lot of people will just remove blame from Ruka's character. They'll just remove the blame from Ruka's character. While Reiji is clearly like, oh, no. You're clearly underestimating who's in fucking control here. Let's see. But why won't she be annoyed? I could see Chizuru feeling a little hurt. But annoyed, I don't see. He literally just got assaulted. How? Like literally, if you get the details of this, I would not be annoyed. I'd be mad. Not at my partner, not at the person that I love, but at the person who fucking assaulted them. I'd be livid. Right? I would not be annoyed. There's no getting annoyed here. The poor man was sexually assaulted. And Reiji's taking this very fucking seriously. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's ruined everything. I don't think I could ever get it back, her affection. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. If I wasn't so tired, I might actually be tearing up. I think she said some pretty wild stuff. I was kind of out of it too. Second, as in like a mistress, did she mean that she'd be okay with that? Ruka-chan as a mistress is so tempting. Yeah, I think people will look at this particular scene and then immediately dismiss Kazuya's feelings. They'll look at this particular scene, immediately dismiss Kazuya's feelings. This is his coping mechanism. Please understand, this is it. He has done this for a very long time. This is not out of character. This is not weird. This is his coping mechanism. It's because Kazuya, there's layers to this. One, Kazuya does not address his sexual desires. So that's why they got so taken advantage of. And these things keep bubbling over. The fact that he enjoyed it is another issue too. It's because he's not letting himself actually accept his physical desires for Chizuru. So naturally, they burst out in other ways towards characters like Ruka like this. People will see this and immediately dismiss his feelings. I know they will because they don't look at this properly. They're not looking at a complete picture. They're looking at a void. They are looking at a void. Just this particular thing. Oh, Kazuya imagines that he's a piece of shit. He deserved it, right? They'll think a person deserved that they dealt with something because they think this after they got assaulted. Oh, you deserve to be that. You're right. You deserve to feel that because you acted like this afterwards. That's a problem. Don't justify. Why is the light? What the fuck's up with my camera? It keeps like flickering weird. Sorry, the camera's bugging me. It keeps flickering weird. Okay. Okay, it should be fine now. They'll look at it, and that's the issue, because Kazuya doesn't address his sexual desires. He'll hate himself more for thinking that. Look, he's right there. He's already doing it. Damn, come on. I'm so shit. This is what I hate. This is exactly what I hate. A swift death might do me good after all. The moment he feels that he hates himself. Are you seeing what he's doing? Reishi, this is literally brilliant. This is literally brilliant. Reishi's like, here, you don't understand, so I'm gonna spell it the fuck out for you. He's gonna like something, and then he's gonna say, I hate myself for liking this thing. Do you get it yet? Do you see what he's doing? He's literally nailing it on the fucking head so you get the picture. Be like, hey, look. And if you agree with him, you don't understand what's happening. This is the Reishi clearly aware of what the readers are thinking and leveraging that on purpose. He's clearly aware of what the readers are thinking and leveraging that on purpose. He gets it. He knows. Besides, I think she said that she suspected something was going on between me and Mizuhara. I'm pretty sure. Then what? Was she pretending not to know anything this whole time? Thank you, glasses. When we were on dates, and even when we weren't, it must have shown in the ways I was acting, like on my face. There's no way that I can be her first. Look at my man. Anyway, I need to have a thorough talk with Ruka-chan. If I don't, this same thing could happen again. Depending on how it goes, today might be the end of the relationship. Ooh. Damn it. How did I even get here? Did Ruka-chan notice? How am I supposed to face her? That is terrifying. Look at that. That is scary. The framing is horrifyingly scary. She also opened all the curtains, right? Reishi's emphasis. Wow. You don't know what she's thinking. The way she's shadowed, the utilization of the white in the background, it's so effective. What the fuck? That's scary, dude. She looks mad. What the fuck? What is that? What is that look? What is that look? What the fuck is that look? She's the opposite of the light creeping last chapter. What? That's terrifying. It's like a killer robot. Yeah. It's literally like a robot. You put on clothes. Of course she did. What am I talking about? This is too awkward. Even I know that a guy can't go again right away. She noticed. We should talk. Chizuru at long last. Huh? Oh, geez, I missed my stop. She's still thinking about the kiss. Chizuru is finally back. Did you notice two birds from the starring panel? And the panel was the same when Kazuya leaving his new apartment when he was leaving with Chizuru's house. Wait, what? The panel you're talking about is this one, which made me think of Mami. It didn't make me think of when Kazuya was leaving the house. Wait, what? 385. Wait, when he's leaving his new apartment? Or okay. Shut up, Bacon. I'm looking at something here. $384? Really? The first time I saw that panel was the Mami chapter. Not 384. I don't see it. I'm pretty sure y'all are getting your chapters mixed up. It should be $3.99. It either is $3.99 or $400. Yeah, it should be $400. See, it's right there. It's the two birds sharing a line, looking away from each other. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Two birds sharing a line, looking away from each other. It's quite literally what's happening with Ruka. And oh my god, she looks... What is this shot? What is this shot? What is this shot? There's like an awareness. No. Ruka doesn't even... Like, did you notice? Ruka doesn't even apologize. She doesn't even think she did anything wrong. That's scary. This is scary. This is genuinely scary. Ruka's face looks like the I know this is the end look. Yeah. She looks disappointed. There's probably a lot of emotions going through her head, right? She's probably not at a point where she can process this. I think Ruka is not at a point where she can process this. Can you not like insult Ruka in the chat, please? Look, we can discuss sexual assault without attacking people. Thank you very much. Right, there's Ruka. It's not like Ruka is like actually a horrible human being, okay? She did something wrong, yes, but can you not do that shit in chat, please and thanks? Okay, what's up with Bacon? Why is everybody telling me to read his fucking shit? I just realized that the taxi driver wasn't talking about Mami or Umi. He was talking about Ruka, and Kazuya ignored him just like he ignored Ruka, and it led to this happening. Yeah, didn't I say this on Twitter? I could have sworn I said this on Twitter. I replied to someone. I said this to someone. Oh, to be fair, it was a reply to someone. Fair enough. It was a reply to someone. Where is it? Right here. Rather, how it's incredibly misleading the conversation was. How it was literally meant to misdirect your attention away from the actual issue, as his words do not match the visuals being shown. It's not Chizuru, rather it's how Kazuya would appear like a cheater when he isn't. It was about Ruka. Now, to be fair, you did include the part where Kazuya ignored the driver like he ignored Ruka, and that's why this is happening, right? And if anything, the driver's words were like a warning. That's fair. That's all you, buddy. That's all you. You cooked on that front. That's all you, buddy. You cooked on that front. But yeah, wow, that look. There's a sense of disappointment. She feels older. I think that's the biggest thing that I'm getting from this vibe here. Ruka looks older, right? Ruka here looks older, more mature. And again, you get the vibe that she's the one in charge of the relationship. Are you starting to see a problem? Doesn't it feel like Ruka is like a disappointed parent and she's the one in charge of the relationship? Kazuya says we need to talk, but who looks in charge here? Right? Who actually looks in charge here? And what did she say? Right? She noticed. She almost knows his body better than he does. Isn't that scary? Right? She knows her shit. She knows her shit cooked. And then she's also, I don't know if she's wearing, I think she's wearing her own shirt. Yeah, that's her own shirt. Yeah, and did you notice too? She's the one who controls the room. Are you noticing that problem? She's the one who controls the room, right? What happens when Kazuya steps out? She opened the curtains, she put on her clothes, and she acts like she's in charge. These are all telltale signs of a toxic relationship and a person who has too much control in a relationship. She's acting like the abuser. She hasn't apologized. She hasn't taken any what is it? Any what's the word I'm looking for? Responsibility for her actions, right? It's because last chapter, what did she tell Kazuya? You don't need to take responsibility, which was already telling you she's not going to take responsibility. Ruka is still there. Accountability, thank you. Accountability, thank you. Again, I didn't sleep very well. Again, literally, Ruka is literally not there. Ruka is still in that moment, even right now. In this moment, she's still back in that scene. She's literally still right here. And again, what did we say last stream? Kazuya is going to feel like he betrayed his partner. Kazuya is going to feel like he betrayed Chizuru. And Reiji is nailing that shit home. He is knocking that shit out of the goddamn park. He knows. Right? And isn't it fitting that Kazuya imagines Ruka as a mistress and she's a cat with a collar? But who looks like they're in control here? Who looks like who they're in control here? Her words also shame him, and she doesn't even try to consider him emotionally, only his body. Oh yeah, even I know that a guy can't go again right away. Right? And she looks at him here, but the moment she speaks to him, she looks away from him. We should talk. We see the city. Ruka giving controlling aura vibes. Yeah. We see the city. Chizuru looks interesting. It looks like she's prepping. I don't know if it's a date. Hey, Johan, can you send me the editor's notes? One sec, just one sec. I'll send it right away. She's in a daze. She remembers the kiss again. Right? And what did Reiji show you here? Reiji showed us very particular choice of information here. Chizuru lost control. Chizuru is in a daze. Her emotions are overwhelming her. And she lost control of time. And she missed her stop. Huh. It's becoming an issue for Chizuru too, right? Chizuru is also burying her emotions, and it's also happening to her too. Okay, so let me pull up the editor notes so I can send them to Crumpy. Why did this need to be censored? I mean, come on. It's so dumb. Ruka is doing Umi's post from 395 parallelism. Oh yeah, because remember what I said? I think I said it. Mami was the misdirect for Ruka. We thought Mami was gonna be. I'm gonna look at 254. Just shut the fuck up. Umi. Deep breaths. Umi, was parallel. We thought Umi was paralleling Mami. In reality, Umi was paralleling Ruka. And it's because Mami looks like she's paralleling Umi. In reality, she's paralleling Chizuru. It's flipped. It was a misdirect. Mami was a misdirect for Umi because Ruka was the actual Umi issue. And it comes full circle right here. Huh. right? What did Chizuru do? We need to talk. Where to read this? I read it on K Manga. Go there. Go read there. The official source, which rips you the fuck off because they fucking censor shit like stupid motherfuckers. Sorry, I'm a little angry and tired. You guys get me a little bit more unfiltered now because I'm tired. Yes, no shit, Johan. You get more unfiltered when you're fucking tired. Okay, that's one. I'm so curious what so this is alluding to when they go to a convenience store and they buy condoms. That's the visual I'm getting here. Right? This is what I was thinking about. Going to a convenience store to buy condoms. Okay, I sent them to you. There is his not Playboy. I just noticed his undies. Those do not look like masculine undies, do they? Those do not look like masculine undies, do they? Right? And literally, Reiji's intentionally nodding to Playboy, right? Like, you know, the fucking horny ass magazine, right? And he's like, not Playboy, right? Oh, it's got a heart on it. It's got bunnies. It's horny. Get it? Right? It's clearly nodding to that. The you know, you have the bunny ears. No, he knows what he's showing. And this doesn't look masculine. He knows this doesn't look masculine. And he uses that on purpose. He's like, here, look at how sad and pathetic this is. He leans into this joke knowing full well people will think it's a joke. They won't take this seriously. Just as Kazuya isn't taking himself seriously. There's a very clear sense of awareness. I'm gonna post about this really fast. I'm gonna bitch about the censorship real quick. Okay, manga censored. Chapter again. And they even did a weird the content is temporarily hidden page. Okay, I'm gonna just keep this post simple and move on. And if it goes viral, what the fuck? Let's see. .405 is clearly aware of what this means. Shows you Kazuya's guild. It's clearly what? What do you think will happen now? I feel like oh yeah, we gotta check out what the next time is. We gotta yeah, I don't know what the next time is. Let's see. Missed opportunity, fate not having last Wednesday stream. Thumbnail be all black, lol. Oh yeah, no, YouTube literally took down the thumbnails twice. I adjusted the thumbnails twice, and they took them down because they're like, "This is this breaks our nudity blah 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 thing," and I'm like, "Oh, okay." So I guess I should make an all black version and just toss it on there, you know, because YouTube clearly doesn't fucking like it. There's the heartbeat. Right. Isn't it interesting that throughout the entire time the thing is happening with Ruka, there's no heartbeat. And the moment Kazuya runs away, then there's a heartbeat. Isn't that interesting? The moment she runs away, then there's a heartbeat. Now she feels alive. For next chapter, I feel like either she'll go to the blame him route or break up by force him into a relationship and say take responsibility. She told him, you don't need to take responsibility. So, no. It's not, I don't think either of those, to be honest. Kazi is the only one blaming himself. Man, the break is going to be... Oh, yeah, we have a break. And still Kazuya doesn't know her heart condition. To me, the point of the heart condition is that it's not what you think it is. The heart condition is a misdirect because it merely acts as an excuse for Ruka's issues. I started to realize that recently. Ruka's the heart condition merely acts as an excuse for Ruka's issues because what Ruka's actual issue is I don't have something, I want said thing. Because she has an inferiority complex. The heart condition merely represents that. That's it. That's all the heart condition is. That's why like the Hawaiians arc leverages that to be like, hey, look, doesn't it seem like the heart condition's just kind of fucking gone? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? Like she's seemingly fine. Her heart's beating good. There's no issues, right? The heart condition is seemingly gone. So what's Ruka's issue? It's almost like that heart condition isn't what we think it is. Reiji knows the heart condition is like he created it in a misleading way on purpose. Anywho, do you think Chizuru's detour has anything to do with 142? A pointless detour might have an amazing encounter or experience waiting for you. You know, that's about Ruka. That's not about Chizuru. That's about Ruka. Ruka knows she's merely just a detour. And she knows that Kazuya is just a detour for her, but it'll have amazing experiences. That the detour thing has nothing to do with Chizuru. Granted, there is a relevance to Chizuru being on a train, and Chizuru got off on the wrong stop. And what is that telling you? Right? What is that telling you? Chizuru is so distracted by her emotions, she's not going to the correct places. She's making the wrong mistakes because she's blinded by her emotions. That's what Reiji's telling you. She got off at the wrong stop. She missed her stop. Almost like Reiji's like, oh no, Chizuru missed the stop. She's not going to be with him. Oh no, she's so distracted by her feelings. She's not going to be with him. Oh no. It's meant to scare you like that. That's what Reiji's showing you. Chizuru, in my opinion, did make a mistake. Chizuru, in my opinion, did make a mistake. But it's not a mistake that is... How do I put it? It's not a mistake in the traditional sense. Rather, her mistake came from the fact that she got blinded by her emotions. right? She's not working with her emotions. She's trying to control them. And that's kind of Chizuru's mistake. She's trying to be kind to Kazuya, but in turn, she has made things worse. Ironically, it reminds me of with Goku and Vegeta. You know, Goku was trying to be kind to Vegeta because of Vegeta's pride. So he didn't go full power in front of Vegeta, you know, or he didn't try to let Vegeta fight because he didn't want his pride to shatter. And in so doing, he ironically made things worse. That's pretty much Chizuru right now. Out of kindness, she's trying to be understanding of Kazuya, but her mistake is she keeps missing her stop instead of just talking to him because she's trying to be kind to him. But ultimately, this kindness is coming back around to be a bad thing. Whereas Kazuya's kindness was the issue. The ghosting was a mistake. We're not talking about the ghosting. That's like way in the past. Now the ghosting is relevant. The ghosting is relevant. And it does match this issue, but I'm not so much talking about the ghosting. The difference between the ghosting and this is that the ghosting was not really a conscious mistake. It was more so Chizuru not knowing what to do. This is kind of more of a conscious mistake where she's not really fully thinking about it. I'm seeing a downvote arrow on the last page. What? Oh, this? You mean this? This isn't a downvote arrow. It's just a path. I do find this particular pendant interesting. Because it's 5 pieces. It looks balanced. In chapter 405. Isn't that weird? Chapter 405 and you show a piece of balance. Right? And it's like Chizuru wears balance on her image, but she lacks balance herself. Right? She physically looks balanced, but she's not balanced. That's kind of how I'm viewing this. Right? She has like all the stats, if you will, but she's not balanced. The teaser for next time is the spoiler says the moment of the sage or the sage of time. The sage time? Wait, not the moment of the sage time? What the fuck? I'm assuming it's a nod to post-nut clarity. I'm assuming it's a nod to post-nut clarity because he nutted. So there you go. I'm assuming that's what it's a nod to. He's gonna become a sage because he got fucking post-nut clarity. Chizuru just went out of the subway. And she got off at the wrong stop. This is relevant to Ruka's character because Ruka, her whole thing is trains and getting off at the right stop. Chizuru just got off at the wrong stop. This isn't a detour, it's just a mistake, right? And well, you know, this detour could be fun, right? I guess that could be relevant to Chizuru. Someone did mention that earlier. It's like she got off at the wrong stop. It could be a fun detour, right? This might be a good detour for Chizuru. So either this is nodding to that, or it's Reishi trying to show something else, right? Chizuru got off at the wrong place. To me, it looks like the Blue Lock logo. I mean, yeah, but the Blue Lock logo is literally just a pattern. I know it looks like the Blue Lock logo. Like, you're not wrong. Like, let's pull it up. It is just the Blue Lock logo. But the Blue Lock logo is just no, it's not the same. No, it's not the same. The Blue Lock like what's this called again? I can't think. It's not a hexagon cuz hex is 6. What's below a hexagon? I can't think. I'm sorry. My brain is fried this morning. You're gonna have to a pentagon. Yeah, it's a pentagon. Chizuru is wearing a pentagon. And that is this. That this is just a pentagon, but it doesn't look like the blue lock thing because look at it carefully. It's just a normal pentagon. Chizuru is wearing a pentagon sign, or she's just wearing a pentagon on here. We can a penna star. That better not be a real thing. Penna star. Okay. It was not a real thing. We're going to just look up a pentagon. Symbolism. Not a pentagram, a pentagon. Harmony, unity, and protection. Well, no shit. Like, yeah, no fucking shit. That's literally what I was saying. It's literally about fucking balance. No, not the actual US Pentagon. I don't give a shit about that. Not the literal US Pentagon. I don't give a shit about that. Okay, let's just keep it simple. It literally is. No, Chrysler has that logo. What? Chrysler? Damn it. Pentastar? You mean, what? This? And I guess it's relevant to automotives, but okay. Doesn't look the same. It just looks like a normal pentagon to me. I think you're overthinking it. It's just a normal pentagon. To me, it indicates out of the 5 girls that she has the most control over her life and her love too, for the matter. All the others have something situational that is wrong presently. Yeah, I mean, this is true. Chizuru does have control. Translations are ready. It looks like the stats for attack, defense, speed, etc. for characters in games. That's exactly what I was thinking of. It does look like the stat sign. And to me, Reishi has always used the number 5 to represent balance. So it makes a lot of sense that he would give Chizuru a pentagon on her fucking head to represent balance. That pen is the penna star. No, it's not. You're overthinking it. I'm fucking telling you, you are. You can have a pentagon-shaped sign without it literally being a fucking reference to some goddamn automobile. Or automobile company from God knows when. Oh, yeah, sorry. We're trying to go to Crumpy. I got distracted. Whoop. I'm gonna scroll up. There we go. I'll just leave it here. Before Ruka goes full acceleration, Kazuya unexpectedly ejaculates. The way they phrase it is horrible. Okay. Here's the interesting one. So we're gonna move this here. Wait. Oh, fuck. Okay, stay. Okay. I'll move this here. There we go. Smart maneuver. Notice how K-manga, or like Japanese manga pocket, doesn't do the fucking censorship garbage. Yeah, notice how they don't fucking do any of that stuff. What do you think will happen next chapter? Give me a sec. I'm reading the thingamajig for next chapter. I'll figure that out after. Here we have an exchange student protecting and supporting the shop family home, but behind the scenes, an innocence couldn't be protected. Huh. Oh. Oh. Okay, that's how we're meant to interpret this scene. So let me read that one more time for you guys. Here we have an exchange student. So this guy is the dude living in Kazuya's room. So he lives in Kazuya's home, like home of origins. He lives there. And he works at the convenience store. This exchange student is protecting and supporting the shop, the family home. So he works at Kazuya's family shop. But behind the scenes, an innocence couldn't be protected. Contrasted by Kazuya, who Ruka robbed of innocence. And I said this before, these chapters represent the death of innocence. I straight up wrote this. And now they're straight up saying it. Okay. A difficult pillow talk. Emergency meeting starts. I hate that they're framing it like pillow talk. I hate that the editor is framing this like pillow talk. I don't like that the editor is framing it like pillow talk. I get it. I know why they're doing that. I know why they're doing this, right? But past the talk pillow, Wildt. But I don't like it. The girlfriend is so far away and she's completely ignorant. Oh. Chizuru is literally off in her own little world. She's completely ignorant of what Kazuya is going through. Yo. That is Chizuru's, that in my opinion is Chizuru's biggest fucking mistake. She doesn't know what he's going through. That in my opinion is Chizuru's biggest mistake. She's trying to give him time to figure himself out, but in so doing, she created distance and doesn't know what the fuck he's actually going through and if he needs help. Right? She's let him take so much control, she has no way to help him and no way of knowing. That's literally Chizuru's biggest fucking mistake. She doesn't know what the fuck he's going through. Chizuru needs to be with him and learn to help him. Chizuru, I think, made a very crucial mistake. I think she thought she wasn't helping him. I think she thought she was in the way. So she created time away from him so he can start to figure himself out and get his shit together because she thinks she's the problem. This was a mistake. I think this was Chizuru's mistake. She should have just talked to him and tried to understand what was going on. Instead, she knew there was an issue and felt she didn't have the right to communicate it, and she was the problem. And most of you are probably leaning towards communication is the issue. And you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I think on the surface, communication is the issue. However, I think this hides an underlying issue. And that this is built on guilt. Chizuru's relationship with Kazuya had a lot of guilt behind it. So naturally, Chizuru takes an action similarly somewhat out of guilt. And now Kazuya is quite literally in her position. He too is suffering from guilt. He too is suffering from this guilt and shame of having wronged this person that he loves. But shouldn't he talk to her about that too? Correct! Kazuya should talk to her. Chizuru's mistake is that She sees Kazuya's strength. She sees how strong Kazuya actually is. And she doesn't want to be a burden to him. She doesn't want him... She doesn't want him to keep being strong. And unfortunately, she's been blinded by his strength. So she thinks he's much stronger than he appears. Unfortunately, because she's so focused on how strong he is, she doesn't see how weak he is too. At least not in the normal way. She thinks he can handle it. You know? Maybe I'm misinterpreting some things, you know? But I do think Chizuru has seen Kazuya weak, but he's presented himself as so strong recently that she seemingly lost track and she thinks she's the weak one. When in reality, Kazuya is much weaker than she realizes. Because she's lost track of essentially maybe who he used to be. You know, she kind of forgot the him in the very beginning of the series. Because Kazuya has been so strong recently. So I think there is an aspect of that at play where Chizuru is like not fully aware of how much Kazuya is like going through. Not because she didn't ask, but because he keeps presenting himself as really strong. As a mirror to her at the start of the series. She was incredibly strong. She is incredibly strong. But Kazuya keeps presenting himself as incredibly strong to Chizuru. So all Chizuru sees is the strong Kazuya. Chizuru did the same thing Eris Greyrat did. No, not even a little. No, not even a little. Eris did it out of selfishness. What she did, she was not in a good place. And a lot of Eris was like, oh, I'm going to get strong for you. And then she leaves him for fucking years. And it left him with hella trauma. If anything, what Eris did was more akin to what Ruka did. If anything, what Eris did was more akin to what Ruka did. So, no, that argument doesn't really hold. It's purely surface level. What Chizuru did is far different. Chizuru is trying to give him time for himself. And in some ways, she was correct. And in many others, she wasn't. Do you think Kazuya has those bunny shorts because of the time Chizuru cosplayed as a bunny? And so to speak, did he taint Chizuru, or is this some kind of historical conspiracy theory? You're overthinking it. It's a nod to Playboy, which are let me pull up the logo. I'm not gonna just look up Playboy here. I'll just look up Playboy logo. Okay, you've probably seen the Playboy logo, right? You've probably seen the Playboy logo. It's a nod to Playboy. Because what is Playboy? Right? I'm going to move it here just so I can like pull things up without you getting in trouble. Can I get the actual sources for this? Thank you. The creator of Playboy logo magazine was Art Paul. He painted a famous bunny with a butterfly tie for the second issue of a Playboy of Playboy. Since then, the Playboy logo has never changed. When creating the logo, Art Paul wanted to be a humorous, sexy, and of course, a fun-loving at the same time. The magazine's founder later explained why the bunny was chosen as a magazine's main symbol. According to Hafner, the rabbit has sexual significance in America. It is aesthetic, so shy. It is aesthetic, so shy, fun-loving. It is constantly jumping. We think it is clear. Hafner also compares Playboy girl to bunny. The girl is a joker. She can always be your friend, but you can never be her partner. The Playboy girl is young, beautiful, always happy. She does not wear expensive underwear. Playboy has never been interested in enigmatic, fateful women. He chose light-skinned, a little shy like Bunny, joking and happy girls. Mysterious women, according to Hafner, always had something dirty in their hearts, and girls of Playboy were clean, clear, and sincere. They didn't hide anything. Is this starting to sound familiar? Is this starting to sound familiar? Right? Ruka is the Playboy girl, if you will, right? She's not hiding anything in her heart. She's clean, clear, and sincere. And then Chizuru is the mysterious woman, the fateful woman. What is it? Playboy has never been interested in enigmatic, fateful women. Right? Chizuru is the fateful, enigmatic woman. She's a mystery. You don't understand her, right? She's hiding something dirty in her heart, right? There's something dirty underneath there being hidden. Oh, no. Right? Where is it? Mysterious women always have something dirty in their hearts. But Playboy girls, they're clean. They're sincere, and they don't hide anything. Do you see how twisted it sounds? Do you see how twisted this sounds? That to me holds a lot more significance to what's currently going on. The fact that the bunny also has what is it? The fact that the bunny also has a bow tie, a tie like Ruka wears ribbons. Huh? Isn't that interesting? Yeah, so that, to me, holds significantly more relevance than all the other stuff. But there is some subtle symbolism. There you have to look at it. Yeah. It's black and like a fancy suit. What does Kazuya's logo look like? It's white. And it's like innocence is soiled. He's not a Playboy. His innocence is literally the white bunny got soiled. His innocence is soiled. The death of innocence. And then when Kazuya steps out, what is Ruka wearing? She's wearing a white shirt. And then you see, Reishi intentionally shows you the little string from her clothes. She didn't get fully dressed. Right? Did you notice that? Ruka didn't get fully dressed. You can still see the strings. You can still see the darkness. But she has white clothes on now. Literally, like we were just reading. It presents the illusion of sincerity. It presents the illusion of innocence. Right? She's wearing white. White is a color of safety. Right? When someone wears white on their clothes, right? When you wear white clothes, it presents safety. And yet, what does Ruka also look like, right? She presents the illusion of safety. You would think this is some sort of moment between like a couple, right? And it's even presented as pillow talk, intentionally so. And yet, this is also quite wrong, because this isn't pillow talk, right? Ruka is not fully dressed. She only has one shirt on. A shirt she can instantly take off if she needs to, right? It's almost like she hasn't actually fully dressed. She's not actually dressed to leave. She's just kind of dressed, right? Now, I can take it off at any moment. Her panties are black. Those aren't panties. That's a swimsuit. Those aren't panties. That's a swimsuit. And you're intentionally being shown the strings of said swimsuit. You're intentionally being shown the strings of said swimsuit to tease you, to tempt you, to draw you in. Hey, look, it's right there. You can see it. Are you reading comments? Yeah, I am. I just can't read everything. There's a fuckload of comments. There's a lot of fucking comments. I gotta say what I want to say and then read the comments when I can. Sorry. If the next time has the word sage in it, doesn't that indicate the kind of person who gets some new info, just like enlightenment? Oh, speaking of which, the time of the sage / wise person. It's Minnie. It's Minnie. It's Minnie. It's Minnie. Let's get out of the way. It's Minnie. Minnie is Kazuya's sage. Minnie is Kazuya's sage. Let's get it the fuck out of the way. It's Minnie. It's Minnie. Kazuya's going to consult Minnie. We already said this. Kazuya probably refers to Minnie as a fucking sage, because of course he fucking does. He's gonna talk to Minnie. Okay? He just fucking is. What do you think Minnie or Mami are set up to do? I don't think we will do a sexual assault again since the card has been played. So sexual assault in particular is specifically for Ruka. Specifically for Ruka. Ruka is the physical element. Ruka represents the physical element in the narrative. Mami represents the emotional element. Minnie represents both. So Minnie is more like actual cheating. Ruka is the illusion of physical cheating. Mami is the illusion of emotional cheating. Minnie is actual cheating. Minnie's actual fucking cheating. But she's presented as a friend. So it's not an issue, right? Minnie gonna ask him to roleplay the whole thing. That's the thing. I don't know how Minnie's gonna handle this. I don't even know if we'll see her right away. I think Minnie will show up later. But I gotta point out, I do think it's huge that the teaser for this chapter was I'm sorry. And what is the emphasis you keep seeing here? Right? Kazuya runs off, says sorry. Kazuya in the bathroom keeps saying sorry, 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 I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He's like crying. He looks like he's about to fucking cry. And it's literally not his fault. He literally got sexually assaulted. It's literally not his fault. Imagine if it's not Minnie, but it's Nagomi. Why would Kazuya talk to Nagomi about this? She would kill him. He doesn't have a safe space with his grandmother. He would never talk to Nagomi about this. He literally doesn't have a safe space with her. Hey, so grandma, I think I might have cheated. She would fucking kill him. She wouldn't talk to him. She wouldn't listen to him. Because he doesn't know if he cheated. He didn't. He doesn't know, though. Imagine Chizuru going to Minnie now. That would be something. I think a possible setup could be wherever Chizuru got off happens to be relevant to where Kazuya is. That's totally possible. Or maybe the sage is Sumi. Who knows? Do you know what station Kazuya's home is located at? Oh yeah, good question actually. Ichigaya Station. Wait, where is Kazuya's place located at? He felt like he betrayed Chizuru. Yeah, we know that. No, that's a good question. Where is Ichigaya Station? Is that near Kazuya's place? Because you can look it up on a map. Huh. If Chizuru got off near his place, that would be interesting. No? What's no? The position of the two words in chapter 400 and 405 are the same, but in the chapter 254, those two birds had different positions. Wait, oh yeah, 254. Someone wanted me to look at it. Let's pull it up. 254. Whoop, 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 whoop. There we go. Those aren't the same birds. They are reversed though. I will mention that. Those aren't the same birds, but their position is reversed. They still aren't looking at each other, mind you, but their positions are reversed. Could you fucking work? You joke of a fucking sight. This is obnoxious. Okay, this is actually genuinely irritating. The moment you step away, it does that crap. The birds are facing away from each other. The birds are facing towards each other, but looking away from one another. They're also a little further apart here. What about in this shot? The birds are a little closer now. Yeah, the images are literally fundamentally reversed. That seems intentional. I think Kazuya mentioned his new address in 384. For what people tell me, stage time means post not clarity. I mean, yeah, we already kind of thought that. We literally already kind of thought that. But it could have another meaning. There is a chance it can have another meaning. The other worry is if Ruka would do a kiss and tell to Chizuru and Nagomi. I don't think she will. She said she wouldn't. I don't think she will. But Ruka is having a clash of character. I don't think Chizuru, like, that would hurt Nagomi, and Ruka doesn't want that. I think that's the biggest thing, is like Ruka doesn't want to hurt Nagomi. And she doesn't want to hurt anyone, but she is hurting Kazuya. And that's the issue. Chizuru was going to see Ruka coming out of Kazuya's apartment. I don't know. Let's see. What if Nagomi asked Chizuru to meet up and talk about what's going on between you two? I doubt it. Because Nagomi has been staying out of their business. See, there's a fundamental misunderstanding kind of going on here. You're misunderstanding the nature of the characters. Everybody at this point in the story is very passive, and they're slowly trying to become more active. Nagomi randomly reaching out to Chizuru with no instigator, with no, like, catalyst, doesn't feel quite right. At the moment, there isn't too much to go on. And Nagomi showed her card already. She's going to remain passive. She showed... characters and how they act can tell you what they're going to do. And we got clues before Nagomi did certain things. We got catalysts for certain pieces of information and why certain things happen. Nagomi at the moment is quite passive. So... And she showed in 399 she's going to stay passive. So unless something happens that triggers it. So I don't know. Chizuru runs into Ruka and she'll reach out to him afterwards and go to his place to meet someone. Blah, 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 blah. Why would she go to Kazuya's home without contacting him before? She got off at the wrong station. We don't even know if she runs into him by accident. Looks like manga doesn't allow multiple pages to be opened. Yeah, that seems like a new thing they're doing. I don't know fucking why. It wasn't a thing before. It wasn't a thing before. So this is randomly fucking new. Kazuya told Ruka he gone to solve all the issues without hurting anyone. I don't remember the chapter. It's less so he was saying he wasn't gonna hurt anyone and that he would make sure everyone was happy. Which in itself is also impossible. Ruka is kind of having a Heath Ledger Joker mentality right now, where he got too into character, and I think Ruka looked at the videos and went into the character and never left. No, I don't really agree. I think that's... You have a interesting concept, and maybe you're onto something, but the base is completely wrong. I think the base is completely wrong. she is too into this. You are correct. It's less of a Heath Ledger mentality. I think that's like really fucking weird take. That's a weird ass fucking take, bro. But she is clearly still there in that moment, and she has not left. Probably because she literally can't leave. I think it's very symbolic that Ruka simply just waits for him. Right? I think it's quite symbolic that Ruka simply waits for him by the window in just the light just kind of shining onto her as she is hidden in darkness. This is literally how an abuser might appear to someone. Literally standing in plain light and you don't know what they're thinking. And isn't that interesting that, like, you know, we were reading that thing from the whole Playboy thing. It's like, oh, Ruka isn't a mystery at all. She's sincere. She's straightforward. And yet she isn't. And yet Ruka actually really isn't. Ruka is actually keeping a lot of secrets. She appears quite enigmatic here. She appears quite mysterious here. Right? She's in shadows. She's literally illuminated, but she's shadowed out. Like literally like a robot. This shot. I hate you, K-manga. I hate you. Stop doing that. Okay. You know what? 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 Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm too tired for this bullshit. Kubari may be censored. But bitch, this ain't censored. But bitch, this ain't censored. Yeah, it's fucking right. Yeah, it's fucking right. Huh. Huh. It's kind of like I'm a robot. Yet now, it's almost completely reversed. And yet but in another extreme, which ultimately results in her feeling like a robot. It's literally the opposite extreme. Before, she felt so devoid of emotions that she felt like a robot. Now she's so utterly driven by emotions that she feels like a robot because she's the only one who feels this way. Isn't that interesting? Before, she didn't feel like other people, which made her feel isolated. Now, she feels like she's the only one who feels this way. Isolated in her emotions. Which, by the way, I did want to clarify. In a prior stream, I said this isn't love, this is lust. This is love. What Ruka is doing is love. And I get it. You're like, oh, you can't, sexual assault and love can't work together. That's abuse that can't work together. The unfortunate truth is they do. This is the dark side of love. This is what happens when you don't address the negative aspects of your feelings. This is what happens when you don't explore the desires of your love. When you just put that to the side, and then it festers and it festers and it festers and it festers until it doesn't even look like love anymore. When it's so destructive, when it's so incredibly destructive, it doesn't even look like love anymore. It makes you feel isolated, alone, because, you know, maybe I shouldn't feel this way. I shouldn't feel this desire, right? It's wrong to feel this kind of desire, right? And this is something we can see with Kazuya and Chizuru. Kazuya and Chizuru, in particular Kazuya, has put this dark side of his love to the side constantly. And this is exactly why, in this scene here, Ruka was able to use him at all. Because Kazuya had lost control of his feelings. When you're not honest to your feelings about the negative aspects of them, the stuff that's socially considered not okay, you know, feeling lust, feeling sexual desires, doing bad things, ultimately, they can isolate you, but also make you do bad things. This is pretty much Ruka in a nutshell right now. Ruka has also somewhat done this. She kept touching and interacting with Kazuya, and she kept ignoring these feelings. She kept ignoring these desires. She expressed them in lighthearted ways, you know, just touching him, petting him, all that. But she wanted more, and she knew she wanted more, but she also knew she couldn't have more. And yet she still wanted it, because in constantly touching him, it festered and it festered and it festered. And that's the thing. That's exactly how love works. The more you do something in love, the more you want to do more with love. And that's just like, for example, when you're doing like a sport or playing a video game or reading a book, when you really like it and you really, really love it, you want to do more and more and more and more. But let's say you kind of keep drip feeding yourself. What happens? It festers. It starts infecting the rest of your life. You can't keep it contained. But you keep interacting with it. You keep drip feeding yourself. Eventually, it's gonna explode. And that is a part of love, right? That's what happens when you don't balance love. That's why balance is really central here. What do you think when we're on the date with Chizuru, Reggie uses yin and yang? Don't you kind of see that here? White background, black center. Black background, white center. She's literally Umi's reverse. She's quite literally Umi's reverse. Black background, white center. Umi wears black and has a white inside. She wears white and has a black inside. Umi has white hair. Ruka has black hair. Umi is illuminated in the night. Ruka is shadowed out in the day. What is going through Ruka's head right now? To me, my first assessment when I looked at this is that, what is it? Disappointment or something. I think the way I view this is isolation. This is isolation. Ruka, in many ways, kind of did this to herself. But in other ways, she feels totally isolated. But as a reverse of these emotions, she felt in her backstory. In her backstory, she felt isolated, because she didn't feel like everyone else. Now she feels isolated because she feels things other people around her are clearly not feeling. Kazuya is not feeling the same thing she's feeling, which makes her feel isolated. This shot is about isolation. She is literally shadowed out in light. She feels utterly and totally alone, completely and utterly isolated in the light. And she's not content. That's the biggest thing. Ruka does not look happy. All of this, and she just still ended up disappointed. All of this, and she still ended up alone in the light in his room, without him there. All of this, and she still had nothing to show for it. All of this, and nothing came out of it for her. All she's left with is nothing. That's literally what happens, unfortunately, with when you let emotions take over like this. You're left with a sense of emptiness. You feel alone in your feelings because nobody's going to really feel like you. And all you feel is just emptiness. That's all Ruka has now, just emptiness. Whereas Kazuya, notice where you see Kazuya? Kazuya is wearing white, and he's in the shadows. He's in the back of the room where the shadows are. Ruka is the opposite. She is in the light, but she herself is shadowed. Kazuya is in the shadows, but he is illuminated. We're not seeing Chizuru in any rehearsal except for Umi stating that he hasn't seen Chizuru miss any acting classes. No mention from any character or manga panel either. Like, what's with the play? Again, that's why there's that theory the play may not be real. That's why there's that theory, and that's why I thought that too for a while, that the play may not be real. We don't know what the fucking details are. We can't know. The play could very well be real. I don't fucking know. I don't have enough information to work with. It's because Kazuya led their relationship to hell, not a single ounce of strength. And no, this isn't really... Okay. Your argument simply does not stand for one simple factor. Listen to what Kazuya says here. Where is it? Not this. I think she said that she suspected something was going on between me and Mizuhara. I'm pretty sure. Then what? Was she pretending to not know anything the whole time? When we were on dates and even when we weren't, it must have shown in the way I was acting, like on my face. She knew the whole fucking time. You can't say this is on Kazuya because he tried to break up with her. He tried not to go down this path. Now, he did make a few mistakes. I'm not going to pretend like he didn't. He did make a few mistakes. Key point, he made a mistake in the credit card thing. Right? The Kazuya's mistakes ironically stem from Chizuru. What do I mean by this? Kazuya, in not cherishing his relationship with Chizuru as much as he was saying he was, ultimately started impacting Ruka. Ruka, in turn, was living a lie, knowing full well it was a lie, which in turn means she wasn't cherishing Kazuya as much as she says she was, and this reflected back at her. So literally, they have a toxic relationship that reflects back at each other, and they hurt each other in doing so. To say it is purely Kazuya's fault is bullshit. Kazuya's karmic justice came as a byproduct of him not cherishing Chizuru, not because of Ruka. Ruka, in contrast, knew this was a lie and kept going with it anyway, because she didn't want this to end. She couldn't come to terms with the choice she made in Hawaiians. It's that simple. She could not come to terms with the decision she made in Hawaiians. She kept going. Regardless of that, she knew and she kept going. To say it is purely Kazuya's fault would be to sound like me earlier and I was a dipshit. There's no way that I can be her first. Anyway, I need to have a thorough talk with Ruka-chan. If I don't, the same thing could happen again. Depending on how it goes, today might be the end of this relationship. And the fact that Reiji acknowledges that, dude. The fact that Reiji acknowledges that, hey, this might be the end, bro. Like, now you don't know what to think. It's like, wait, is it going to end? Is he misdirecting us? What the fuck is going on? Right? You don't know what's going on. The fact that Ruka quite literally parallels Umi. She's literally in his fucking stance. This is the stance. She's literally in his stance. Like, it's the same pose. It's literally the same fucking pose. Kazuya's not Playboy underwear kills me, though. We already talked a whole lot about that. There's surprisingly a decent amount of meaning behind that. But in your opinion, explain why Chizuru doesn't contact Kazuya if she's so lost in thought about him. So, I already talked about this a little earlier. I think, this is just a theory, we don't know if it's completely true. I think the reason Chizuru doesn't contact Kazuya is because she wants to give him space away from her. What do I mean? Why? Why do that? Because if you go to the date, if you go to the cohabitation, you'll notice a pattern. You'll notice an issue. That issue being Kazuya completely fixates on her. And a byproduct of that is Minnie. Chizuru thinks she's the one doing this. In reality, it's Minnie. And so Chizuru is like, okay, he needs to focus on his future. Kazuya literally says this in chapter 388. When Minnie is at his place in chapter 388, Kazuya literally says this. I'm going to be job hunting soon, and I can't drop any credits if I want to graduate. There's no way Chizuru doesn't know this. Chizuru knows Kazuya has school. He has things he needs to focus on, things he needs to do. She thinks because she's there, she fixates on this. He's fixating on her. And again, this is just my theory. So what does Chizuru do? She's like, we'll go at your pace, and I'll let you contact me when you want to. I won't contact you. Because she knows he will contact her eventually. So she goes at his pace, and she does her own thing. This is why she says the line when she's talking to Minnie and telling her about July 11th, I won't have a boyfriend until then. Until this point, don't worry, I'm not dating anyone. That's how you could reinterpret that line. She wants him to focus on himself. Now, why doesn't she just say this directly? Because think of it like Chizuru is thinking about it. This is the foundational issue of their relationship. Chizuru thinks she can't fucking reason with him. Because what is Kazuya gonna do when she says this? No, don't worry, and he'll contact her more. He'll focus on her more. Chizuru is doing this out of kindness, in my opinion. And because of that, it's ironically a mistake. Why? It's a mistake, one, Kazuya created, because he chose not to contact Chizuru. He chose to listen to Minnie, and he chose not to contact Chizuru. So in many ways, Kazuya created the foundation for this mistake to occur. In contrast, Chizuru's mistake is that And not talking to him, she actually doesn't know what the fuck he's going through. So Kazuya doesn't talk to her, and he's the only one who's going to reach out to her. But what if something happens to him and he doesn't reach out to her? Do you see the issue? And literally now the poison that was placed in there from the start, that issue of, okay, what if something happens and you don't talk to him, comes full circle. Right? Because they had that foundation of being unable to talk. Now that poison, now that dagger is finally in there. And now it's like, okay, now is when the real test begins. This is when the real true test begins, because in shattering this conception of you being able to talk comfortably and not worrying about serious issues, you, in turn, are not ready when serious issues actually arise because you've been sitting so much in comfort. And to me, the fact that Reiji opens the curtain at the end with Ruka here is kind of important. Why? The curtain provides comfort. People like the curtain. And what do I mean by this? A lot of us love to kind of live in a bit of ignorance. We tell ourselves we don't. You tell yourselves, and a lot of people love to tell themselves they don't like living in ignorance. But they do. A lot of people love to live in ignorance because it's comfortable. It's nice. It shades you from the light. The light is harsh. It's rough. You don't want to deal with it, you know? You don't want to deal with the uncomfortable topics. So you close the curtain. We're not going to deal with this issue. Ruka closing the curtain has two thematic meanings. One, yeah, she's getting butt-ass naked, so of course she's going to close the fucking curtain. You don't want everybody to fucking see you, like, going butt-ass naked crazy. On the other hand, there is an underlying meaning behind that, and it's the comfort behind the curtain. You get to close the curtain. Don't worry. This won't come out. Don't worry. This is never going to come out. We don't have to show this to anyone. However, when Kazuya comes out of the bathroom and the curtain is open and Ruka is now dressed, this also has a double meaning. On one hand, Ruka is wearing clothes over her swimsuit, right? She has a little bit more protection, if you will, but she's not fully dressed. You can fucking still see the swimsuit there, intentionally so. On the other hand, this is about facing the light. Okay. We won't have the curtain closed anymore. Clearly, you don't like that. You have to face the magic now. Okay, we have to deal with this. We have to look at the light. We can't just sit behind the curtain anymore. So Ruka opening the curtain is Ruka essentially saying, okay, let's talk about it. Okay, we can't keep the curtain closed anymore. Let's talk about it. And that's where it ends. The light is shining in onto this dark room. Right? We can't keep this hidden anymore. This cannot stay hidden anymore. We cannot sit in comfort anymore. This is Reiji signaling that to us as the readers. Okay, no more comfort. Comfort is out the window. If you choose comfort here, this will happen again. And that's what Kazuya literally says. I have to have a thorough talk with Ruka-chan. If I don't, the same thing could happen again. Kazuya saw what might happen. He needs to talk to her. This cannot continue. And depending on how it goes, it could end the relationship. There's a clear sense of awareness here. Right? The curtain being open is symbolic of that. Okay, this is an issue we gotta face. We can't sit behind the comfort of the curtain anymore. That's not gonna work. Why did Mami hate Chizuru? Mami hated Chizuru out of envy. She projected onto Chizuru her own insecurities and thus saw Chizuru a certain way. Okay. Who knows where Kazuya's house is? I could have sworn we had like the address to Kazuya's house. In the meantime, I'm going to check Twitter. See what Japanese fans are saying. Oh, for the love of... Oh boy. Okay. Let's see. Chizuru has become quite the klutz herself. Kazuya, you need to quickly reflect and draw the line under it. You two klutzes can somehow make it work together. It was good that after getting attacked and exposing your blunder, you kept apologizing to Chizuru repeatedly. I think you're kind of missing the point, but yeah, next time is a break. We won't get a chapter next week. Let's see what else is there. Oh my god. It's fucking Denji. Oh my god, that's so good. It's Denji being mad at himself for thinking with his dick. He's like, why do I always think with my dick? It's that's oddly fitting. Oddly fitting. Quite fitting. And I think it's important that Reiji shows, hey, Chizuru might not like the hair. Hey, Chizuru might not like the hair. But the reason Chizuru might not like the hair might be because, oh, you know, you did this thing. I think that's really interesting that Kazuya thinks Chizuru might not like the hair because what he did here, right? The hair is almost a projection of Chizuru liking him, right? She always says the hair looks terrible twice. And I think that's important. The hair is almost an embodiment of Kazuya wanting to be liked. So Chizuru saying, I hate the hair twice, right? Your hair doesn't look good at all. Your hair looks terrible on you. The hair is an embodiment of Kazuya wanting to be liked. It is not about the job. It is literally not about the job. Come on. I'm surprised there isn't much at the moment. I guess it's a quieter chapter. Yeah, it's a bit of a quieter chapter. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. They leaked the Resident Evil 9 fucking thing? What the fuck? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It's fucking Leon. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It's fucking Leon. Sorry. I know this is supposed to be rent a girlfriend stuff, but I fucking love Resident Evil, okay? Oh, that was leaked? Damn it. Sorry. I didn't mean to show it. It was leaked. Fuck. Mistakes were made. I got too excited. Fuck. My goat Leon. Okay, but they have to bring back Chris too. They gotta bring back Chris too. And Jill. I mean, it's the fucking Raccoon City, bro. It's Raccoon motherfucking City. You gotta bring everybody back. Okay, there isn't much on Twitter. Shit. Let me Okay. Latest. Oh, there's the grifters. All right. Let's see. Is Ruka switching to Sage mode or something? Chill Ruka. Let's see. In the end, is Ruka-chan digging her own grave and moving forward? Or moving forward? I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. This comment's interesting. So I don't like this first part. Using one episode for foreplay and the ending is hilarious. I wanted them to again. This is something I do want to talk about. A lot of Japanese readers find this funny, but Reiji isn't actually making jokes. He makes jokes this chapter, sure. He makes some jokes this chapter, but they're kind of like ironic, twisted jokes rather than just it's dark jokes. In contrast, the way some Japanese readers find this funny, and I bet some foreigner readers find this funny too. I think it kind of nods to the issue at hand, and it's how we perceive these events. I want them to hold back here out of love for Chizuru, but it was probably too much to ask after all. Not necessarily, but there's an underlying issue here. This is the part I found interesting. They didn't end up crossing the line, but for Ruka, it turned into a successful experience of if I push Kazuya, I can get him, right? Ooh. That is worrisome. I'm like, wait, I don't think so. But that is an interesting thought to have on the back of your head, right? I think that thought is an important thought to have in the back of your head. It's like, oh, if you're pushed hard enough, will you just give in? That's the thing Kazuya is worried about. If you're pushed hard enough, will you just give in? Oh my god, it's this hoodie. We haven't seen this hoodie in ages. No way. Okay. I might toot my horn here just a little bit. And I'm sorry if I do. Reiji had like all but forgotten about this hoodie. And then I mentioned it to him on stream and I asked him its meaning and he didn't know. He's like, oh, I don't remember the meaning for it. I like made it a long time ago. And then suddenly shows up here. Could just be complete coincidence, mind you. It could just be a complete fucking coincidence, but I kind of want to toot my own horn a little bit. Also, there is a reason it's being shown. Actually, like now that I think about it, I'm stupid, I'm wrong. The number on it is 63. The date in the manga right now is June 3rd. 6-3. So there you go. That's the reason it's being shown. Never mind. It also has a shield on it. Shield protection. No, okay, there's a lot. Okay. Never mind. It wasn't me. Ignore me. No, it wasn't me. Ignore me. No. It wasn't me. Ignore me. Literally, it's the shield, the 6 and the 3, and the words literally loop. So there's those three meanings. Shield protection, 6-3 because of the date, and then the loop around the date. Because they're literally in a loop right now. There you go. Also, it has a loop on it, kind of. Yeah, there you go. Apparently, you can buy that hoodie. I'm aware. I actually did buy it. It still hasn't delivered, but I did in fact buy it. I wanted Chizuru's pink Frisia hoodie, but I can't find it in pink. I keep finding people selling it secondhand, but it's the gray one. It's a gray one. I don't want the gray one. I want a pink one. Okay, let's keep going a little bit. Wow, there isn't really much. Oh, okay. Some new ones. Ruka watching Kazuya come out of the bathroom was striking. I wonder what she's thinking. That's exactly what he wants you to think. When Reiji wants you to think here, what is Ruka thinking? She has such a striking and intimidating pose. It feels so intimidating here. And look at the way she's like holding her hand. Like she's making a fist. Her hand isn't loose, she's making a fist. It's serious. It's serious. Everything about this screams serious. She's not relaxed. Nothing about the way Ruka is presented here is relaxed. She's not relaxed. She's tense. She's stressed. Clearly, she knows something bad is coming. Right? Maybe choice of word. Not poor choice of words. It works. Right? She knows something not good is happening soon. And you see that on her face. This is not good. She knows this is not going to end well. Right? Both of them are serious. Both of them are like clenching their fists. I think it's important to highlight that Kazuya is facing her fully. Did you notice that? Kazuya is fully facing her, fist fully clenched, both of his feet are facing her. In contrast, Ruka is half facing him. Ruka is half facing him. She looks at him. She looks at him, but her body faces this way. Right? So her body faces that way, his body faces towards her. She's half facing him. She's not honestly facing him. Whereas he's honestly facing her. To me, this was something that Kazuya maybe... You're going to hate me for this. I think in some ways Kazuya needed to experience this. Not sexual assault. I'm not justifying sexual assault. I just gotta fucking clarify that. But where Kazuya was, he needed a wake-up call. And unfortunately, that wake-up call happened to come as a byproduct of him not addressing these negative aspects of himself. If Kazuya had maybe addressed some of these elements of himself, he might have not ended up in this position at all. While at the same time, it's not his fault that Ruka did what she did. That's just a fact. These two things don't need to be mutually exclusive, or they aren't mutually exclusive. You can fuck up and end yourself up in a situation you shouldn't be in, and you can also not be at fault for someone doing something to you in that situation. Yeah, sure, you put yourself there. There's an element of responsibility to you, but it is also not your fault that this person did that thing to you. I'm sorry to say this, but Kazuya is so numb. Anything less than that wouldn't wake him up. No, I don't agree. Kazuya isn't numb. Rather, he's kept himself he's numbed himself out. Sure, I'll give you that. But Kazuya at the same time could have had something different happen to him. Rather, this to me was more about a culmination of an issue. A culmination of a problem that festered for far, far, far too long. To past the breaking point. It wasn't just breaking limits. We broke limits ages ago. We've been breaking limits. This is like fucking Final Fantasy if you had like fucking unlimited limit breaks. It's like when you buy Final Fantasy VII on the Wii, or sorry, on the Switch, and you turn on the fucking cheat code where you're constantly spamming limit breaks. That's where we are right now, right? We've been breaking limits nonstop. All we've done is break limits. To me, this is... I describe this perfectly on Twitch or Twitter. It feels like 403 pushes everything to its absolute limit. Things are going to break soon. To the point to me is that we have gone too far, ignored and waited too long, yearned too much. All sense of safety is gone. It feels scary. It feels hopeless. When we're kids, we think the world is nice and full of dreams. When we become adults, we see how gray it really is. Indulging in selfish desire can leave you trapped, and more than that, kindness too can be hopeless. Kazuya is in the kindness section. Ruka is indulging in selfish desires, which ultimately leaves her feeling trapped. Like a kid learning how to grow up, tough choices must be made. No matter how cruel or harsh it is, the hard path sometimes, no matter how much we wish it isn't the one, is the right path. We carry ideal dreams as kids, and we want to stay true to who we are, but when we wake up as adults, we realize there are people we cannot reach. Kazuya cannot save Ruka and be happy with himself. Kazuya has been unreasonably kind to Ruka, letting her live an illusion with him but thinking she'll give up. Ruka is too far into her own delusion and fear that she cannot change. She has lost herself in her lust and degraded her love. There's a dramatic irony in Ruka placing the proverbial noose around her neck, as she was the one who told Chizuru she did this to herself when pushing Kazuya to date Ruka. Now Ruka gives in to her instincts to satisfy a basic desire when all the chips are down. It's sad. Kazuya has always said that he would make sure it would end well, that he would make sure everyone was happy in the end. We think Kazuya will stick to these ideals, that he won't compromise who he is deep down to satisfy a basic desire, but he can't. Kazuya can't make everyone happy. In the end, he has to neglect someone for another. He has to choose. Kibe said this. Kazuya neglected Ruka. He forgot her while she got closer to him. We want to believe we can reach everyone with words, reason with them to stop, but sometimes we can't. We have to make a choice. This is a part of adulthood, giving up an innocent naivety that things will work out somehow, that we can make it so no one gets hurt, but that's not the real world. Chizuru knows this and made her choice to reject Umi no matter what and lie to Minnie to protect her precious truth. Ruka was going to get hurt inevitably. This was always going to happen. She just happened to do it to herself at this point. The longer you wait, the more it will hurt. A firm line has to be drawn. Kazuya won't ever be happy with Ruka, and that won't change. They both know this. It must end before there is no turning back. The opening page even reads, "This is a crossroads. This is nearing an end, and an end must come." The next chapter, we talked about next chapter being death. There's a whole lot of death and errors and shit in the next chapter. These chapters are all driven by lust, a lust for a base desire to satisfy ourselves. Ruka tries to get Kazuya to get him to give in to his desires. In her unreasonable attacks, he doesn't give in, but she won't stop. No matter how good it feels, that this must come to an end. If all we do is chase happiness and ignore sorrow, we are living a lie. If Ruka settles for being second, she will regret this. If Kazuya goes through with this, he will regret this. This is what it means to make adult choices, to do what must be done, no matter how painful it is. All right, in Mirrors, which is what Minnie said to Chizuru in chapter 387, it is far crueler to come this so close and ask him to give up. The more you invest, the harder it is to let go, and yet he must. Just as Chizuru had to make a choice, she had to reject him, then commit if she was serious. A choice must be made. There you go. We gotta make choices, bro. We gotta make fucking choices. We can't fucking settle. Ruka doing Umi's pose better than him, and it's actually dangerous. Yeah, right? It is actually dangerous because she actually did do something. I'm sorry to say this, but Kazuya... Okay, we already said this. The way Kazuya is imagining Chizuru in this chapter feels like it's more than he is seeing Minnie more than the real Chizuru, as that's something Minnie would act. Totally good catch. I 100% agree. The way Kazuya imagines Chizuru here is not Chizuru. This is Minnie. All of this is Minnie. This is not Chizuru. The over-exaggerated reactions, the childishness, the way she's being here. This is not Chizuru. This is Minnie. And that's intentional. That's totally intentional because Kazuya has been interacting with Minnie, not Chizuru. She even has a fang. She literally has a fang. Just like Minnie. Dude. Good catch. Arms aren't there, but their feet are clearly placed like two combatants. Yeah, for sure. This is like a fight, you know? The way they're holding their hands, like, Shit's about to get real. And I do love the emphasis of Kazuya being presented as taller here, whereas Ruka is much shorter than he is. And Ruka hasn't actually talked about how he's feeling at all. I think that's important. Ruka hasn't actually talked about how he's feeling at all. But she is talking about how his body may react. She's still focusing on his body and not his feelings. And Kazuya is still scared. Look at Kazuya here, right? This is awkward. He's scared. He doesn't know how to feel. Whereas Ruka it seems emotionally in control. Whereas I don't think she actually is. I think Ruka is actually more emotionally numb than we may realize. I think Ruka is pretty emotionally numb too. She's a literal reflection of him. Early Chizuru is kind of like Kazuya is imagining. No, not quite. No, even then, not quite. Maybe the disgust, but even then, she would never just say, never talk to me again like that. Chizuru has acted kind of mean like this, but she's never just outright cut him off. She's never not talked to him again. I'm stuttering my words. I'm so tired. I hate how it feels like I can pull off a breakup talk because it's Sage time. Why does it turn out like this, lol? I got post-nut clarity so I can pull off a breakup talk, baby. I don't think that's what Richi's doing. I think this is an illusion. I think this is an illusion. Let's see. Okay, I might grab something to eat. I'm quite hungry. Just give me a sec. Disgusted Chizuru looks like she's holding back laughter. No, it's more like I'm gonna throw up. That's the vibe I'm getting. It's more like a I'm gonna throw up vibe more than she's holding back laughter. So did Kazuya hold Ruka accountable for her actions? Not yet. And I don't think he will. Not really. He's just gonna, to me, the way I view it, this is Kazuya's drive. There's no way that I can be her first. Well, yeah, okay, that's his drive, so he's gonna just tell her no, but he's not gonna. The issue here is Kazuya is not blaming Ruka, he's blaming himself, which is literally what fucking victims do. You're deeply mistaken if you think Kazuya is gonna blame Ruka for this. You're deeply mistaken if you think Kazuya is gonna blame Ruka for this. He's already blaming himself. He's already blaming himself. He's not going to blame Ruka for this. Now, he will draw a line, but he's not going to blame Ruka for this. He's blaming himself, which is already like literally red flag 1. Like, that's literally what victims do. Anyways, give me a second. I'm going to go grab myself something to eat. I'm starving. Watashi ga kita. Whoa. Whoops. I have returned. Let's see. Nothing on Discord at the moment. Okay. So, first things first. Note, the start of this holiday season, so we're going to get one more chapter this year. Today, chapter 405. The 16th, there's a break. The 23rd, there is chapter 406. Then we're getting another break, and then chapter 407. We're starting the year with chapter 407. Crazy. So 406 is going to be how we end the year off. And that's going to be interesting. I'm really curious how Reiji plans to end the year. You know, like, what's the vision? What's the vision, right? Are we going to end the year with a breakup talk? Are we going to end the year with breakup talk? That would be so interesting. Huh? Ruka-chan made you come. That is quite funny. That is quite funny. See, again, Reiji is making jokes now, whereas before he wasn't making jokes before, you know? Hopefully less black squares this week. Yes and no. Seems like next week is endgame for Ruka. At least I hope so. No. Something is not quite right here. Something is not quite right here. I wish Chizuru would put the moves on Kazuya. This sub would blow their load. There's no way I can be her first. I need to have a thorough talk with Ruka-chan. Well, he's finally said these things. Then again, Ruka is not exactly fully dressed. She's just put on a shirt. Let's hope this doesn't resume her shenanigans. Other people are seeing it. It's literally the Umi panel. But the interesting thing is, Ruka is shorter than Kazuya. And yet she has infinitely more menace than Umi. Umi has infinitely less menace than Ruka, even though Ruka is smaller than him. It's the Umi pose just before he was dumped. She knows what's coming. Oh, there's another difference. Ruka holds her hand tight. Umi's hands are loose. There's more to it too. You don't see a part of Umi's face is hidden. You don't see all of Umi's face. Ruka's face is completely visible. Umi is fully clothed. Ruka is not. There's a lot of alternates to this image too. Wow, I didn't notice that. There's more. It doesn't simply stop there. Weird. Okay, good. It's not being played for a gag, and Kazuya feeling guilt is also a very honest portrayal of these things go. There's going to need to be kind of thing that he eventually opens up to Chizuru about, though, because when he eventually goes to sexual activities, the PTSD from this is going to get in the way. Yeah, this was taken way more seriously than I expected. Kudos. I was telling you, motherfuckers. Nobody listened to me. I always tell you, motherfuckers, and nobody listens to me. Fuck you. Fuck you. Literally always telling people. Oh, shit. Sorry, I gotta turn off the camera just one quick second. There's something I need to check. Damn it. Okay, I'll turn the camera back on. Sorry about that. Oh, come on. Come on, come on, come on. A big win for Chizuru. I'm sorry to say, this is not a win. This is just a very sad event. This is just an incredibly sad event. This is not a win. This is just sad. Don't look at this as win or lose. Kazuya got hurt here. This is not a good thing. You're replying to Bulver? Oh, okay. My bad. Okay, why is this thing not loading? The fuck is your deal, bub? The fuck is your deal, bub? You want to explain why you're not working? Okay. Ugh, great. Come on, come on, come on. Why are you the way that you are? Okay, should be good now. Okay, I gotta check something. Come on. Okay, sorry. What did Bulver say? Dude, when the Resident Evil trailer comes out, the Game Awards Thursdays, you're gonna regret looking at the leak. We all are. But that was just on my timeline. That was literally just on my timeline. Like, that was kind of unavoidable. It was literally like everybody fucking showing it. That was from a news source, or one of the news sources that like I follow, but it was kind of out of my hand. Let me cook for a second. Picture this. Chizuru's fateful encounter after missing her stop is running into Mami and the exact same time she deals with Kazuya's breakup with Ruka. Huh. How would she deal with the breakup with Ruka if she runs into Mami? How can both of those happen at the same time? Like back to back, you mean? Reiji's Christmas gift is going to be Ruka's defeat by post-nut clarity. Break next week, right? I'm eager to see how the goalpost is going to be moved with Kazuya. Oh. Okay. First impressions. Okay, Kazuya did not pass out completely, obviously. He doesn't blame Ruka. He thinks she was being unfair, forcing herself onto him, making him lose control. Wait, does he say that? I don't remember. I really screwed up No way she can't be real. I mean, a swimsuit-clad Ruka-chan relentlessly forcing herself on me. How am I supposed to hold myself back? All of a sudden, it just happened. That's one way to phrase it. That's totally unfair. This is why it sucks being a virgin. Not wearing underwear. Oh yeah, he's not wearing undies. He took them off. She went way too far. Oh, he's cleaning the underwear. He's like scrubbing it. Oh, dude. Oh, that's so sad. Did you notice that? Every time he beats himself up, he starts cleaning the underwear like he's washing out a blood stain. Dude. He's literally trying to clear away the underwear like it's a fucking blood stain. Like it's the evidence for his betrayal. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. How many times does he do it? Oh, he keeps doing it. This is ridiculous. I feel like the guilt I have towards Mizuhara is gonna kill me. Just kill me now, please. He keeps scrubbing. Either way, it doesn't matter. I'd ruin everything. I don't think I could ever get it back. Her affection. He keeps cleaning. Oh, he does it one more time. Come on, I'm so shit. This is what I hate. This is exactly what I hate. A swift death might do me good after all. Kazuya never got over his self-hatred. He never got over his self-hatred. And the way he just keeps cleaning. Oh, dude. Oh, man. And it keeps oh, dude, it just keeps cascading. That's brutal. He acknowledges that he wasn't in control of his body, though he can't help but imagine Chizuru being disgusted by it if she ever found out. That's not a good sign for honesty towards Chizuru. He apologized to Chizuru multiple times in his head for not being able to control himself. Kazuya is taking this relatively well, I would say. He's blaming himself instead of Ruka, but he doesn't look like he's going to shut down. I'm sorry, if you think Kazuya is taking this well, you're not seeing the ticking time bomb. This is a ticking time bomb, my dude. He is not taking it nearly as well as you think he is. He just hasn't fully processed it. This is how it goes. You haven't fully processed it. You're still in fight or flight. You haven't like fully sat down to it just happened. It just happened. He hasn't fully processed it yet. He's not fully understanding how much this is going to impact him. You're getting signs. You're getting signs of how bad he's going to spiral. You think it's okay. It's not. You're getting, like, literally, I'm telling you, as someone who's fucking been through this, you're getting signs. He's going to start spiraling, and it's going to be bad. Because look, let's say things with Ruka don't end well. That's going to add to his guilt. Let's say things with Ruka don't end well. It's just going to add to that guilt. He's going to blame himself for that too. And then blame himself for another thing, and then another thing, and then another thing, and he's going to just fucking spiral out of control. Kazuya's immediate stress reaction has always been good, for the most part. Right after, not so much. He is facing the situation at hand, which is the only thing he can do right now. True. He wants to have a talk with Ruka. This is promising. Let's hope he'll manage to draw a line with her now so this won't happen again. He should end this. He also got a glimpse of Chizuru this chapter. It looks like she's still completely unable to focus, missing her stop. Teaser for next time, post-nut clarity. Well, it's called Sage Mode, but not post-nut clarity. But it might very well be referring to post-nut clarity. Ruka doesn't deserve an abusive boyfriend. When has Kazuya been abusive to Ruka? Ever. Why the fuck are we saying that? Wait, where did this come from? I don't think anybody deserves an abusive boyfriend. Why would you wish that on anybody? Or abusive girlfriend, too. You don't want either. Why the fuck would you wish that on anybody? This is the turning point. A few already dropped this manga. I'm okay, thank you. A few already dropped this manga. People drop this manga all the fucking time. Who fucking cares, man? People drop this manga all the goddamn time. So can we say Ruka is on her way to becoming someone like Mami? No. I don't think so. We all said this at the end of the date arc. See you next week. Manga had logic until now. Now it's a mess. That's quite literally narratively the point. The point right now, narratively, is that it's not about logic. It's literally not about logic. I could be wrong, but it looks like Ruka's gearing up to break up with Kazuya. She's not going to break up with him. He might break up with her. However, Ruka was talking, not him. I had the no, it was Kazuya. No, it was Kazuya. It wasn't Ruka. It was clearly Kazuya who spoke. It's Kazuya who's talking. Yeah, his mouth is open. Ruka is not. Yeah, she's not saying anything. Okay, there is one thing I want to point out that I found really interesting about this shot. I don't know if this is an error. This could just be an error. This could just be an error by the editors. But something is weird about this shot. It's almost becoming static. Did you notice that? It's like it's fading. Isn't that weird? It's like the shot is fading. I just noticed that right now. I think this is a weird thing to point out. It's like that shot is fading. It's blurring. And that's kind of weird. I don't know if this is an intentional thing. We'll have to see like another shot and see if it's blurring again. But that is an interesting little detail. Why is that blurring? Right? Why is that shot blurring? That's kind of weird. And whereas Ruka is looking more adult, Chizuru is looking more childish. Yeah, I think that's another thing. Chizuru is starting to look more childish. Whereas Ruka is looking more adult. Fading from Chizuru's memory, maybe. That's what I was thinking. Like, is it like fading from her memory? Because it's been so long, she still thinks about it, clearly. But it's like blurring. It's starting to blur a little bit. Do you remember the love interest in Indiana Jones in the third movie? I haven't seen Indiana Jones in a long time. I don't remember anything about it. I was on the phone, man. Now I can see that Kazuya's face is pretty serious. What he said, we should talk. Yeah, his face is quite serious. Ultimately died from her lust and greed. I think Ruka's relationship was already dead. It didn't just magically die. And rather, Ruka more so represents Kazuya's issue. And what I mean by that is that Ruka represents Kazuya's keeping these things under lock constantly instead of dealing with them. Now, this is where something interesting is going to arise. Kazuya is going to want to be forgiven by Chizuru, or not hated by her at the very least. This is going to impact how he's going to talk to Ruka. This is going to be quite relevant in how he's going to talk to Ruka. And it may even highlight the issue of him being unable to break up with Ruka, because maybe he doesn't want to think he hates her. So he's gonna have so how Kazuya draws this line is gonna be influenced by his desire to not be hated. And how everything is gonna go play out is gonna be relevant to that. So I do wish some people will temper their expectations. Yes, theoretically it should just end here. I kind of don't think it will. I don't think it outright will. It should end here. I don't think it outright will. I also do want to point out trains can also mean can be relevant to sex. Think about it. So the Chizuru's train has passed, if you will. She passed the station she was supposed to be at. No, there's something here that I'm not clicking. There's something here with the train thing that's not clicking for me. I need a little bit more time to process that. This seems intentional to me. I think that this is her goal. Chizuru wants to disassociate herself from her feelings she had there. No, I don't think so. I disagree. I don't think so. I don't think Chizuru wants to disassociate from these feelings. I disagree. I think Chizuru is putting these feelings to the side. In favor of Kazuya himself. I don't think she's trying to disassociate from these feelings. Not intentionally. I genuinely believe what Chizuru is doing right now is selfless. She's doing it for him. Now, if she is disassociating from these feelings intentionally so, it could theoretically work, but then why kiss him? See how it doesn't add up? There's like issues with that idea of just like, why is she disassociating with that? Because like with Kazuya, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense why Kazuya would disassociate from these negative feelings that he has. Because he's trying to get love. Whereas Chizuru to me is at a point where she can fall in love. And she believes she can. So this isn't to do with that, in my opinion. Chizuru to me doesn't seem like she's trying to disassociate from these feelings, whereas Kazuya actually is. They're inverted. Chizuru has these feelings. She's not disassociating from them. They're always on her mind and she wants them again. But she can't have them yet. She has to put him first. In contrast, Kazuya is trying to do all these things to get these feelings. They're inverted. That's how I look at it. Chizuru does want these things, but she's putting him first. Kazuya, in contrast, thinks he has to earn these things. That's my immediate assumption. I have a different idea of what Chizuru is doing. I don't think she's doing it to give Kazuya time to get in control again. You know why I disagree with that? You know why I disagree with that? After she kissed him, she was ready to face him. That wasn't an issue. See why that doesn't add up? She was literally ready to face him. She was waiting for him. She fucking cooked dinner for him. So it clearly was not an issue. That's why I don't think that's an issue. And that's why my argument works better, in my opinion. No, it wasn't an issue. No, you're misunderstanding what Minnie did. You're completely misunderstanding what Minnie did. You're missing the point. You're completely missing the point of what Minnie did. What Minnie did was highlight to Chizuru, hey, he's still thinking about you. Non-stop. And you have to take action again. When Chizuru wants him to choose what he wants to do, she doesn't want to enforce action onto him. This is a repeating motif. You'll see constantly. That was literally the point of the rejection. That was literally the point of everything. So Chizuru creates space. Even though she doesn't want space. She wants time with him. She already said she wants time with him. She told him she wants time with him. He should know. You see how that argument does not hold? Right? The argument doesn't really hold. It doesn't feel quite right. And I think, and the fact that Chizuru says she believes she can fall in love now highlights to me that she has faith in her actions, even though she's in some ways doing the wrong thing in distancing herself. So, I don't know. Yes, there is a relevance to the sexual element, sure. There is totally a relevance to the sexual element. However, I think it would be more fitting for Chizuru's character if she already wanted to do these things with him, and he didn't need to earn it. And she wasn't trying to shut it down. She was just giving him space because she thought he needed it. She wasn't trying to shut her feelings away. That would be interesting. It just doesn't feel right for her to be like, I gotta shut these feelings away. I don't know. I do think Minnie did some shit. Maybe it's in between both of us. But it doesn't feel like Chizuru's trying to get rid of her feelings. You know, it doesn't feel. She's trying to control them, sure. She's trying to keep them in check, sure. Get rid of them though, doesn't feel quite right. She didn't give him a hint by kissing him. She said, I'm ready to fucking get into a relationship with you. Even though I'm not ready. Because I know I will be ready. That's what the kiss meant. The kiss isn't an I love you. The kiss is I'm ready to date you. But I'm not in love yet. I will be though. She has faith she will get to that point. It wasn't a hint. Chizuru's not playing games, dude. Chizuru's not playing fucking games. That wasn't a hint. That was like the cleanest fucking green light you will ever goddamn see. Chizuru doesn't do hints. Chizuru doesn't play hints. She tries to be as direct as she can with the relationship shit. She did do hint shit before, sure. She did. Because she was dumb and stupid and young. But that's not what she was doing in the kiss. That wasn't a fucking hint. She also already knew Ruka wasn't a thing. He already told her Ruka wasn't a thing. That doesn't make sense. You're looking at this in a quite childish way. I still can't believe Chizuru hasn't contacted Kazuya. It's implied that on Kazuya's birthday, they have contacted each other. It's implied that on Kazuya's birthday, they contacted each other. But to me, it makes sense because Chizuru's trying to give him space. She's letting him do the moving. She has faith. She'll follow his lead, not try to push anything onto him. You also don't know how much in contact they have actually been. Chizuru wants time with him, but she's feeling selfish. She wants to love him, not desire him. True, but that's not how it works. It's literally both. That's not how it works. Desire is part of love. You deny desire, you fundamentally destroy your love. Because love is part of desire. And so is desire part of love. You can't, like, just magically remove one from the other. That's not how it fucking works. Granted, Kazuya is trying to do this. Anyways. I still hope that Ruka suggests breaking up. You think Ruka would? Ruka does look serious, but I don't know about breaking up. She's never suggested it before. Ruka has matured. I'm sorry. Well, Ruka has matured, but she's also had a contrast with that maturity with her, trying to cling on to the past. Let's see. They're censoring this, but not chapter 218. The usage of the phrase relentlessly forcing herself on me gave me hope for a second that this will be handled somewhat respectfully, as sexual assault it was. Then every panel after shattered that hope. I have an issue with this. I have an issue with the way people are looking at this. I'm gonna pull up something that I read that I thought was perfect. So I'm gonna just read what that person said. I hope I still have it. Okay, checking bookmarks. If it's not there, then... Ah, there it is. I don't care if this person has shit-talked this series or anything, but I think what they said is perfect. Shit like this affirms my view that whenever an even slightly dark topic is tackled within media, it is only considered good if its safe and comfortable route is taken. This is nothing. There's no. Yeah, they're talking about Endeavor. They're in particular talking about Endeavor here from My Hero Academia. But I completely agree with this statement that I think a lot of people don't like something unless a very comfortable and safe route is taken. And this, to me, is what this comment seemingly embodies. This is my issue with this comment. You're missing the forest for the trees. It is handling this incredibly well, including the jokes. Literally, part of the jokes is that this is how Kazuya copes. He jokes. How he deals with this is how he copes. Reiji is taking this incredibly seriously. It disguises that seriousness behind what appears to be a joke. Everything about this chapter is disguises. Every single aspect of this chapter, of this arc even, this entire arc, is literally about disguises. Literally, it's there from chapter 402. Literally, the first chapter. And what's the opening page? Literally, what is the opening page? It is snow disguising the ground, disguising the scenery. It is Ruka hiding her hand in Kazuya's own pocket. Literally like how she hid her intentions in his own fucking home. It is literally all about disguises. And it is all about perception. Okay, you can load now. The fuck? This is getting annoying. Every time I click away, it does this shit. That's annoying as fuck. So I'm gonna read you just a little bit of what I wrote about chapter 404. I'll go back to 405, but I'll read you a little bit of what I wrote for chapter 404. This chapter takes something that would otherwise be too dark and makes it almost comical in its eroticism. This both eases some tension to allow readers to read something that might be too dark a little more easily, but also leverages that very fact to challenge our own biases. 404 is secretly all about perception and perspective. This isn't the focus of the chapter per se. Rather, the chapter frames itself around desire, control, and even abuse. But what if I asked you, who is in control of this picture? What I'm referring to here is, okay, we're going to pull up the right one because that's stupid. What if I asked you, who is in control in this picture? What about what you think of these events? This is where the topic arises and informs the latter, challenging people's biases on size, gender, age, and even who is showing more skin. Asking a simple question: who's actually in control here? The nearly naked little girl or the fully clothed guy twice her size? This isn't a clash between Koi and I. Remember, we said Koi is romantic love, and we said I is like selfless love. I is generally considered closer to true love. This mistake in trying to separate selfish love from selfless love, they are two sides of the same coin. To remove one from the other is to deny half of yourself. Let's see. Age, gender, and size do not dictate how much power and control someone has. Just as wealth, physique, and saying the right things don't dictate someone's worthiness to be loved and desired. The purpose of this arc is to highlight neglect, not to ruin Ruka's character, but to show what happens when you neglect your own emotions, when you bury the parts of you don't like until you can't control them anymore. And what better character to represent this than the character who was not only literally forgotten despite being here the whole time, despite. And what better character to represent this than the character who was not only literally forgotten despite being here the whole time, but one who has been quite passive in her approach as of late? Ruka. As we've been getting clues of the growing and destructive desire she feels, this urge, she has been looking at Kazuya more and more, hugging him, touching him, even kissing him on the cheek when he looks cute. This is all hit a peak when he accidentally fell between her legs. Ironically, when she wasn't looking at him. The one time she does not face him, she loses control of her feelings as they begin to control her. Neither Kazuya nor Ruka faced each other or themselves. Kazuya did not face his desires or Ruka, looking at her legs the whole time. Ruka's entire drive as character is that she loves Kazuya because of how he loves Chizuru, not her, and she forced that to the absolute limit. She doesn't see the way she treats him, creating the very circumstances she fell in love with him for. If this is how she treats someone who does not love her, imagine how she would treat someone who does love her. But when pushed to the limit, it becomes destructive, hurtful to the person who doesn't love them. Ruka is a dark reflection of Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship. What one-sided love can do. Ruka is using Kazuya's love for Chizuru. Ruka represents what Kazuya is holding back and what will happen if he keeps holding back. This is what happens when you ignore one side of love in favor of another. When you do not strike a balance between light and darkness, one overtakes the other and destroys the other. This motif is even present in the date. Much of the date is spent during the day, but where does the turning point occur? At night. Where are most of Kazuya and Chizuru's turning points happening? Where do we constantly see Chizuru when her emotions are at their strongest? In the shadows, at night, in secret, hidden. The haunted house, the shed, her room in the dark, in the bathroom. Where do we see Kazuya's deepest desires? In the darkest part of his dreams. When he and Chizuru are in the shed, when he is in the DVD store, when he is isolated and cut off from those around him. So, yeah. For love is full of light and darkness equally. It is not just a positive emotion. Ruka is acting different, completely so, and yet this is all still love. Despite the fact that it hurts the person she loves, but it can do that. Love doesn't merely hurt you passively, it can actively hurt you. Just as you can be hurt in not being with the person you love. You can also be hurt by someone taking your ability to choose, both rob you of an experience, and yet that in itself is experienced in and through love. This is a story about love and what love can do to us. Just as a child can still have the capacity to end a life, this chapter leverages our understanding of right and wrong to its advantage. Love doesn't do cruel things. A girl can't be an oppressor. A young, innocent girl can't be the one in control of a relationship with an older guy. Your first time will be precious and important. Sex is wonderful and nice. No, we are wrong. All these things can happen. Love can be unfathomably cruel. A girl can oppress and control a guy in her love. And regardless of age, even a child could control an adult. First times, regardless of how much we try, might be painful and traumatizing for both people. Yes, even a guy can be traumatized by sex. And no, sex is not always wonderful. Even if you enjoyed it, even if you feel pleasure, the experience can be painful. The pleasure can elicit shame, guilt, regret, all sorts of negativity merely just because you feel pleasure when you wish you didn't. This is adulthood, when the salt of the sea mixes with the clean water of the river, when we see the true full magnitude of love and how vile it can truly be. But the thing is, this is Ruka's love, not Kazuya's. To love something is to share it. When we truly love something, we wish to share it with joy. We wish to share in that joy with someone else. Hope they feel the same as we do. Celebrate it. It gives us drive. It makes us want to get up and move. Love can die when we stop caring about what the other person around us think, when we don't share these things. This includes ourselves. It dies when we don't cherish experiences and merely wish to get what we desire. Desire is part of love, but when it takes hold of us, it can be the end of love and the start of lust. Sorry about that. Let's see. Maybe next chapter, when Kazuya talks to Ruka, he remembers the conversation with Chizuru on his birthday and how it was insensitive and kind of hurtful, and he has the realization, I fucked up bad. I'm not sure what you're referring to. This is the point. While Ruka embraced lust so much that it hurt her love with it, Chizuru is trying to control her desire so much that she can't even contact the person she loves. Maybe. I could see that. You could say they're reversed in that sense. Okay. That's an interesting point. But see, that works better than Chizuru trying to erase her love. Chizuru trying to control it, sure. I can agree with that, Varicus. Chizuru trying to control her love, sure. Chizuru trying to erase her love, you know, I can totally agree to the fact that Chizuru is trying to control her desire to a negative point. Because it mirrors Kazuya. He's also trying to control his desire. Ruka will frame it as an act of love. It is an act of love. It's also wrong. I 100% could foresee Ruka trying to force a kiss with Kazuya to shut him up, and he's not going to have any of it, and Kazuya loses his patience. I don't know. I don't know. Why are you spelling Ruka with a C? It's K. Ruka is spelled with a K. Ruka is goat and Kazuya is a gooner? Bro, you're cheering on a girl who just sexually assaulted a guy. I really want you to process that for a second. Swap the roles for a second. Make her a dude for a second. So the girl would be a gooner and the guy would be the goat for assaulting the girl. Please process what you're saying. Emotions dictating the memory of the kiss. I disagree on Ruka is not in love and Kazuya because the way he loves Chizuru, that's many. I disagree on that. Ruka is not in love with Kazuya because the way he loves Chizuru and Minnie. I'm confused. Ruka is in love with Kazuya. I'm confused. Ruka is in love with Kazuya. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Chizuru missed her stop just like Kazuya missed his first time with Chizuru. Oh! Well, he didn't miss his first time per se, but Ruka was the first girl to touch him. That's in that sense, yes, he missed that first time. Ruka was the first girl to touch him, not Chizuru. So I guess you could say Chizuru missed her stop like Kazuya missed a first time, if you will. But Kazuya definitely does seem driven here. I like this driven aspect of Kazuya. I like here, like horror music here, like this. Like just that kind of that sound, like vroom, like this uncomfortable white noise. That's what I hear here, uncomfortable white noise. Right? It feels intimidating, doesn't it? Ruka looks intimidating here. And Kazuya is clearly intimidated. He like swallows. No, Ultra Instinct music is too strong. I mean, something more subtle, something a little more sinister. Not full on creepy, but like sinister. Let me find something. I think I can like find some Resident Evil music that could like highlight my point. No. Okay, so this one's a little too sad, but I think the opening portion is what I'm imagining. It's a little too sad. I think it needs more emptiness. Right? There needs to be more emptiness here, but that opening is good. That's good. But the song, the piano doesn't work. I think the piano does not work for this scene. But I think it highlighted what I was trying to talk about, which is that like there needs to be like a bit of emotion here. Not violin, just like a white noise that's uncomfortable. She looks the same as Umi when he was about to take the L, the exact same pose. Yes, we've already said all this. We've already said all of this. We're aware. Or somebody could compose something that you make that sound easy. Okay, this is getting irritating. I can't like step away from K-manga without it doing that crap. That's getting on my nerves. I'm gonna do that. There we go. I like can't step away from K-manga without it doing that shit. It's getting on my nerves. Okay. Too intense. Okay. Too strong. Still too much. I'll do like 2 more and then I'll call it quits. Nope, too strong. Oh, that one. Still too strong. Okay, last one. Nope, just horror creeping noises. I know what I want, but I can't find it at the moment. I do apologize. I know how to convey it, but I can't find it at the moment. What can I do? Oh yeah, I didn't open up Twitch again. I did it again. I didn't look at Twitch again. It does help that I ate so I can actually like focus now. Channel. Minecraft cave sounds. Actually, that fits. What about Bardock's death from Dragon Ball Super Broly? I need a song that feels empty. Maybe something from like Silent Hill might do the trick. Silent Hill might do the trick, like some sort of Silent Hill music. Because Silent Hill has that like emptiness to it. It has that like sense of emptiness to the images. Let me see if I can find a Silent Hill song. Silent Hill 2 OST. Nope, too strong. Okay, this one might do the trick. Okay, this one might do the trick. Do you see how it works? The song's called Mirrored Guilt. It kind of works. It's a little too strong, just a tad. If it was like a little lower, because I think there needs to be a lightness to it where it's not so overbearing. The way Reiji's approaching this is really, really good, where he's striking an immaculate balance with his approach to the music. But stop this autistic nonsense. Well, you're getting banned for that. Let people enjoy what they enjoy. Don't be a fucking dick. Yeah, the song is like too strong. The song I just played, a little too strong, but it has the right vibe. It felt too overbearing, but it has the right vibe. I like the vibe of the song. I just thought it was a little too strong. You know, it needs to be lighter. Like there's an uncomfortable lightness to the whole situation that should not feel this light. And I think that's what makes it effective, is that it is light. It is not overbearing. But there's an emotional undertone that's uncomfortable. That's kind of this entire scene. There's an emotional undertone of genuine uncomfortability to what's going on, but the immediate sound you hear is not necessarily uncomfortable. I think that's what makes this so effective. It's that it's a set of chapters that utilizes uncomfortability on the surface level. It uses it utilizes uncomfortability under the surface level. Rather than your immediate uncomfortability, it makes you uncomfortable like by just thinking about it, by processing it, by like sitting down with these feelings. Whereas on the cover, it's not that uncomfortable. Will the anime put the right music in this situation? I kind of doubt it. The anime is how the anime has handled this stuff in the past has not been good. It has not been good. Yes, discomfort. There, you feel discomfort, not necessarily outright like scared. It's not just outright scary, just discomfort. You need to just look up calm dissonant stings. It's that kind of vibe. Calm dissonant stings. Is that a song? Or is that just like the music you're describing? We're getting a little distracted at the moment, so I won't worry about this, but I think I've made my point. Let's see. I'm gonna say Ruka looks way cuter with without the goofy ribbon on her hair. Kazuya needs to stop feeling guilty. He did nothing wrong. Okay, whatever. I'm glad he still has his wits about him through it and not totally passed out. Post-nut clarity incoming. I hope the relationship with Ruka finally ends. How old is Kazuya exactly? He's 22. No. He's 22. Kazuya had his 22nd birthday. Ready for this to end. Kazuya definitely needs to have a long, serious conversation with Ruka. He and Chizuru treated her terribly, but attempted rape isn't in any way excusable. Chizuru should also be involved. What happened is partially her fault, and she and Kazuya need to stop keeping serious things secret. Okay, fair enough. Really, the story in the situation in particular is at a point where it can't slip where it can't slip anything. No, I don't really understand what the chapter cover is about. The guy seems the one renting Kazuya's room, but what about the store? It's Yeah, the cover is weird. The description they gave for the cover is interesting, but it is weird. Now, there is something I do want to point out. The person purchasing here is clearly a woman. The person purchasing here is clearly a woman, and I think that seems like an intentional motif. Like, why depict a girl buying stuff and there's a guy there? Because you could just draw a guy. So why draw a girl? So right, you have a guy and a girl, and there's like a clear barrier between them. Right? He's an employee working here, and there's a clear divide between them. Whereas she's just a customer purchasing something. To me, this showcases clear lines being drawn as a contrast to Kazuya and Ruka, where there are no clear lines. Because what is the first thing you see, right? You see Ruka literally touching Kazuya, whereas here you see this guy literally separated by a clear barrier. And you also see that motif of lines everywhere. Lines, lines, lines. There's a clear motif of lines. So I think, to me, whereas like, let me read you what it says again. Whereas the words here read in the Japanese one, here we have an exchange student protecting and supporting the shop, the family home, but behind the scenes, an innocence couldn't be protected. This is core here. What have I been explaining about what's going on right now? This entire chapter is a disguise. Everything about these chapters is a big disguise. So, something happening behind the scenes, in contrast to in the stuff clearly in front of you, there's nothing going on, I think is important. So this image is, to me, meant to contrast the very fundamental nature of the chapter. You have professionalism, clear lines being drawn, an exchange student just working his job, just talking to a lady who's just shopping at the store. There's no distinction or anything weird going on. However, this contrasts Kazuya and Ruka, and in particular, the way they're standing actually ultimately ends up reversing this shot right here. Whereas Kazuya and Ruka have no clear lines drawn, and you see like literally a line up here. Here, the lines are incredibly clear, not just from their clothing, but from the store and the environment and where they are. To me, everything about this shot right here conveys clarity on their roles as people. This is what this is. Clarity on your position and your role and who you are and what you're doing. You can tell this is just a store employee working his job. This is just a girl shopping. If there's anything else going on, you don't see it. It's not in front of you. The emphasis is on the environment too. Literally, the environment is clearly being emphasized. It is well lit. It is a well lit environment, and there's nobody here but those two people. And yet, you don't know if there's anything going on. You don't know if there's anything going on between these people. There's a fundamental separation happening. In contrast with Ruka and Kazuya, it is quite literally the opposite. There's clearly no boundaries. You could look at this out of context and think they're dating. Like, actually straight up dating, or they just had sex or something. Right? You could think of this in a lot of different ways. That, to me, is the point of the cover. It draws a very clear, distinct line and creates a very clear understanding of this is a dude working a job and this is a girl purchasing something. If there's anything else going on, I don't know about it. In contrast here, you could interpret this a lot of different ways. We should talk. Okay, what does that mean, right? Usually we should talk could be a bad thing. It could be also a positive thing. It could be something else. The way Ruka is dressed does not fit the relationship Kazuya has with her. There is the entire nature of the chapter is unclear lines. Lines not being clear. So the cover page ultimately reflects that, and also hides things in plain sight. Just as this chapter hides things in plain sight, so too does this cover page also hide things in plain sight, because we have context as to who this guy is. He's an exchange student. He's a transfer student. You're getting told the impression that he's supporting and protecting the shop, the family home. Which implies to you, like, wait, we didn't know anything about that before, right? Why is he supporting and protecting the shop? Does he care about that? So you're given certain pieces of context, and you know who this guy is, but you see him from far away. You don't see him from up close. He's far away from you, and for that exact reason, you don't know him very well. Because he's far away, you're only getting a far away perspective of the situation. You're only getting your perception of this situation is blinded by where you're standing and how close you are, as you cannot even hear them converse. You don't know what they're saying. You don't know what they're talking about. They could be close. They could not be close. So your perception of events, because you're like looking at it, okay, they're like I was explaining before, the lines are clearly drawn. He is just a dude working a job. She's just a girl purchasing something. But because you're so far away, you don't actually know if there's maybe something else going on. All you have is your perceived perceptions of their relationship, not actually what's the truth of it. You can't actually truly be certain. You can only see from far away, like you're looking behind a glass almost. That is the point. That's what is being hidden in plain sight. This idea that you think you understand their preconceived roles because of how they appear, not knowing maybe these two could have a relationship. For all you fucking know, these two people in this picture could have a relationship. Just as with Kazuya and Ruka, it appears a certain way, when in reality it's a whole other thing. And this chapter leverages that. It leverages this idea of how you think things are looking because of how you're viewing them. Remember how we were talking about this? Like, all the stuff Kazuya goes through here, it looks comedic, it looks silly, when in reality there's something much more sinister underneath everything. That's this chapter. It's a chapter that looks a certain way and isn't like that at all. Just as Ruka here looks a certain way, appears quite sinister here, and yet there might be something hidden underneath all of that. Too dark prediction. Chizuru finds out about this, doesn't handle it well, and ghosts him again. In despair, Kazuya goes school days with every girl he knows. That is the stupidest thing I've ever fucking read. That is the stupidest thing I've ever fucking read. I'm sorry. That is antithetical to this series and makes no fucking sense. At the top left of the page, you can see gravestones, a kind of cemetery where the man is standing. What? Gravestones? The hell? What are you talking about? What grave? This is a fucking store. What gravestones? I have no idea. Top left? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Unless you're talking about here? If you're referring to this, I can't see anything. I'm pretty sure you're not meant to see anything. If there is something here, you're not meant to see it. I don't see gravestones. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There's no gravestones. Nah, not Mad World. It's uncomfortable and hollow. Not a depressed, deep 13-year-old. Oh, I got it. The opening 5 to 8 seconds of an inspirating from the Ori soundtrack. Okay. Let's pull it up. The song was called Inspirating. There it is. Okay, let's show the Ruka portion. Okay, I'll go here. You said the first 5 to 8 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, I can kind of hear it. Again, the piano doesn't particularly work, but I can kind of hear it. Minus the piano. Yeah, yeah. I'm glad we agree. Yeah, the piano doesn't work, but everything else is great. I think he meant the song named "You Can See the Tombstones" there. No, I'm pretty sure he was like actually talking about some sort of tombstone. Do you think she's nearby Kazuya's place? Johan, do you think chapter 401, Mami leaving, and the chapter Ruka scene with the light have similarities, both white backgrounds? Yes, there is intentional similarities. There is very much intentional similarities between Ruka and Mami as they are inverted characters. Yeah, you mean this? You mean this? Yes, there is. Whenever Reiji depicts light like this, it's meant to highlight isolation. There is a. It's think of it like what Tete Kubo does with Bleach. Tete Kubo became kind of infamous for using white backgrounds. However, they utilize an important aspect in these chapters. No one got my sense of humor. Tough room. That wasn't funny. I'm sorry, that wasn't funny. That was just weird. But yeah, whenever Reiji utilizes white backgrounds like this, it's to emphasize certain aspects about the characters. In this particular case, there's an element of isolation with Mami's character, similar to Ruka's isolation. Mami's isolation stems from her family, not just with her feelings. It's like a self-imposed isolation. Yeah, it's an isolation created as a byproduct of her environment. Ruka's isolation is more internal. Mami's isolation here is like physical outwards. Like she's literally alone. She's quite literally fucking alone. Ruka's isolation is internal. This is why I keep saying that. You're seeing Ruka in shadows. Ruka is constantly being shown in shadows, right? She's in shadow. You see that isolation right here. You have the heartbeats floating around her, but she's in shadows. She sits in a black room and she's the only thing illuminated. Right? She's literally left alone. She's left alone in this room. And time fades and passes, right? She's literally alone. Right? Here it's an inverted version of what you just saw with Mami. It's she's illuminated, her whiteness is illuminated, the room is black. In contrast, when you see Ruka again, it's yet again that exact same feeling, right? It's this, but now there's no heartbeats. Just white background and she's shadowed. Her isolation is internal. She's alone internally. She finally has a heartbeat. Again, the only time Ruka has a heartbeat is literally after the fact. Right? Throughout the entire thing, you barely hear her heartbeat. Now you hear her heartbeat when Kazuya runs away. When Kazuya is gone, then you see the heartbeat. Isolation or mental tunnel vision of focus and used to confuse Kazuya a lot. And used for confusing Kazuya? What? No. This is literally isolation. This is emotional isolation. Ruka feels emotionally isolated. And it's literally because when you do this kind of stuff, you feel that kind of emotional isolation. You feel alone because you made yourself alone. Where were we? We were here. Kazuya is awful. How am I supposed to hold myself back? The internal narration sums him up entirely. No will, no backbone, no courage, no character, just plumb bag of squirming appetites. Bro, he was assaulted and he's trying to rationalize what just happened. He literally disassociates while Ruka did things to his body. I'm sorry. If you think, like, look, you feeling sexual desire and you having a hard time holding back does not make you weak. Everybody feels sexual desire at different points in different levels. Kazuya is written as a character who is more like an average guy. A lot of average guys in Japan have a lot of sexual desires. And Kazuya essentially acts as a kind of criticism of that. Whereas you'll see two extremes, essentially. You'll see dudes in like hentais who can't hold back. And then you'll see dudes in traditional rom-coms who have their shit absolutely fucking together. They are literally under control constantly. Kazuya acts as a criticism of that, or at the very least a commentary of it, because he feels sexual desire. He is a very horny person. He has a lot of sexual drive. And the thing is, he's kept that in check. It's not a lack of character that you struggle to hold back. And the thing is, he literally couldn't control his body. It's not that he couldn't hold back. He literally couldn't fucking move. Have any of you had sleep paralysis? Have any of you experienced sleep paralysis? This is what this is making me think of. You feel like you can move and you can't. This is what that's like. It feels like sleep paralysis, where you know you should move. You're telling your body to move and it fucking won't. And the thing is, Kazuya lost control here because he cannot control these overwhelming desires that he feels. He hasn't addressed this aspect of himself. It's not just merely, thinking with your dick. No. This is incredibly dark. And when you talk about Kazuya like this, you demean what he's going through. It shows how people don't understand sexual assault. It really shows people don't understand sexual assault and like how that functions. Nor do they look at context and actually want to explore what the character is feeling. They just want to judge. They're just judging and reacting to Kazuya's character. They don't actually want to process it, right? They don't actually want to process what that is. Where they're like, okay, Kazuya's had a lot of pent-up emotional sexual drive that he's kind of buried down. This girl who's constantly touching him gets on top of him, and he doesn't want to be with her, and yet she just keeps kissing him and touching him and doing all these things to him that he already wanted to do with someone else, and she uses that fact. And now he feels bad for being unable to resist. And he blames it on the fact that he's a virgin. He blames it on the fact that he couldn't do anything. How am I supposed to control myself? He's upset at himself for his inability to control himself. How am I supposed to resist a relentlessly forcing? What does he say? No way, this can't be real. I mean, swimsuit-clad Ruka-chan relentlessly forcing herself on me. How am I supposed to hold myself back? All of a sudden, it just happened. How am I supposed to stop myself from nutting when she's just touching me and I can't do anything? It's literally Ruka is the sleep paralysis demon. Yeah, he literally couldn't do anything. He's just stuck there. He can't move, and he's trying to cope with what just happened to him. How was I supposed to hold? What the fuck was I supposed to do? That's what he's saying. What the fuck was I supposed to do? How am I supposed to control myself? I couldn't do anything. How many people would have succumbed to Ruka's charm? Kazuya actually really tried his best here. Kazuya didn't even actually succumb. She literally used his body. He didn't actually emotionally succumb to anything. That's the misunderstanding here. He didn't actually emotionally succumb to anything. Emotionally, he's still under control. Physically, he wasn't. She used his desires. She literally abused his feelings and his emotions. He was in control. He didn't give in. His mind was still there. right? It's the scene I showed before. It's this thing I showed from Kingdom Hearts before.
Your body submits, your heart succumbs. So why does your mind resist?
It's pretty much that. I get it, Kingdom Hearts, over dramatic, but that's a pretty accurate fucking statement. Your body submits, your heart succumbs, so why does your mind resist? And that's literally where Kazuya was. His mind was resisting. His mind knows better. But he literally couldn't control his heart and his body. Kingdom Hearts is so cringe. Kingdom Hearts is actually peak as fuck. Kingdom Hearts is actually peak as fuck. It just has some poorly written translations. Some of the ways the translation is done is not great. But Kingdom Hearts is actually genuinely peak. It has some issues. I'm not going to pretend like Kingdom Hearts doesn't have fucking issues, but Kingdom Hearts is actually really good. It's also actually a masterclass of actual good voice acting, making like cringy fucking lines sound epic as fuck. Like Kingdom Hearts has genuinely god tier voice acting because they'll take like some cringy ass dialogue and make that shit sound badass as fuck because they commit with their whole goddamn heart. Like, I'm not even kidding you. If you want to get into voice acting, you should look into Kingdom Hearts because of the way they're so fucking good at voice acting. It's actually incredible. The light thing in the Ruka panel is definitely isolation, but when used with Kazuya, it usually has a broader meaning as contextual. Well, no, in this particular case, I'll give you credit where credit is due. Yes, it's Ruka's isolation, but Ruka's isolation in the context of Kazuya's character acts as makes her stand out more, which makes her more intimidating. That's the other meaning. That's the other contextual meaning of this particular shot that you're referring to here. In the context of Ruka herself, it reflects her own isolation. In the context of Kazuya's character, her isolation in the light makes her more intimidating, and her being hidden in shadow makes her incredibly more intimidating because you don't know what she's thinking, what she's going to say, and how she's going to act. And even when she speaks here, it makes you uncomfortable. Even when she speaks here, it makes you uncomfortable. Have you played Xenoblade Chronicles 3? Also good voice acting. I've played a lot of games. I haven't played Xenoblade, period. I know Xenoblade 2 does not have good voice acting. From what I've heard, I've heard Xenoblade 2 doesn't have good voice acting. I heard Xenoblade 3 and original Xenoblade are like dick ridden to heaven and back, but then never get any rewards, which kind of blows. But no, I have not played Xenoblade. I did own Xenoblade 1 and 2, but I never played them. But I've played a lot of games with like really good voice acting. It's just in particular what I was referring to with Kingdom Hearts is that what makes Kingdom Hearts particular kind of brilliant is how they can take lines that would sound cringy and make them sound good because they're so good at voice acting. They're so incredibly good at utilizing their voice that it makes a line that would otherwise sound cringy sound badass. And I think a lot of actors like Leonard Nimoy as Master Xehanort do an incredible job with this kind of shit. That's what I'm referring to. I'm not just referring to just good voice acting. Like, anything can have good voice acting. What's interesting is the fact that Kazuya has emptied the tank before Ruka arrived, meaning he was expecting something from Ruka. What does that mean? What does that mean? Could you elaborate? I don't know what that means. Oh, let's check here. Funny how you say that, but you mentioned Twitch earlier, lol. Yep, and it sucks. I used to have sleep paralysis. I still get it from time to time. I still get sleep paralysis from time to time. And like it still frustrates me. Like the amount of mental powering through that I have to do to break out of I think Kingdom Hearts is just a pointless franchise game to make money. Anything makes sense to me, just to my take. I don't even know where to begin with that. I'll just say that Kingdom Hearts as a series emotionally saved me when I was a kid, and it still does as an adult in many ways, because Kingdom Hearts actually talks a lot about mental health. And I think people don't realize that. Kingdom Hearts has a lot of amazing storytelling that is very much hidden underneath, and people just don't really appreciate it because they see Disney Worlds and they're like, oh, Disney Worlds, that's fucking it, whoopity-doo-doopity-doo, and that's it. But there's a reason so many people love Kingdom Hearts, and it's because there is genuinely fantastic fucking good storytelling in Kingdom Hearts. And it does like such a great job exploring stuff. But by your logic though, any franchise can be pointless. Anything can be pointless by your logic. No fucking shit. What is the point of art if not just to express yourself? Every art is pointless by that logic. Yeah, no shit. Final Fantasy's pointless. God of War is pointless. Dark Souls is pointless. None of that shit matters. Yeah, by your logic, everything is pointless. That doesn't really hold any weight. Just to clarify, I mean, you mentioned Twitch chat before, but I checked it until. Checked it. Yeah, I didn't check it until. I know. I have a tendency to do that. Oh my god! Even the title for the stream is wrong. Whoops. Even the title for the stream is wrong. Whoops. Let me correct that. Well, damn. Yeah, there we go. Fix the title of the stream. Whoop-de-doo. Okay. Congrats, you just saw sexual assault victim being regretful of getting aroused even when this is what human bodies do when certain parts are stimulated. Pretty much. Like, incredible catch, bro. This is the worst. As I said, Kazuya takes all the blame, and of course Ruka doesn't see herself at fault at all. She even throws out a sarcastic line on top of it. I didn't view the line as sarcastic. Yeah, this line isn't this line here from Ruka is not sarcastic. She's just being blunt. Ruka's always been a very blunt character. So this line to me is not sarcastic. It's just blunt. With this, Reishi's okay, whatever. The moment I read with this, Reishi completely destroyed the manga, get the fuck out of here. Considering Chizuru got off at the wrong stop, what if she decides to visit Kazuya in the meantime and then she finds the two of them there? Okay, we gotta know what Kazuya's address is. Who fucking remembers Kazuya's goddamn address? Okay, I know. Actually, I have a way to find it. I have a way to find it. I have a way to find it. Damn it, I can't find it. I thought I could. Let's see. Okay, what's going on here? He said he even emptied the tank and still came. Ruka is fixated on the fact that she can't let go of anything. The more you look at her, past and present, she simply can't let go and is in the border of line of psychotic indicated by her settling for being second. This is not no. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck you're. Okay, Bulver, you're kind of losing track, buddy. Here, you're kind of losing the sauce a little bit, buddy. Here, this is not psychotic. This is just someone who's invested far too much and is not able to let go. You have to remember, Ruka and Kazuya's relationship has been going on for a year and a half. It's not psychotic. It's, if anything, it's more indicative of her history as a kid and being told she can't have things. In particular, being told that she's defective and missing something. Yes, she is trying to get something. You're not wrong. It is not psychotic, though. It is just someone very much caught up in their emotions and their desires to destructive degrees. That does not make you psychotic. Stop using words like that lightly. It is incredibly stupid. I'm sorry, I will call you out for this shit. It is incredibly stupid to use words like that lightly. No, it is not psychotic. You have not seen actual fucking crazy people. If you think this is what this is, you have not seen like actual people like who are fucking nuts. It is not psychotic. It is just someone who's very, very caught up in their emotions and at this point has a very hard time being reasoned with. That does not mean you're crazy. Okay? She's not just throwing everything away. Ruka is literally emotionally stuck. Ruka is literally emotionally stuck. She wants change, and she cannot have change. It's not the change she wants. So she's literally stuck. She can't move forward. She can't move back. She can't do anything. She's literally trapped by her desires. She's quite literally trapped by her desires. I literally said this when we were reading through my Twitter. I'm 100% sure someone on Japanese Twitter will figure out how far Chizuru is from his apartment. I just remember like we had Kazuya's apartment. I know we have Kazuya's actual apartment. I just don't remember where it is. That's my fucking issue. I know we have his apartment. I just can't remember where it fucking is. Oh, okay, so someone sent me something on my email. In Ichigaya, there's a fishing spot too. To be 100% sure, please ask a Japanese friend. If you find detailed map of these Tokyo lines, then everything becomes clear. Ruka does indeed have an identity problem, and she's literally like the Yamamoto line. When you ride the Yamamoto line, you approach intersections with other lines. The Yamamoto line from which Ruka admired Sakura runs through Shinagawa line, or Shinagawa Ward, so the reference to Sakura is intentional, because Sumi's surname is Sakurasawa. Well, Sakuras just represent beginnings, anyways. It also runs through Akihabara, which may symbolize Mini. Knowing the station, one could also figure out... okay, Akihabara is not where most people go to shop for that stuff. Akihabara is usually where it's considered the big anime spot, except it's not. It's the big rip-off anime spot, and you only go to Akihabara if you don't actually know the good shit. You think Akihabara is the big place. You go to Akihabara to get fucking ripped off. So no, Akihabara is not representative of Mini. Ichigaya Station is almost at the center of the circle formed by the Yamanote line, which may symbolize that Chizuru is trapped inside. Huh. Ichigaya Station is at the center of the circle formed by the Yamanote line, which may symbolize Chizuru is trapped inside. So the line they're referring to is the train line they're referring to, which, by the way, drawing lines, Chizuru is on a train line. Yeah. Anyways, the line they're referring to, the line Ruka mentions in like chapter 100 something. Oh my god, chapter 254 also has the trains. Fuck, there's a lot of themes of trains at the moment. Okay, so chapter 142. Yeah. Ruka asks Kazuya. Okay. So Shinagawa Yotsuya. Where's the Yamato line? So there's Ishigaya, almost at the center. The Yamato line is this line right here. Chizuru would have had to be on the Soba line or the Chiyo line. So whereas Ruka is on the outside, Chizuru is on the inside. Would you say that? I would say rather than Chizuru being trapped. So okay, just to show you, this line, the one that Ruka talks about in this chapter, is the green one. Ruka asks Kazuya, which line do you prefer, the Yamanote line or the Cho line? Kazuya says, Cho, I guess. If we're going by that logic, Cho, the red one, is the one Chizuru could have been riding right now. Or no, it couldn't be because she would have had, so she was riding the Sobiya line. She was riding the Sobiya line because she got off at Ichigaya. So Chizuru is, you could interpret it as Chizuru is on the inside, Ruka is on the outside. Because Ruka rides this line, the green one, Chizuru rides the one on the inside. So there you go. That's a little cool detail, and that actually matches the theme of the chapter itself when we were going through it, which is literally surface level versus internal. If Chizuru had taken the Choi line further... Wait, she was on the Choi line? Because the Choi line doesn't stop at Ichigaya. At least I don't think so. She would have been on the Sobiya line. Because Choi line is rapid service, so it would have gone further. If Chizuru had taken the Choi line further, she would have ended up at the point where the lines intersect again, which means symbolize a reunion with Ruka. Oh. Yeah, if Chizuru had taken the line further, she might have interacted with Ruka, but she didn't. Interesting. There could have been an intersection with Ruka, but she doesn't. That is an interesting detail. The pentagonal hair clip may be a reference to Morning Gloria. The flower have a similar shape. The flower that Kazuya really wanted to grow, but instead he grew hibiscus. Could also look like a hibiscus, but continue. Chizuru got off at Ichigaya Station. The Ichigaya Fish Center in Tokyo is probably the place where Kazuya went fishing on his date with Sumi. It is a fishing spot. Well, no, it wouldn't be in Ichigaya because the fishing spot wasn't the fishing spot near Odaiba? Yeah, the fishing spot would have been near Odaiba. I don't think that would have been near Ichigaya. Yeah, I don't think that's right. Yamamoto is a loop and... oh my god! The line Ruka likes is a loop. Holy shit, the line Ruka likes is a loop. I didn't even process that. The green line is the line Ruka likes, and it's a fucking loop. It literally turns round and round. Holy shit. And the line Chizuru likes is straight. Or sorry, the line Kazuya picks is the straight line. Kazuya's line is too fast. Kazuya's line is too fast. It's the rapid service. The line Chizuru is riding, the Soba line, is the line that takes its time. It goes through each individual stop. Bruh. Let's see. Yamamoto is a loop and Chiri is a straight line. It's ironic that she asked him this question on her birthday, and Kazuya's birthday, she may be rejected. I think Chizuru will meet Sumi in this area and ask her for advice. The man from the fishing shop mentioned that Sumi had been there before, so maybe she goes there to... Well, no. Sumi went there because she was practicing for the date, so that doesn't make sense. The next chapter will be Chizuru. Next chapter will be a Chizuru chapter, and Reiji is clearly leaving us in suspense with Kazuya's conversation with Ruka until next year. You think so? Huh. I'm not sure about that. That's an interesting take. It's possible. Chapter 96 is Kazuya's date with Sumi at the fishing spot. Ruka and Minnie were dressed as bunny girls, more like Playboy bunnies in dark outfits. Okay, well, so was Chizuru. Wait, what? No, Minnie didn't wear a bunny girl outfit. She wore that in a cover. Chizuru was actually dressed as a bunny girl. Okay. Sumi was the only one dressed up in white. Fluffy rabbit. The costume Minnie dressed Chizuru in was something in between. At the end of the date, Kazuya and Sumi sat on the beach where Sumi gave Kazuya his birthday present. Ruka's question about the railway line was asked in the same place. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Those are completely different places. The place where Ruka asks Kazuya about this is not in Odaiba. This was not in Odaiba. You're mixing up your spots. This does not place this. No. Where Ruka and Kazuya sit is not where Sumi and Kazuya sit. Where Sumi and Kazuya sit is in Odaiba, the same exact spot where the rejection happens. Where Kazuya and Ruka sit is in a completely different place. It's in a completely different spot. This is not the same place at all. This is somewhere else. Which, by the way, Ruka's birthday, she looks like she's about to kiss him, and all she wants is his name. How much Ruka has changed. Okay, let's see. Mami's Twitter account, Pion21, is an onomatopoeia of a rabbit hopping. I remember this when I saw the panties with the rabbit. Huh. Interesting. So Mami's Twitter account is an onomatopoeia of a rabbit hopping. While watching the dolphin show, Sumi chose the 5th row so as not to get splashed with water. And on that particular day, the dolphin decided to splash the 5th row. I think Sumi will remind Chizuru about Kazuya's birthday and that she should visit him herself. I also think both of them will go to hot springs to relax. Feels random, but okay. It is clearly visible that Ruka's posture resembles Umi's posture just before he was rejected, but Umi didn't accept the rejection, so I feel Ruka won't accept it either. We'll see. Kazuya may tell Ruka about living with Chizuru for a month, and Ruka will do something so they can also spend a month together. No, this doesn't feel right. That doesn't... Ruka, to me, is a character stuck between resignation and persistence. And she doesn't know what to do. And that is clear. And that is so incredibly clear. She knows she has to face this, she just doesn't know what to do. I suspect a trip to the mountains. Ruka will go on her own. It will literally... Okay. It'll be like the Aoka arc from Shiunji Family. Check out the picture of Kanokari x Shiunji Family, the one with the girls in the white outfits. It's a map, so where Ruka and Oka are. Well, yeah, I'm aware Ruka is meant to mirror Aoka. Yes, I know Ruka mirrors Aoka. I'm fully aware of that fact. Chizuru might be closer to Siha or Banri, and then Mami feels closer to Banri, weirdly enough. Or maybe she's closer to Siha, I don't know. But yes, I'm aware Aoka and Ruka mirror each other. I'm aware there's a similarity between the two characters. An intentional one at that. Okay. Let me check Twitter, see what else is going on. I haven't checked Twitter in a little bit. It's been like a few hours. I'm pretty sure he mentioned the address during the date arc with Chizuru. I don't remember an address, so I'm not gonna pretend like I know. Let's see. The latest chapter of Kanojo, Okarishimasu manga poke. Awakening, straight to the bathroom, storm of guilt, bad thoughts, no way that's good. Offer to take the divine... Offer for a talk to divine the future. Meanwhile, Chizuru got all worked up and missed her stop. Cute. The hairpin is cute too. Okay. Did they write their thing yet? This person usually writes... Yes, they did. Very cool. Let's read that post, shall we? Oh. Alrighty. Japanese fans, enlighten me. What do we got? Cover illustration, Cypher-kun. Huh, what the hell? Flashback, thought I did it of all times. 2 patterns. I'm sorry, charming. I'll wait to take it. This is an interesting one. 2 patterns. There's 2 different things going on. I do agree. Good excuse. Bam. Starring. I know what. Let's talk for a bit. Yeah. Starting with a chirp, lol. Siful-kun is still working, huh? Regain consciousness. Ruka is in full swimsuit mode. It's a pain to deal with inside the panties, huh? But she's wearing a pretty cute style, though. Well, it's probably wouldn't be good no matter the timing, but there's this whole setting of standard thing. It's been a while since I saw the hoodie, and either way, the hair doesn't suit her, lol. She's scrubbing Kazuya is scrubbing like crazy. Looking back again, guess I was watching quietly. There were plenty of suspicious points after all. It's not exactly wholesome, is it? Maybe she was outside the door. Well, this wasn't the case, and she's wearing it. Some people bounce back quickly, Ruka-chan. I really need to talk to her. Chizuru's side after so long. She's all worked up, huh? Seriously, she's still freaking out over the kiss. Her hairpin is cute. Is this actually the first time we've seen Chizuru wearing a hairpin outside of flashbacks? Chizuru all worked up and missing her stop. Super cute. Preview title, Wise Man Time. Well, you're a wise man time. You're in wise man time now, lol. It, in a way, precisely because he's calmed down now is when he actually talked things through. Ruka-chan has figured out quite a bit about Kazuya and Chizuru, and it's precisely because she's aware that she's making this offer. That means they can finally talk about the situation properly. I don't know how detailed they'll get about the living together situation, but considering the future, they'll probably have to talk about July 11th incident and this sort of thing. I don't think so. The key point will be what conclusion the two of them reach. It seems like it'll be an important decision for both of them and for Chizuru too. And so, Kazuya exhausted, he regains consciousness and can't hold it in, heading straight for the bathroom. Tormented by guilt towards Chizuru, he tried to return only to find Ruka-chan already dressed. Even considering Ruka-chan's words, he proposed they couldn't go on like this and needed to talk. Meanwhile, Chizuru was agonizing. What kind of talk will it be? What will happen to the fake girlfriend arrangement? Will Chizuru keep agonizing? It's intriguing, but since this is a combined issue, let's hang in there for another 2 weeks. Yep. 2 fucking weeks. 2 fucking weeks. God damn it, man. 2 fucking weeks. God, I just realized. This smile. Oh my God. All I can remember is the smile on your face. That smile is what got him through everything. And he now feels like he might lose it. Why did Kazuya tell her what he did here? Why did Kazuya take action here? He remembered her smile. Her smile gets him through shit. And now her smile will be the thing that haunts him. He's afraid he's never gonna see that smile again. Oh, god damn. Her smile haunts him now. This thing that like gave him strength now haunts him. That fucking hurts, man. That hurts. Oh shit. I screwed up. No way. No way. Shit. Oh, that hurts. That hurts to watch, dude. Look at how he turns cartoony, Serious. Shows his crotch. Serious. Gets the flashback. Oh, man. The stages of grief, also known as the stage of death. Wait, we're talking about grief? Ruka is going through the stages of grief. She's bargaining. I guess she did already go through denial, so this is bargaining. This is true. This is true. Shit, she did go through denial already. Oh my god. You're right. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're right. She went through denial. A lot of this has been denial. Now it's bargaining. Oh boy. Ruka should be punished. No. Punishment achieves nothing. Punishment is nothing more than self-satisfaction. Punishment is not justice. Do not conflate justice with punishment. Those are two different things. Punishing her does nothing here. Now calling her out on her bullshit, telling her what she fucking did, and how it fucking hurt Kazuya, well, that's a whole other thing. But that's a great catch, Cyber Demon. This is, in fact, the stages of grief. Right now, Ruka is at bargaining. You're right. She's been through denial. Now she's at bargaining. Disagree. Punishment is judgment. Is only way for change. No. Punishment is not justice. There are times where punishment is necessary, yes, but it is not. No. Judgment is not justice. There's two different things. Judgment is not justice. That's completely different. Judgment is not the only way for change. That's not true. I disagree. People can change in many various ways. Punishment would not solve this issue. Punishment would not fucking solve this issue. Dude thinks he's Batman. No. Batman doesn't kill people, so he doesn't go nuts. Because he knows he'll kill people. The reason Batman don't kill people is because he knows he'll lose his shit. Because he knows he's crazy. That's not what I'm talking about. I do think there are people who don't fucking deserve their life. You please understand. I do think there are people who do not deserve their life. However, I think there is a time and place for punishment and a time and place for justice. And in this particular case, justice is necessary. Punishment would achieve nothing. The true good result of this situation is Ruka acknowledges what she did and she creates distance from him. That's not punishment. That is not punishment. Calling Ruka out on her bullshit and getting her to step away is not punishment. That is the consequences of your actions. It has nothing to do with punishment. Punishment is for your self-satisfaction. Do not conflate your self-satisfaction for justice. Those are two completely different things. You want Ruka to be punished because you don't like her right now. That's why you want her to be punished. You say it's for justice. You're talking about, no, it's not. You just don't like Ruka right now. She did something you don't like, and you're upset, and you want to lash out, and punishment makes you feel good. You feel it is the right thing to do. If the situation was flipped, the Kazuya would have been arrested. Why? He could have been arrested, true. Yes, he could have been arrested, true. Or he could have actually gotten away with it, too. So, no. It's far more complicated than it appears because they're dating. Right? Let's not talk about laws in this situation because the laws can be easily broken, especially in Japan. In this particular situation, they're dating. So literally it would not go through. Literally, if you reported Kazuya or if you reported Ruka, it might not go through. Now, if you say something like Umi did that, then yes, something could have theoretically happened. The point that someone could get in trouble with the law for what they did is important here. You are correct. But the law should not dictate the element of punishment here. Rather, you should understand what you did. You should understand what you fucking did. And that helps change infinitely more than just outright punishing someone. I think it's far more complicated than just bad thing happen, punishment, change. That's not how it works. It's too binary. You got to start looking a little bit more at the gray area here. That's important. For instance, the law isn't really going to help this situation. Not really. The law isn't really going to help this situation. It's just going to make it worse. Because the law often does. It's rather about knowing how to handle the situation. There are situations where you should get the law involved. In this particular case, I don't think so. Because they've known each other for a while. They've been dating for a while. This has happened before. This is something they need to sit down and fucking talk about because this happened multiple times in the past. This is a bad sign of a relationship that needs to be explained and discussed with each other and set clear boundaries. That's the issue. Go watch Daredevil. There's a reason why the Punisher is at maximum an anti-hero. I don't know. The Punisher does go a little too far. The Punisher does go too far. Like there's a reason why, sometimes you shouldn't fucking kill people, because there are comics with the Punisher that are drawn where it's like, this is why we don't kill people, because you do stupid shit like this, you motherfucker. The Punisher has done incredibly stupid shit, but what makes the Punisher effective as a character is he knows he's in the wrong. That's what makes him effective as a character. That's why policemen or the military worshiping the Punisher is bad. Because no, don't fucking worship this guy. This is what he's doing is fucking wrong. What he's doing is not justice. What he's doing is wrong. Like, the dude just fucking slaughters people. There's a difference between punishment and natural consequences. I think Punisher is less of a anti-hero and more like a kind of a villain anti-hero. He's more of a villain anti-hero because he borders that line very carefully. Ruka's punishment will be her shame towards herself for the rest of her life. Oh, she's definitely gonna have like a lot of, like, when she processes what she did. Oh man. To be honest, to be fair, as a reader, you can't get mad at people dropping the series because Ruka's getting off easy. All we're getting is talking to. I can't get mad at them because it feels like injustice. Again, you have a clear problem here, and it's the fact that you want immediate, instant gratification and solutions to this problem when Reiji is talking about a very particular thing. And it's the fact that there are people, especially girls like Ruka, who are very attractive and young, who get away with this shit. The point is that there comes a time where you're not going to keep getting away with this shit. You're missing the forest for the trees. You're so distracted by the fact that Ruka is getting away with stuff, you're missing what Reiji's actually trying to talk about. The people get away with this stuff. That's a fucking issue. Because she's attractive, because she's young, she gets away with this shit. That's the point. A lot of beautiful people get away with horrendous shit. Because they're beautiful and young and attractive. Umi is a perfectly good case. He seems like a dude who's just getting away with crap. Mami gets away with crap. Heck, a lot of people are projecting what Mami and Ruka do onto Chizuru because she gets away with crap. And this is the most interesting part. People cheer Minnie on and don't realize how she's literally getting away with crap in front of their faces. Mami is doing it to your, not Mami, Minnie is doing it to your fucking face, and you're cheering her on. She's literally doing it to your face, and you're like, hell yeah, I love her. You're literally eating shit and saying, this is the greatest dinner I've ever had. Like, that's literally what Minnie does. That's literally what Minnie does. Minnie literally does horrendous shit and gets away with it. And you cheer her the fuck on. A lot of people get away with stuff when they're attractive. That's just a fact. This doesn't necessarily always mean they're horrendous, horrible people. Okay? Rather, some of these characters have to face the consequences of their actions. In particular, Mami's case. Mami, in particular, got away with shit in Hawaii. Nothing happens to her. And yet, her life fucking sucks. Mami's life fucking sucks. She has nothing. Her life sucks. In contrast, you have a character like Ruka. Ruka's whole entire thing is that she got away with the shit she pulled in the 3 months. She got to date Kazuya this entire time. And now it's coming full circle. Okay, you can't just keep getting away with this. You're not going to find happiness like this. And it's going to suck and it's going to blow up in your face. And it does. Kazuya, too, this happens to him as well. He doesn't recognize his own privilege and how he's getting away with a lot of things. And naturally, it blew up in his face. A lot of characters in this story do get away with stuff. This is just a fact, and they all have privilege. Every character has an element of privilege going on with them, and they get away with that kind of stuff because every single human has privilege. You probably have privilege, and you're probably getting away with shit that you don't fucking recognize you're getting away with. You literally don't know what you're getting away with. You're probably getting away with something, and you don't recognize that. And that's just everybody. Everybody gets away with shit they don't recognize. I disagree with Ruka not being 100. Okay, I'm going to mute you for a little bit, dude, because this is getting a little out of hand. I'm only muting you for like 10 minutes because for first case offense, but I need you to tone it down, dude. I get you're angry. I get you're frustrated, but could you not? Could you not? I need you to tone it down. He's always on the darker side of morally gray. Who is? Who is? That's the most incel shit I've heard in a long time. Okay, you're getting temporarily muted for that. What did you mean? What did Minnie do? Horrendous shit. Bad? I'm with you. Horrendous? Nah. Did we like conveniently forget? Did we like conveniently forget this? Oh, how about this? Shows up to Kazuya's place, gets him shit-faced drunk, has him shit-talk the girl that he likes, only to admit later she didn't know what the fuck she was talking about, then keeps getting him more drunk and gets him to drink even more stuff right after. Doesn't once admit she did anything fucking wrong. So Minnie didn't get away with any horrendous shit here. Nope. She didn't totally do that. She didn't seemingly make Kazuya emotionally cheat here without even realizing that he did by having him reenact an intimate moment with her and using his feelings for Chizuru to get what she wants and not admit it to herself. She didn't pin the blame completely onto Chizuru and not acknowledge the fact that she's the one creating this entire situation in her stupidity. Minnie absolutely did horrendous shit here. What I'm saying is Minnie is nowhere near Ruka or Mami. Minnie gets a little close. Minnie is, sure, it's nowhere near as bad as Ruka or Mami. Sure. She's getting pretty darn close. And the reason I'm saying this is because she's literally just feeding Kazuya lies and she's creating this entire situation. She's being incredibly cruel to Chizuru. And just babying Kazuya to get what she wants. And she doesn't realize she's doing this. It's because Minnie is not being honest with herself. To me, Minnie is bordering on becoming incredibly bad. She's not there yet, but she's getting there. And she doesn't see she's doing this. She doesn't see she's the one who's pushed Kazuya into this point. She doesn't see how she's pushed Chizuru to this point. The fact that she gets Kazuya shit-faced drunk and ruins his house on the first day he moved here is pretty telling. This is not good. This is not unimaginably horrendous, but this is pretty bad. Sumi is just pure as fuck, lol. You're somewhat misunderstanding Sumi, but alright, bud. People get angry when the girlfriend don't acknowledge the darker side of the job and miscommunication. Now it's doing that people are more outraged. What do you mean? Rent a Girlfriend has always acknowledged the darker elements of its storytelling. It's just people didn't notice it because they're so content living with the curtain on. But it's always talked about it. It was there the whole fucking time. Let's see. Gee, it's almost like Minnie and Ruka were the main villains after Paradise. Minnie wasn't initially the villain. Minnie is kind of the phrase, when you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Because that's kind of what Minnie did. Minnie got too invested in this relationship. Minnie objectifies her own values projects on her own values onto Kazuya and portraying it as the truth and gospel when she's wrong. If a fair bit, her analysis is always somewhat off, but as a whole in the right place for now. Her analysis is almost always objectively wrong. On surface level, sometimes she's kind of correct, but a lot of times she's actually objectively wrong. Gee, it's almost like Minnie and Ruka were the main. Okay, we already did that. I get what you're saying, but one maliciously outs him to everyone after a breakup and traumatizes him. One sexually assaults him, and one trashes his room. You also forgot how Minnie just outed Kazuya's feelings to Chizuru without his consent. Huh. That's weird. You also forgot how Minnie jumped all up in Chizuru's business and demanded Chizuru open up to her and tell her exactly what she's feeling when Minnie does not open up to her once. Minnie never once tells her what she's actually feeling. Now she tells her why she sticks with Kazuya, sure. Right? But Minnie is far too invasive. You're giving her far too much credit. Minnie is far too invasive. Now, I get it, yeah, but my point is Minnie does get away with shit. And she didn't just trash his room, she got him shit-faced drunk and got it in his head to not talk to the girl that he loves, not realizing she's the one who did this. She's the one who got all in his head. She's the one who made him not talk to Chizuru. She literally borderline ruined their fucking relationship and her stupidity. Now, part of it is Kazuya's fault. He listened to Minnie, sure. But to say Minnie didn't fucking put him on this track is bullshit. She totally 100% did. So to say Minnie didn't do horrendous shit is also bullshit. She did. She unintentionally sabotaged their relationship. She got it in his head a lot of times and then just runs off. Just like, oh yeah, I did this. Not my fault. I didn't do this. Just steps away. Minnie doesn't realize her own privilege. Minnie is bad for Kazuya, but she's not as bad as Mami. I'm telling you, she's getting there. And that's the problem. I say she is almost as bad as Mami because she's nearly emotionally cheating with him. She's not being honest to him as a friend. She's on the border of emotionally cheating with him and not realizing and not admitting to the fact she's borderline sabotaging their relationship. So I'd argue, is that not nearly as bad as Mami and Ruka, who are actively trying to sabotage their relationship, or were? Mami and Ruka were actively trying to sabotage their relationship. Minnie isn't trying to, but she's actually unconsciously doing it. She's unconsciously sabotaging their relationship and refused to admit it to herself because she keeps cheering them on. Trashing his room was for comedic reasons. No, it wasn't. It's literally like the Ruka chapter. It's literally like the Ruka chapter. The comedy disguises how horrible this is. The comedy disguises the actual issue. She's literally getting him shit-faced drunk, letting him spew actual venomous shit towards women, and just acting like this is totally normal. It's literally not just irresponsible, it's a bad friend. Because the reason Minnie does all of this is because she needs control. Like, I gotta pull up that thing I wrote. Like, look at this. Look at this. I wrote this a while back. But isn't this an interesting piece of detail? Kazuya and Minnie are literally looking for control while drinking alcohol and losing control over themselves and their impulses. I don't think anything is going to actually happen, but it'll look like it. Huh. It's almost like this was foreshadowing. Kazuya won't cheat, but Minnie is already doing something really stupid right now. It's almost like this is literally foreshadowing for the Ruka incident. This entire chapter with Minnie was foreshadowing for the Ruka incident because it literally looks like they're cheating. They literally have a codependent relationship. Minnie is the enabler, Kazuya is the people pleaser, and Chizuru is stuck between them, being forced to either control the situation or be a martyr. Why do you think she doesn't tell Minnie about the kiss and walls her out? She doesn't want Minnie to define the kiss for her and Kazuya. Where is the thing I wrote? I think it's 388. Maybe it's 389. Oh, maybe it was 388. Let me check. Okay. When Minnie goes to Kazuya's place, Kazuya can't see. Kazuya can't see despite his eyes being open. Then comes Minnie. She's yet again wearing her Evangelion hoodie with the nerve symbol. This hoodie should already tell you a lot since it symbolizes how things look versus what they actually are, and in turn, what they must mean. In some ways, you can think of the nerve symbol as symbolizing humanity's attempt to conceal its flaws or sins. It stems from a poem, Pipa Passes, of a little girl walking through an industrial hellhole, and she's really not aware of the meaning and the problems of her surroundings. The most iconic line of the poem, and the one spoken in Eva, is "God's in heaven, all's right with the world." The girl sings happy words, but in fact, nothing's right with the world. If all's right with the world, that means something's wrong with God. This reflects Minnie. God is in heaven, and all's right with the world, except it's not. It's all wrong, and mankind has to wrest control from God and his angels to take matters into their own hands, hence the Evangelions. This is a motto of Nerve, and this is what Minnie is doing here, playing God. In reality, like Nerve, Minnie is the little girl who has no idea. She tries to make everything as it should be. This even mirrors the practice state between Kazuya and Minnie, the practice state Kazuya and Minnie go on. She acts like everything she's saying is right, but she is, in fact, courting chaos and is totally wrong. Minnie's visit is exactly this. She is here trying to set things right when nothing needs to be corrected. In so doing, she actively makes everything worse and ends up losing Kazuya a whole day by validating his fears. She tries to help, but makes everything worse. Or did she? Minnie's destructive approach here highlights a few things. One, it gives you a pattern, a trail to follow. By showing you in plain view how Minnie causes chaos, you can reread the whole cohabitation and realize how Minnie has been doing this since the very beginning, always in the middle. However, it does beg the question, why does what Minnie say matter so much? Why do they listen to her at all? Why do they believe her? Seriously, why does Kazuya trust what Minnie says? Why does Kazuya trust what Minnie has to say here? He should know better. It's simple. He doesn't trust what he sees. What Kazuya desperately wants is confirmation. The confirmation reflects his need to control over his life. He wants certainty that he isn't making the wrong choice, so he turns to Minnie, who, to him, has control. This mirrors Chizuru's fears that she's making the wrong choices. But control is something you decide for yourself. Kazuya is leaving control to others. This made it hard for Chizuru, who felt lost. That's why in the walk home she trusted him. Simply put, Kazuya needs to start trusting his choices, and this chapter nails that on the head. You've heard of organized chaos. Minnie's whole thing is organized situations under the guise of chaos. No, it's the flip. Minnie presents the idea of organization when she is absolute chaos. Minnie merely presents you the idea of control. She is absolutely representative of chaos. Minnie is like Ruka. They were a problem creeping up, but wasn't as super obvious as it was with Minnie. She's creeping up on Kazuya to be a major problem, and it's super obvious to the point Chizuru flat out looks whenever she learns Minnie has told Kazuya something. If I have major typos and my fingers are frozen, I apologize. Okay. Yep, it's just far more obvious about its themes now. So much so people are forced to read actively and frustrated at the dissonance their ignorance has created. Yeah, pretty much. There is a clear sense of cognitive dissonance happening here where you've kind of disassociated certain elements and not realized. The difference between Mami, Ruka, and Minnie is that Chizuru has actually taken responsibility over her actions. She's just having a hard time, controlling herself. But Chizuru has actually taken responsibility over her actions, whereas none of the other female characters actually have. Nobody else actually took responsibility for what they fucking did. They kind of just contently live behind the curtain. Contently live, closing and not looking at the full truth as it is. And Minnie doesn't have an experience in being in a relationship. That doesn't excuse her actions. Saying what Minnie did horrendous while calling Ruka and Mami did the same is like saying Chizuru. I didn't say Mami and Ruka did the same exact thing as Minnie. I did not say that. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm merely saying Minnie did horrendous shit too. I'm not saying it's the same level. We're not measuring quality here. I'm merely saying Minnie did horrendous shit too, and she got away with it. And she did, in fact, sabotage their fucking relationship. She did. She got in their fucking way a whole lot instead of just letting them talk. Instead of just giving them space to fucking talk, she constantly invasively gets all up in their shit. That is bad. Look, you're talking with me about semantics here. All I was saying is Minnie got away with horrendous shit. She did do horrendous shit. Period. She did. She literally fucking did. But yeah, what Ruka and Mami did is worse. Sure. I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm just saying Minnie also did horrendous shit and got away with it. How many girls will Kazuya get involved with? None. Minnie is like, I don't know who that is. He didn't mean Minnie is worse. He meant she is one of many problems. Yeah, the relationship is none of her business. Like, I get it. There's nothing wrong with shipping people. The problem is Minnie is kind of the... Minnie is the facade of a supporter. Minnie is the facade of a supporter. She's far too involved. She's not actually being supportive. She's being detrimental to their relationship. She's far too involved. And her involvement foreshadows Ruka. Her involvement in many ways created the very circumstances for Ruka. You saw how, basically, here's a great way to describe Minnie. Minnie is Mami and Ruka dialed down. That's what she is. She's Mami and Ruka dialed down. She's Mami and Ruka in a safe space. That's what Minnie is. Minnie is those characters' problems dialed down to a level of safety. Where look, her presence foreshadows their existence. Because she lets these things happen. She fosters the environment for these things, but she doesn't actually fully go through with it because Minnie is a coward. Minnie is unfortunately a fucking coward. So she's not actually going to go through with it, but she fosters the environment for it and foreshadows their existence. In so doing, it highlights how, hey, look, Minnie actually causes fucking problems. Right? In some ways, you can interpret it as Minnie letting them deal with these issues. In another, you can interpret it as Minnie literally fostering these problems. She's literally both. She's quite literally both. For those that don't know, Kaith is a random cat that appears on King Arthur's head. Eventually, we learn Kaith is a living embodiment of chaos itself. Okay, then. Okay. That's fine. Seriously, we need Chizuru to meet up with Kazuya, learn what's going on, and confront, call out Minnie, Ruka, and Kazuya on their BS. Kazuya less so. I don't think Kazuya needs a call out right now. I think Kazuya just needs to be seen and understood. But then called out on his running away. That he's afraid to face her. That he's doing all these things to hide what he's actually struggling with. Okay. Let's go back here. Do you guys think Chizuru will find out and actually dump Kazuya on the spot like he imagined? That's literally antithetical to Chizuru. That's literally antithetical to Chizuru. I keep wondering what a fair reaction from her would even look like after what just happened. She finally decides to face him wholeheartedly, stop running from her feelings, and this happens behind her back. No matter how people try to frame it, it's going to hurt her. Of course it's going to hurt her, but why would she dump him? How should she react in a way that's fair to Kazuya, but also true to her character? Would she break down? No, Chizuru would just... It really depends on how it's framed and understood. I think Chizuru will try to be as calm as possible about this before freaking the fuck out. I think she'll be shocked, but Chizuru is always trying to be rational. So she'll look for details. Chizuru has always looked for details. When Chizuru finds out about this, she'll ask about the details. Do you love her? Did you do something with her? What did you do? I need you to be specific. I definitely see Chizuru digging for the details, not just immediately reacting. Immediately reacting is not Chizuru's thing. Chizuru doesn't just react. She tries to look at this very calmly. Now, she wants to react. Don't get me wrong. She wants to react, but she's going to ask for details, in particular, because she already told you the way she looks at cheating is if you both love each other. Now, of course, there's the physical act, but that's the thing. Kazuya didn't do anything. Ruka was touching him. Ruka assaulted him. So, Kazuya didn't actually do anything with Ruka. Trying to understand him first, and how will she even find out? Ruka slipping or Kazuya confessing on his own? There's so many ways this could go, and none of them look painless. Right, and that's the thing. That's relationships. Relationships is about facing the pain. That's what it means to be an adult. There's something unsettling with this Ruka stance and image. Like she's ready for something or about to do something. Yeah, it's meant to be unsettling. You're literally looking at your goddamn abuser. You're literally looking at your goddamn abuser. It's meant to be unsettling. The point of it is that it's unsettling. It's not meant to look good. Dude, she literally just fucking abused him. And Kazuya just walked out of the room. She's not gonna look... What, you wanted to fucking smile? No. Hopefully Kazuya finally sits her down and they have a normal talk and break up properly. It's about time. Also, Mizuhara on the way. I have mixed feelings about this chapter. To start, Reishi literally drew a sexual assault scene. Kazuya was almost raped by Ruka, and it's treated as nothing. It's not treated as nothing, or at least, at worst, a joke. Honestly, it disgusts me a bit how it was downplayed. It's not. In my opinion, Kazuya should be angry at Ruka. Okay, there's the problem. In my opinion, Kazuya should. You're doing it again. You're all falling for this trap. You keep doing this. Reishi knows the should mentality. Kazuya should do this. Kazuya should do that. Kazuya should do this. Kazuya should do that. You're ignoring himself. You're ignoring Kazuya. You're literally ignoring his character in favor of what you want. This has become a repeating pattern. Everybody fucking does this. Even Minnie. Reishi literally wrote Minnie's character to be like, hey guys, look at how you keep making Kazuya or telling him he should do A to Z instead of just asking him what the fuck he wants. What does he actually want to do? Instead, you keep telling him what he should do. That's your problem. That's your issue. You keep telling him what he should do instead of just fucking talking to him. What does he feel? What does he want to do? No one seems to really give a shit about that and what Kazuya is actually feeling. The only thing he does is blame himself in this chapter. I seriously hope this conversation between Kazuya and Ruka will mean the definitive end of their relationship. Reishi, please, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, nah. The more I see this, the more I think, okay, it's not actually ending. This line from Kazuya here, where he's like, this could be the end of our relationship, this, to me, is a red flag that it won't be. This, to me, is a red flag that it actually won't be. This won't be the end of their relationship. Something is going to happen, but it's not going to be the end of their relationship. So let's see. What are the 5 stages of grief again? It's like denial, bargaining, anger, depression, and acceptance. What's the order? Steps of grief. Yeah, so denial, bargaining, anger. I wonder if Ruka's going to get angry. Depression and then acceptance. I wonder if Ruka's going to get angry. I feel a bit of anger from her here. I feel a bit of anger from her here. There's like a seriousness to this. I felt a bit of anger here when looking at this image. So there's a chance Ruka may snap. And it makes me wonder if Kazuya would snap. Are they going to get into a fight? It really makes me wonder if they're going to get into a fucking fight. And then after the anger, it'll lead into depression. There's definitely scorn. I don't know if I see scorn, just frustration. I see like frustration. In the story, it's the 3rd, and I believe it's a Friday. In the story, it's a 3rd, and I believe it's a Friday. So June 3rd. But no, like there is frustration here, right? She doesn't look happy. She doesn't. There's like a bubbling feeling, right? Like here, Chizuru is in a daze, but here, Ruka doesn't. She looks bothered. Yeah, it does remind me of Umi. It does remind me of Umi. It's going to be Kazuya freaking out big time about Chizuru's opinion, and she's going to be surprisingly understanding dealing with Ruka's anger after. The anti-Hawaiians and will avoid most of those beats. A dramatic way to end this relationship, just like it was dramatic when it started. Definitely cold frustration, building anger potentially. Yeah, like there's an uncomfortable coldness to this picture. There's a genuinely uncomfortable coldness to this picture. Like it's like and doesn't it make you feel like wanting to take a step back? Like what the fuck? Like this is your immediate reaction when you look at this. You want to take a step back. Like there's something smoldering. There's like a smoldering uncomfortability here. But it's cold. It's chilling. The way she stands is chilling, and yet she's barely wearing anything. I think that jarringness is quite fitting. Like it doesn't. Looking at this does not feel comfortable. It's that look your mom gives before they say, "I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed." If Ruka is disappointed, wow. If Ruka is disappointed, wow. No, I don't think this is disappointment. I don't think this is disappointment. She looks disappointed. She looks like Nagomi to me. Maybe she's disappointed in the result. Maybe she's disappointed in that she didn't get what she wanted. She could be disappointed in herself. She looks like Nagomi to me. It's weird because I thought of Nagomi too. It's weird because I thought of Nagomi too. She looks way older than she is. And that's what makes this image jarring. Ruka looks like the older of the two here. That's why this image is jarring. She looks older here. The image on her, the look on her face is far too mature for a girl her age. The look on her face is far too mature for a girl her age. She looks way older than she is. It really shows you who's actually in control here. Right? It really, like, Kazuya looks bothered. Like, it really shows who's actually in control in this relationship. It's Ruka. It's not Kazuya. She loses her innocence. This is in many ways the death of innocence. Her innocence has already seemingly been gone. Like, this is Ruka learning what it means to be an adult. This is becoming an adult. This is what this is. Like, we were reading this earlier. Decision. Did I misspell decision? Right? Like, again, I wrote this like 2 weeks ago or something. Ruka isn't simply about indecision, as Kazuya clearly turned her down in the past and rejected her advances. He did decide. No, this is about an unfair, selfish, and cruel choice Kazuya must make to unilaterally end the relationship so she will understand. Kazuya's journey right now is about taking steps into adulthood. The cohabitation presented this in a positive and clean ways. Now the story is presenting it in completely dirty and gross ways, because this is adulthood. It's not just clean, it's uncomfortable and a sobering reality. I think Kazuya may find a side of himself he never knew existed, a side he may have looked away from. What if, flip it. What if because we're already noticing that for Ruka too. So I think Ruka is also finding a side of herself she didn't know she had. Right? It's very clear. Ruka is also finding a side of herself she didn't know she had. Whereas Kazuya is coming to terms with a side of himself he didn't like. Kazuya is coming to terms with a side of himself he didn't like. Ruka is finding a side of herself she didn't like. Or she didn't know. She didn't know she had. That's the way I'm looking at it. And isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting? Listen to what I wrote here. Listen to what I fucking wrote here. It's really interesting that we're talking about anger. It's really interesting that we're talking about anger. A side he may have looked away from. This happened at the start of in a positive ways too, when he jumped off the ferry to save Chizuru. But what happens when he is pushed to the brink, when everything he knows fails? Reishi referenced two different stories recently with Minnie. First, and the most obvious, is Steins Gate, which has similar situations where Okuba had to mature and grow. The second, and more subtle, is Dragon Ball, in particular Goku's iconic line to Frieza, "You mean Krillin." Why is this so relevant? Goku, with Frieza, had to contend with his morality and was pushed to the edge, transforming not just by breaking limits which he already broke, but with sadness and anger. Despite all the chances he gave Frieza, he had to take a life because he wouldn't change. Goku had taken lives before, but he tried to preserve all life, even the ones he didn't want to, and he couldn't. This is the death of innocence. A sobering reality that you have to wake up and make choices you don't want to, that sometimes kindness isn't enough. There is similarities present here with Kazuya, as he, like Goku, has been pushed to all of his limits and never given up, not compromising on his ideals that he won't let anyone get hurt, thinking if he works hard enough he can do anything, but that is not life. It's a dream. You should, of course, try to remain true to who you are in life, but there will be times where that is just not possible. This is one such case with Kazuya. He can't reason with Ruka, she doesn't listen, and now she's willing to treat herself like crap just to be with him. Kazuya has clearly had pent-up anger and sadness at his mistreatment, frustration at the world around him which actively seeks to rob him of autonomy. Doesn't this also match Ruka perfectly? What I'm describing, does this not also match Ruka perfectly? Pent-up anger and sadness at her mistreatment, frustration at the world around her which actively seeks to rob her of autonomy. And now, Ruka actively touches him and steals away his control while degrading herself to do it. And now, Kazuya actively chooses to push Ruka away and not be with her, no matter what she does. This may lead Kazuya to snap. It could also lead Ruka to snap. People think Kazuya may give in to Ruka here. I think what people don't realize is there's another side of him he will give into, his rage. What if Ruka also gets mad? Kazuya may yell at Ruka and tell her to leave. He's physically larger and stronger than her. He has not used that strength before this point. Ruka is smaller, but she's louder and she's more blunt. And she's far more physical with him than he is with her. Huh. This is a conflict of Kazuya as well, contending with his gender as a man and how men abuse their strength and rage in relationships. This is also Ruka's issue, contending with her gender as a girl and the fact that she gets away with a lot of shit because she's a cute anime girl, right? Kazuya has not faced and accepted this side of himself. He pushes his strength away because he doesn't want to be like the terrible men out there. This is in part why he struggles to take action with Chizuru, not because he can't, but because he does not wish to rob her of autonomy. He fears becoming a bad man, much like Goku didn't want to be like other Saiyans, but had to embrace a primal transformation in Super Saiyan. You can see this as early as back in the Cheer update. Kazuya feared hugging Chizuru because he thought she might break in his arms. When they're in the shed, he resists his urges to the point of passing out. Yet his size is emphasized to show how physically larger he actually is. Kazuya also has a conflict of frustration with gender equality. Heck, privilege in general is something he struggles with. Not seeing his own, fearing to address his own strength and privilege as a man because he hates what it represents. Yet not looking at women honestly. Again, flip it at Ruka, right? She's frustrated that she can't be with Kazuya, and yet at the same time she's not actually looking at him honestly. This is what it means to grow up, to accept yourself and who you are, your heritage, your ancestry, your gender, your whatever. That they don't have to define you, but they are a part of you. Kazuya has not faced his urges, his anger, his sadness, his strength, and Ruka is challenging that right now because she's doing the same fucking thing. Kazuya having a physical reaction to Ruka is part of his desires as a straight dude. That doesn't mean he likes it. Ruka being on top of him would make most dudes happy, but he doesn't want to do it with Ruka. It bothers him. He doesn't want to be touched by her like this. This is Ruka abusing her privilege as a girl, something Kazuya deeply fears in himself as a man, hurting women with his strength. Ruka is doing this very thing he fears in himself to him, using her hands to get what she wants despite what he says, like a man who lusts for control. With Ruka, Kazuya may need to use his physical strength to stop her, but the dramatic irony arises when he realizes that not using his hands in the past, he may have hurt his relationship with Chizuru, that his words actually did the one thing he didn't want to. Isolate her. Oh my god, we were just talking about isolation. Oh my god, we were just talking about isolation. Kazuya in not touching Ruka and Ruka trying to touch him ultimately resulted in her isolation. This flips back onto Chizuru. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. And that bubbling anger Ruka feels. Oh, Reiji, my goat. Oh, this is starting to click together. Reiji, my goddamn goat, it's starting to click together. Kazuya's journey is of growing up, becoming an adult, and making hard choices. This starts with Ruka, a possible harsh ending, as it happened to him in the past. He may understand Mami better for those reasons. Maybe he will find a different path to be friends in the future. This doesn't make Ruka a bad character, rather just one who's naively lost in her deep lust, controlled by her desires, and unable to make a rational decision anymore. A decision Kazuya must make. It's not about Kazuya's indecision, but hard and cruel adult decisions he must make. Another aspect is Kazuya seeing and accepting his own desires that he denies. Kazuya looks at other women. He is very horny, but he naively tells himself that his heart belongs to Chizuru. His love for Chizuru does not negate the lust he feels, and he must accept both coexisting. This isn't to say he should act on it, but accept that bad side of himself, that his heart really does belong to Chizuru, but he clearly feels sexual desires and looks at other women. In accepting it, he can start controlling it. In denying it, he loses control, just like Ruka. Bro, when I say I was cooking, when I say I was cooking, I fucking meant I was cooking. God damn, I was swinging. Good job past me. Great job past me. Slapping scene incoming. Oh, you think Ruka might slap him? That would be interesting. That would be interesting if Ruka ends up slapping him. Right? I definitely think at the end of this, Kazuya will think it's all his fault. That would be quite interesting. But yeah, there is something quite unsettling about this. What if Ruka tries to slap Kazuya and he catches her hand? He won't. Unless he's angry, he won't. Probably because Kazuya isn't expecting it. But yeah, there's a very real chance he might get slapped. Let's see. I can't believe Ruka, the same one who didn't leave Curry all alone in the pool, the same who didn't let rat Chizuru out, did this. I think you're conflating two different things. People can do good things and also do bad things. Ruka has been doing this since the start of the series, dude. You saw Ruka is capable of from the start. She took Kazuya to a goddamn love hotel like a few months or so into their relationship. Like maybe a month into their relationship, she took him to a goddamn love hotel. Then she stayed over at his place with a goddamn condom. Then she kissed him on his birthday without his consent. Then she tried kissing him again and again and again without his consent, knowing full well he doesn't love her. And she thinks she's not showing her love enough. You literally always had a pattern of this. To say that Ruka is just because she did good things can't do bad things is ridiculous. Every single person is capable of doing bad. It doesn't matter how good they are. Especially if they don't have track and control of themselves. Ruka definitely does not have control of herself. Needless to say, Ruka stands have probably been screaming the last couple chapters and must now come to the reality that a relationship is ending very soon. So, like, do we think Chizuru is going to ask what you mean by Ruka has changed and is acting weird? And she goes and sees what Kazuya is seeing and becomes obvious to what happened wasn't Kazuya's fault entirely. No, I think Kazuya's like going to... If Kazuya talks to her, he's going to blame himself. I can't see Kazuya getting mad before Chizuru getting mad for him while with him. So he understands what he gets mad at. So the only reason I could see Kazuya getting mad is because it stems from frustration. He keeps trying to reason with her and she keeps saying no. And she refuses to, and they both just snap. I could see Ruka getting mad and making Kazuya feel bad. That's how I view it. I could see Ruka getting mad and making Kazuya feel bad because he's calm and she isn't. I think that works well when you consider that Kazuya's going through post-nut clarity, so he's calm, but she's not calm because she didn't get post-nut clarity. Right? Ruka's desires were not satisfied. So she's still in that moment. And because she's not satisfied, she has a very real chance of fucking losing it. So I think that's where that comes from. That's why I think there's a real chance Ruka could get angry. She's clearly pent up and frustrated. Oh, there's someone who wrote in Japanese here. Good evening, good morning, and hello. This scene reminds me of when Chizuru hid Umi-kun by the river. Yes, we've discussed this a few times. Yeah, We've mentioned this a few times where it's meant to look like that by design. Yes, we've mentioned it. Yeah. I know. I don't know if you can understand me, but yes, I know. Let's see. Wondering how Chizuru is going to meet up with Kazuya once the 3 weeks hit. Something is going to happen and they're going to interact with each other. I don't know what, but we'll see. Remember when we all thought the list was going to come into play? Turns out it meant nothing, just like the chocolate in Kazuya's fridge. Unless Ruka is so mad she destroys everything in the house. The chocolate, the keychain, and the list were all big misdirects. For a very simple reason. Ruka already knew. So they didn't matter. That's why they're misdirects. You thought Ruka was going to find out some big revelation. She already knew. So those revelations don't matter. They're misdirects. They were meant to mislead you from the start. Just like Mami was meant to mislead you. Mami is a misdirect. Mami led you down the wrong impression. You thought Mami was going to be the big problem, the big bad. It was Ruka all along. The little kid you thought couldn't do anything. Right? The little kid you underestimated and thought couldn't do anything. You thought the big bad rich lady was the problem. In reality, it was the little girl who seemed utterly and totally powerless and was completely forgotten. She had far more control. Whereas you thought Umi, this big, scary, handsome guy, was going to make some massive bad changes and ruin everything. Plot twist, it wasn't him, it was the little girl. That's what Reiji's utilizing. Every single big bad that you're expecting to cause the big problems doesn't actually cause the problems. It's the one person you underestimated. It's the one person you thought wouldn't do anything. That's what made Ruka so effective as a character. It's the one character you thought couldn't do anything. The one little girl who you underestimated had so much more impact than anything else. That's what made Ruka so effective as a character here. Because you underestimated her. You didn't think she had it in her. You didn't think she would go this damn far. You thought Kazuya could stop her because he's bigger, he's stronger. Right? You thought he could just stop her. Shocking? No, she has far more control than she appears. And you see that here. Literally, in this single panel, it screams control. Everything about Ruka here is in control. She's in control of herself. She's in control of her hands. She's in control of the very scenery. The reason the reason the shot looks like this, the reason she stands where she stands, because she is in control. She stands there. She doesn't move. He moves. She is in complete control. Whereas Umi gives you the illusion of control. Umi doesn't move. Umi doesn't budge. Umi doesn't react. He looks like he's in control. In reality, it's about Chizuru getting control herself. Right? The entire point of that scene was about Chizuru actually getting control, whereas Umi looks in control. The point is to know, I'm in control, not you. You don't get to decide who's in control. That was the point of that scene with Umi. I decide I'm in control, not you. Control is mine, not yours. You don't get to decide how I feel. It is my choice. This is the flip. Kazuya is taller than Ruka. Kazuya is in his own home. He is in his own territory, and yet Ruka is the one in control. She decides who's in control here. It is a complete and absolute misdirect. It is literally the thing that Dragon Ball does effectively. The reason I talk about Dragon Ball a lot recently is because I just recently finished reading Dragon Ball Z, and I read OG Dragon Ball 2. What Akira Toriyama used to do with Dragon Ball is utilize the shorter status of Goku to make people underestimate him. Think he can't do anything because he's tiny and weak. And then he beats the shit out of everyone in the room. Then when you get to the time skip into Dragon Ball Z, which by the way is still just Dragon Ball, Akira Toriyama, I'm talking two different stories and I fall into this stupid trap. Akira Toriyama does this brilliant thing. He flips those roles. Goku gets tall, but then he interacts with Vegeta, and Vegeta is really short. And you don't think, like, you underestimate Vegeta because he's short. And yet he beats the ever-living shit out of Goku. Vegeta is a goddamn monster. And so, literally, it's that same thing here. Ruka is shorter than Kazuya. And yet, she's infinitely more intimidating in this scene. She has all the power in this scene. You feel intimidated when you look at her here. This little kid is scary. This little kid has control in this dude's home. She's the one in charge. She's the one with all the leverage. Even though she seemingly has no leverage. Right? Ruka theoretically has nothing here. And yet she's the one in control. Need 3 guys to beat Vegeta in that arc. 4. Goku, Gohan, Krillin, Yajirobe. You needed 4 people to actually beat him. And then you actually also needed some bullshit too. Like, this dude would not fucking die. Vegeta literally would not fucking die. He was such a he's literally a raid boss. He's literally a raid boss. He's such a problem. Like, Vegeta was such a fucking problem. They were already beat up by Nappa, though. What are you talking about? Nappa killed... Nappa beat up Krillin and Gohan, but Goku gave them a sensu bean, so they were fine. Nappa killed Piccolo, Tenshinhan, Chaozu, and then what's his name died to like Cybermen. So no. Krillin and Gohan were fine. Because they got sensu beans. And those things are bullshit. You just put you back and you just get back to normal. You're perfectly fine. Yeah, Yamcha died of fucking Cybermen. Ironically, Yajirobe's role was the most important due to him being the weakest. Yeah. You literally never see it coming. You literally never see it coming because Vegeta underestimates everyone. He thinks he's above everybody, and he gets fucking humbled by the weakest dude there. The difference between Frieza and Vegeta is that Vegeta is like far more active, whereas Frieza is passive terror. Frieza is like an immovable object, whereas Goku is an unstoppable force. That was the point. So Frieza was a lot more in the middle. He was a lot more passive, and just his presence was intimidating enough. But he was in the middle between passive and active. What made Vegeta so fucking scary is he was so goddamn active. He controlled everything. He told Nappa when to move. He told Nappa when to plant the Cybermen. He killed Nappa. He told him to wait for Goku. He's the one who like got his fucking shit kicked Goku's shit in. Like, Vegeta was very much in charge the whole time, and that's what made him intimidating. He was the one controlling everything. Whereas with Frieza, he was a lot more passive, right? His presence alone was intimidating, but he was a lot more passive. Frieza's still irredeemable. Sorry to tell you, Frieza's still irredeemable. He's not redeemable. He did good shit in Super, but he's not redeemable. Frieza is definitely not redeemable. They like lean into how much of a piece of shit he is constantly. They lean into it. He's like, I don't know, Frieza's a piece of shit. Like, constantly. No, he fucking sucks. If Broly is anything to go by, if like a lot of the other stuff he does is anything to go, Frieza's still a piece of shit. He's not redeemable. He just had to work with Goku. He didn't have a fucking choice. But he's still a piece of shit. How can Kazuya be back in control? Control is something you have to seize for yourself. So Kazuya right now, the way to, in my opinion, to get control back is to confront yourself and to confront your problems. That's how you seize control. You seize control by confronting your issues. Kazuya is not confronting his issues. And that includes external stuff like Ruka and Chizuru. So it's not... Control isn't easy. It's something you have to really like confront about yourself. The sparrows are back, but feels wrong with Ruka there in the absence of Kazuya's desire. My poor boy, this is very tough to read. I like Kazuya too much to not feel really bad for him. He still feels so odd at times with himself, his sexuality, his feels of self-disgust. Ruka hurt him, and his attitude to sex seems even more mixed with his feelings of self-hatred. Yeah. Like, Kazuya is not in a good place right now. The truth is, Kazuya is not in a good place right now. He's not okay. Kazuya gives you the illusion that he's okay. He's not fucking okay. Ruka gives you the illusion of, danger. And she is kind of dangerous, but she's quite weak too. Umi is a Chizuru's? What? Frieza fights from a place of dominance. Yeah. Well, so does Vegeta. Vegeta just kicking the shit out of Dende on Namek was so damn, you did him so dirty. Difference is Chizuru has self-confidence and balls and Kazuya don't. You're clearly misunderstanding what that even is. It's not that Chizuru has self-confidence and balls, it's that Chizuru knows who she is. And Kazuya doesn't. There is a difference. Chizuru knows who she is and Kazuya doesn't. If you boil down Kazuya's struggle to confidence and balls, you don't understand what the fuck he's going through. Kazuya is literally going through a crisis of character. He doesn't know what he wants. His life is a mess, and he has no idea where he's going. He is a mess. This isn't about confidence or balls. If you think that's what it is, you don't understand these characters. That's not what it is. It's not about confidence. Do you even know where confidence stems from? Do you know what confidence actually is? Confidence stems from self-awareness and self-acceptance. You know who you are and you accept that. That's where confidence comes from. You're sure of who you are. It's not just, oh, I'm tough. It's not just, I'm tough. It's knowing who you are. That's plain idiotic. If Minnie hadn't moved in during the Kohab, things could have been different. I think of Minnie like this. Minnie was like a necessary crutch. I talked about this in the last stream. Minnie is like a necessary crutch. She was a coping mechanism. She was a coping mechanism for Kazuya, and in some ways for Chizuru. She was necessary. They did need her. Because in the end of the line, you do need coping mechanisms. But at the same time, you have to confront the fact that they are still coping mechanisms. They are something you must let go of and actually face the issue at hand. But it was a necessary coping mechanism. It was needed. Did Umi have control over Chizuru in the past? Not really. It was more so that Chizuru didn't fight back as much against him. Chizuru has a tendency to kind of like have a hard time saying no to people, and they kind of dictate the pace. So in a sense, Umi had more control over the situations with her, per se, but it was less about control and more about like Chizuru not being able to dictate her own pace. That's kind of how I view it. Yes, Umi did have control, but not like with Ruka. Nothing quite so bad. Because Chizuru knew herself, so it never got too out of hand. The worst time where Umi kind of had some control over Chizuru was Chizuru not knowing how to like Umi dictating the pace, and she's not able to like turn him down, and he tries to do that again. You see him try to do that again when she's rejecting him. He's trying to control the pace and not let her turn him down. That's how kind of Umi had control. She had a hard time saying no to him, but she did. She did say no. Chizuru did take control, and she's like, no, I'm not doing this. This is not how I want to do things. You're wrong. This is my choice. That's Chizuru's issue. Chizuru tends to struggle with control like that, but she knows who she is. It's just when she hits a breaking point, then it gets rough for her. Chizuru tends to struggle when she hits a breaking point, and she wants to stay true to herself, and so she doubts herself a lot. But when Kazuya started believing in her, she started having faith in herself and her choices again. And that's kind of where Chizuru is right now. Ooh, someone said something interesting here. It makes it worse how she says that boys can't do it again right away. Basically, like, that's the only thing that made her not jump on him as soon as the door opened. Damn. Fair. Fair. Damn. That's fair. It also feels more like an excuse. Because she's hidden in shadow. She doesn't actually know anything. It feels more like an excuse. Oh, even I know that guys can't go again right away. That feels more like an excuse than anything. Weird. Umi is always Kazuya's... What? Umi was always Kazuya's ripcord. He always felt worse whenever he was around. I don't know what that means. Yep, no confidence without knowing yourself. And that's confusing to a lot of people because a lot of people exaggerate confidence to avoid self-reflection. Exactly. Exactly. People conflate self-confidence with like just doing the thing you want to do, not realizing that stems from you knowing who you are and what you want. You have to be like sure of what you want and who you are. That's where confidence comes from. Like you're sure of your decision. But yeah, this part is interesting. Even I know that a guy can't go again right away. Does she? I don't think she does. This feels more like an excuse. She doesn't look at him when she says this. It feels more like an excuse rather than the actual truth of why she put her clothes on. It's weird. It looks like it's over, but for the wrong reasons. Right? To me, this scene looks like it's over for the wrong reasons. That's what makes this interesting. This looks like it's over in terms of the relationship to us as the viewers. To Ruka, it looks like it's over because he can't go again. And there's that sense of disappointment that's present. That's so interesting. She noticed. Yeah, there's almost a dissonance at play here. There's like a dissonance with these events at play here. Whereas Ruka noticed, Chizuru didn't notice and got off at the wrong stop. That seems like an intentional thing here. What is Reiji cooking here? Whereas Ruka noticed something about Kazuya that he didn't show, that maybe he was trying to hide. Chizuru didn't notice her train stop and got off at the wrong place. Why this commonality? Why this commonality? One notices something and the other doesn't. Chizuru is so distracted by the kiss, she's not noticing the world around her. Whereas Ruka is starting to notice the world around her. Or, oh, no. Maybe Ruka's the reverse. Ruka always knew about the world around her and chose to ignore it. There we go. That's more fitting. Chizuru is so distracted by the kiss, she's losing track of the world around her. It's starting to speed by her. Ruka is clearly aware of the world around her, and she's choosing to ignore it. There we go. So Ruka notices things, whereas Chizuru doesn't. Because Chizuru is distracted by the kiss. Right? Chizuru is in a daze. She's out of it. Ruka directly looks at you and feels like she can peer into your soul. That's what makes it scary. It feels like she understands you better than you understand yourself, and that's scary. That's what makes what Ruka says here kind of scary. She seemingly knows him better than he knows himself. And that's quite uncomfortable. That's a very uncomfortable feeling, to feel like someone knows you better than you know yourself. And that's kind of the vibe I'm getting with Ruka here. Like, she's more aware of his body than he is. And that's very uncomfortable. That someone knows you this well when you don't want them to know you this well. Right? When it's someone, when you want the person to know you, that's good. So I think that's what Reiji's doing here. Reiji is highlighting how Ruka knows more about Kazuya than Chizuru does here. Hence why Chizuru is in a daze and ironically thinking about him but doesn't know what he's going through. That's that contrast. Ruka has noticed what's going on with Kazuya. Chizuru has not. To ignorant people, meaning is very dangerous. What does that mean? To ignorant people, meeting is very dangerous. Care to specify? It's almost like she's reminding herself of that so she can ground herself. It's almost like she's reminding herself of that so she can ground herself. Yeah, it feels like more like Ruka's trying to ground herself. She's trying to put on clothes, but she hasn't really put on clothes. She's trying to stop herself, but she hasn't really. She's still in that moment. She still very much wants to be on top of him, but she's trying to stop. She's using that as an excuse to stop. That's kind of how I look at this. Like, but she doesn't realize how much weight her words hold, right? She doesn't realize how much weight her words hold, how she almost peers into his soul, and it's genuinely uncomfortable. It also suggests she's going to try again. Exactly. That's why it's scary. It's like you can't reason with her. It's like Kazuya can't reason with her. It's like she's going to try again. Right? Right away, you can't. But soon you will be able to, and I'll do it again. It almost feels like a warning. It almost feels like a warning. This is going to happen again. And so, whereas Ruka implies it happening again, Kazuya says, if I don't do this, this could happen again. Whereas whereas he speaks of could, a possibility, Ruka implies very heavily, it's going to. It's not a matter of if, right? It's not a matter of if, only when. That's scary. It's not a matter of if, only when. Which is not good. That Kazuya is literally getting warning. That's a massive red flag. That's an insane... That flag isn't red, it's fucking crimson. That flag is goddamn crimson, okay? Like, I'm talking fucking King Crimson, dude. That is not good. That's why something has to happen now. Would Chizuru have the same audacity today as Ruka did in Ruka's position with Kazuya? What do you mean? I have no idea what you're referring to. Please elaborate. I don't understand. I don't know what you're asking. It comes across, if Kazuya doesn't end this and nip this in the bud now, this is going to happen again and it's going to be worse. The warning signs and the blinking and the saying danger. Yeah, literally warning signs. It's literally warning signs. Like literally, hey, resolve this now or I'm going to do this again. Like that's what this feels like. Resolve this now or it's going to happen again. And that's what makes this so incredibly scary. Because on one, maybe this is Ruka unconsciously indicating to him she wants to end this. Or like not even aware she's actually doing this consciously. Maybe it's conscious. Maybe it's conscious, but the point to me is that there's a clear indication this has to end. Or this is going to get infinitely worse. This is going to get so much worse if we don't end it here. If they have blinders on for opposite reasons and clash later, it could be messy. So let's hope Kazuya and Chizuru talk first. It's red and dripping with blood. Yeah. No, dude, that thing was what isn't dripping blood? It's literally been dipped in blood. The reason it's red is because that's blood. It's like an animal looking at its prey, just waiting. She gives me goosebumps. Yeah, it's literally like a wolf and a rabbit, or a fox and a rabbit. Right? Kazuya is literally like here. Some of you probably don't fucking know this. Ruka is actually characterized as a fox, and sometimes a rabbit. She's like a mix of the two. And this is interesting because if you look at her, where is it? I'll just look it up. Oh, that was stupid. I just wrote volume 22. I had to go for it. I just wrote volume 22. Damn it. I need a better one. Ruka's the things Ruka has on her bag are a train and a fox conductor. Whereas you can interpret the ribbons as a bunny or a rabbit, you could also see it as a fox. And if Ruka has a fox motif, and we saw Kazuya with literal rabbits, literal fucking bunnies for his boxers. She's literally the fox in the rabbit's den. He literally let a fox into his den, thinking it was also a fellow rabbit. Because Ruka looks like a rabbit. She gives you the illusion of a rabbit. It's literally the thing we saw with Minnie in the past. When Minnie and Kazuya go to the Kitsune hot pot place, right? Kitsune hot. Minnie and Kazuya go to a hot pot place, and when they step out, it tells you it's Kitsune hot. A kitsune is a trickster fox that creates illusions. And now we have Ruka in Kazuya's place, no longer wearing her ribbons. She's not presenting herself as a rabbit anymore. This is a fox. She's not a comfortable white rabbit anymore. This is a fox. This isn't two rabbits mating, right? You could say there's a similarity to a rabbit because she's horny like a rabbit, right? Rabbits make some sense here. Animal hornies, you know, it's kind of like a rabbit, right? Because the horniest animal in the animal kingdom or something like that, right? On the other hand, she's also a fox. So you literally let a fox into a rabbit's den. And I think that's so fascinating considering how similar rabbits and foxes are in that sense. They also refer to a fox as a pretty woman. Yeah, something like that. So it's clear Ruka is supposed to be like a mix of a fox and a rabbit here. Right? She has the horniness of a rabbit, sure. But everything she's doing is more like a fox. So if anything, it's like a fox putting on the clothes of a rabbit. Whereas Kazuya is a rabbit putting on the clothes of a fox. They're literally reversed. They're literally reversed. Kazuya is actually the rabbit here. Right? His clothes underneath are a rabbit. Chizuru versus Ruka is going to be the cat versus the fox. I don't like this whole versus thing for the women because, oh, they're going to fight over the guy. That's not the point. This reminds me of Ruka's backstory of not being so selfish. And yet her parents, you know, and I said this before in an earlier stream, literally, Ruka's whole thing is that she's like a kid who's gonna keep doing this unless you tell her no, unless you actually set the ground rules, and she's gonna whine and pout and cry like a kid until she gets what she wants. Here, she's not crying, she's not whining, she's not doing any of that stuff. She merely implies to you very distinctly, I'm going to do it again. And that it feels incredibly more intimidating. Because you're not dealing with a kid anymore. You're not dealing with a kid anymore. She isn't a little kid anymore. This is a girl who's getting older. She's not a child anymore. You cannot coddle her. You cannot try to be nice anymore. You have to make a harsh decision. Fun fact, Kitsune and Tanuki and both can conflate with one another as being pranksters. Makes sense. But that's what makes Ruka so incredibly intimidating here. Ruka isn't acting like a kid anymore. This makes her scarier. I just regret that I wrote that, my bad. Is what it is. Let's see. I'm scared of what will happen, honestly. This has to end for sure, but it feels like Ruka now is trying to save herself because she knows she went too far here. No, this doesn't feel like Ruka trying to save anything. She literally implies, I'm going to do it again. Like, she's heavily implying here, I'm going to do it again. I don't regret this. There's no ounce of regret here. Right? She looks sad here, right? Ruka looks sad here, disappointed. There's a lot of badum. She sits alone in this room, butt-ass naked. But here, what is this? And this is what makes me interesting is like this, is Ruka trying to end it? This almost feels like it's Ruka trying to end it. Is Ruka trying to force Kazuya to make a choice? And that really fascinates me. It's like, what's Ruka's intent here? She's a robot with no emotions. She's a robot with no emotions. That feels like the intent. There's like emotions on her face, and yet the way she acts is so cold. The way she looks is so incredibly cold. She just stands there menacingly. Like this is intimidating. Look at this shot. It's scary. She literally doesn't react until he says something. That's intimidating. That's creepy. She literally is like a robot. But that's contrasted with this. That's heavily contrasted with this. It's almost like she's stuck being a robot. It's almost like Ruka is telling Kazuya, please stop me or else. Yeah, kinda. It's like she's choosing to be the robot if it means she stops. I think Ruka like wants to stop. But she can't. She knows she can't. And Kazuya has to make her stop. I'm filing restraining orders, calling 911 immediately. Again, this comes back to what I was saying earlier. Kazuya has to make a harsh choice. This has to stop. She can't stop. She's not going to. She wants to. It's clear Ruka kind of wants to stop internally. Somewhere deep down, Ruka doesn't want to do this. But Kazuya has to make her stop. She can't. Didn't realize the fox thing definitely works here. Fox are scavengers, eat rabbits, and sly. Broadly, if Minnie is an eastern fox, pranky, Ruka is a western fox, predatory. Yeah. And Minnie and Minnie and Ruka are meant to be the reverse of one another. So there you go. I'm gonna send you something on Discord. Yeah, I think weirdly I felt this for a little bit. I felt this for like a little bit, and bear with me here. This almost feels like a plea for help from Ruka. I think she wants to stop. Everything about what we've seen with Ruka has been weird. It's like she wants to stop and she can't. And remember when we read, if you go back to my last stream, when we read the serious discussions, remember how someone described her like a robot, right? It's like she's going through the motions, but she doesn't necessarily like it. There's something weird about what Ruka's experiencing. She's clearly not getting what she wants. She clearly doesn't like it. And that's why, like, I kind of get the implication that Ruka almost wants him to stop her. That's why she looks so intimidating here. It's like, it's literally almost feels like, please stop me. And her disappointment isn't because Kazuya came, it's her whole situation. Yeah. Everything. This just sucks. This just fucking sucks, dude. Like, everything about this blows. And I get it, my words, they're not intended. They're not intended. Like the little kid inside her tells to stop her, to stop being the adult that she wants to be. Yeah, she doesn't want to be this adult. She doesn't want to be this. I really don't think this is... we've been saying this for a little bit. This doesn't feel right. This does not feel like Ruka. Right? This doesn't feel like Ruka. This feels like a different person. This doesn't feel like her. It feels like who she is gone. And that's scary. To lose your identity like that. You can't control yourself anymore. Your lust has completely and utterly taken over you. That's terrifying. That you know you'll do it again and you don't want to. You know you'll do this again. You know you'll fucking lose your shit and you will lose control again. And you want someone to stop you. That's terrifying. Oh, Minnie got mad at a robot in Panda in chapter 391, so we might get that fight between Minnie and Ruka. No. There's a very specific thing that Minnie got mad at there. Minnie got mad at an AI robot in particular. Why is this relevant? Because the AI robot was literally mirroring her. The reality was she wasn't mad at the robot. She was mad and frustrated at the situation she was in, and in so doing, she was actually mad at herself. So no. Minnie was mad at herself. Ruka, in this situation, to me, feels like she's choosing to be robotic. She doesn't want to be a robot anymore, and Kazuya has to save her in the reverse way that he saved her in the start of the series. Whereas Kazuya at the start of the series saved Ruka by protecting her, here he has to save Ruka by hurting her. That's how you end everything about this relationship has been the reverse of what it was at the start of the series. For instance, at the start of the series, Kazuya, when he first met Ruka, fell between her legs. It was because Ruka ran into him. This time, what triggers all of this? What is the thing that triggered every single thing we saw here? Kazuya fell between Ruka's legs. Again. But what triggered it this time? Kazuya ran into her, not the other way around. Last chapter, when Ruka is on top of him, Ruka grabs Kazuya's his right hand, and she puts it on her right boob. And she puts it there by choice. He's not doing anything, she puts it there. She's in control. In contrast, when Kazuya follows Ruka after the rental date, the double rental date he had with Curry, Kazuya tries to grab her shoulder, and she turns around mid pull, and he touches her chest with his left hand. Accidentally touching her chest with his left hand, forcibly making him touch her chest with his right hand. And now we've come all the way full circle. We have essentially reenacted the beginning of their relationship. And whereas Kazuya in the beginning protected Ruka by getting hurt, here Ruka hurt him by choice. And now he has to hurt her to free her. He can't keep protecting her. He has to let her go. This is where we're slowly heading. Right? This is where I'm seeing this heading. It is not good. This is not good. This is a sad situation. And I get it. Everybody wants to blame Ruka. I'm not saying what Ruka did is good. But she's clearly lost herself in her feelings, and she can't control them anymore, and she wants to be free. I think a part of Ruka wants this to end, but she knows she can't end it. Ruka knows she can't end it. He has to. And that's the hard choice that is being placed onto Kazuya. He has to unilaterally end this relationship. Because Ruka can't, and she's telling him right here, I'm gonna do it again. I don't regret it. I'm gonna do it again. If you want me to stop, you have to make me stop. And that's the thing. I love that it's not communicated clearly to you. I love that. I love that it's not communicated clearly to you, because sometimes the person doesn't know they want to be stopped. Not like consciously, like somewhere deep down maybe they know, but not consciously. I love that it's an unconscious, please stop me. And many people again noticed when we were reading the previous chapters that Ruka was not acting like herself. She's clearly not enjoying this, right? She's clearly not enjoying this. Something is weird about this. The experience just doesn't feel right. You even see this in chapter 401, right? If we go back to chapter 401, you'll notice something interesting that we could already tell back then when we were reading that chapter. And it's the fact, and by the way, speaking of which, this happens with Mami here too. Why does Mami ask Kazuya, do you still love me? She wants to draw a line with him. Okay, tell me straight up, do I have a chance or no? Tell me straight up, is it over? Do I have a chance? No. Mami also wants to draw a clear line. She also wants to change their relationship and draw a clear line. Okay, if this is going to happen, let's do it. If it's not going to happen, let's end it. And she backs out because she can't make the decision herself. This is important. Why? Because Kazuya, when he was in love, also couldn't make the decision himself. When Kazuya was in love with Mami, he couldn't move on. When Kazuya is in love with Chizuru, he can't move on. And she's the one who had to say no and then choose to be serious about him when he tried again. The person who's in love with you and you don't love them, you have to make the choice because they're not going to let go. Like, I'm sorry, that's just how it is. They're not gonna let go. They're gonna try again, and it's gonna suck for both of you. Because when you're in love, it's not easy to let go. It's incredibly hard. I know. As someone who was in a relationship and was very deeply in love, I could not let go. I was very, very attached. It's incredibly hard to do so. And that's why the person who doesn't want to be in the relationship has to make that choice. Because the other person might not be able to. Sometimes they can. Sometimes you can get lucky and both people can agree on it. You know, sometimes you can talk it out. Sometimes you get lucky. You can talk it out. You know, you have a clear understanding. You can kind of both feel it. You can kind of both tell. You can let go. But when one person is in love with the other and the other isn't, it's gonna suck, dude. Because the other one might not be able to let go. And that's clearly happening here. It happened. Mami was foreshadowing this. Mami's question foreshadows this issue. Mami couldn't make this. Kazuya couldn't tell her right away. He couldn't decide. So Mami made the decision for him. Kazuya couldn't decide with Ruka, so she took his fucking autonomy away and decided for him. And then she tells him again, I'm gonna do this again. Decide. I'm gonna do this again. Decide. You have to make a fucking choice. Because the person will make it for you. And they'll keep making it for you. It's toxic, and they will keep doing it because that's love. Love is incredibly hard to control at times, especially when you're deeply attached. And this is infinitely more important for characters like Ruka and Mami for a very simple reason. This is Ruka's innocence being weaponized. Because Ruka has never had a breakup before, because Ruka is very attached, because Ruka had the childhood and the environment that she grew up in, she can't make this decision because she's not been in this position before. She's never been this deeply attached before, and it ties directly back into her parents. Her parents had to make the decision for her. She couldn't make it. She was too attached. But they said the wrong things to her. They told her don't be selfish, which made her want to get even more attached to other things. However, like a parent, Kazuya has to make this choice. Because she can't do it. The kid can't do it. She acts like an adult. Ruka presents herself like an adult. She's still a kid. Deep down, Ruka is still a kid. And Kazuya has to make this decision because she can't. Just like when you're a parent and you have a kid, sometimes your kid can't make the decision. They think they can, they can't. And they're going to keep doing it and they're not going to listen. And you have to make that choice and they have to understand. And the thing is, punishment doesn't always get through. It's not about punishing the kid, it's about showing them the consequences of their actions and that they cannot get what they want. They will not be rewarded for this. That is far more effective than punishment. This is why I said punishment's stupid. When a kid's actions are rewarded, they do not understand. For instance, when you have a pet and your pet does something wrong and you try to punish them, they just think you're punishing them. They don't think he's doing this because I did this thing wrong. This sometimes happens with kids too. Why is my mom punishing me for something that I don't perceive as wrong? Right? Why should I get punished for this? That's why I think punishment is not effective. Like at least sometimes punishment can be effective, but I don't agree. In this scene, I think Mami already knows the response seeing Kazuya's face, similar to Chizuru and Kibe. I could be wrong. It doesn't matter. He didn't draw the line. That's the issue. That's the issue here. Even if Mami knows how Kazuya feels, she decided and he didn't. That's the problem. Even if Mami knows exactly how Kazuya feels by just looking at his face, she decided and he didn't. That's it. That's the issue. She decided for him. He didn't make a decision. She did. That's the issue. Yes, but unlike Ruka, Mami doesn't seem to fully realize it. In fact, she then wonders why she's spoken that way. Exactly. She has no self-awareness. Because Mami is also seemingly new to love. She's not aware of her own love. Ruka represents Chizuru's physical desires. She represents everything Chizuru wants to do physically with Kazuya. She expresses everything outwards. This is what Chizuru is jealous of. Mami represents Chizuru's internal confusion about love. But whereas Mami did not confront all the bad shit she did, Chizuru did. That's the difference between Mami and Chizuru. Mami's confusion is built on all this, on this big secret that she's keeping hidden. Chizuru's confusion is built on her own lack of understanding of herself in terms of love. She knows who she is. She doesn't understand her love. There's a difference. Kazuya knows his love. He doesn't understand himself. Chizuru understands herself. She doesn't know her love. And ironically, similar to Mami, just as Mami doesn't understand her feelings because of the things that she's keeping secret and she doesn't talk to him about it, Chizuru doesn't understand her feelings as a byproduct of not being able to communicate to Kazuya. The element of lacking communication is quite similar, and yet the element of trying to draw a clear line is also similar. The difference between this scene, between Mami and Kazuya and Chizuru and Umi, is that Mami is in Chizuru's position. Mami is in Chizuru's position and reverses her role, whereas Chizuru rejects Umi outright, not asking about his feelings. It doesn't matter what his feelings are. She's rejecting him. Mami is the reverse. Mami wants to find out what Kazuya's feelings are so she can figure out what she should do. She's actually passive and presented as active. Mami is actually passive and reactionary here. She's merely being presented as active. Ruka is the opposite. Ruka is immediately presented as active. She calls Kazuya first. She doesn't need him to initiate. Why does Mami even ask this question? Because Kazuya said something. She reacted to him. Ruka calls Kazuya herself. Ruka sets up the plan to meet him and be in his house. Ruka is doing all of this, ironically, because of what happened in the past. But it's not purely reactionary. She is reactive. But she's more of an active mover here because she created this scenario. However, you see how in her activeness, she's actually stuck too. Why? How do you see this? Ruka remembers this scene and tries to reclaim the past. She puts something between her legs to get this feeling back. And she can't. She turns away. She turns on some pornography. And she can't handle looking at it, so she turns away from it. What did we just see? She tries to look at the future. She can't look at the future. She turns away. She tries to recreate the past. She can't recreate the past. She puts one leg between her legs, literally where the past is, and one arm in front of her. Right? That arm is the same arm that was holding the phone. One arm is the future, one arm is the past. She tries to look back to the past. It doesn't do anything. And she cannot hold the future. So despite being active, she's trapped. In so doing, she becomes reactionary. She is trapped in her active state, which makes her reactionary to the world around her. Right? It's like having your computer on and you can't turn it off. That's what it's like. It's like having the computer on and you can't turn it off. It won't shut down. It doesn't have a power off button. You're stuck. Right? Or you're playing a video game and there's a glitch and you're just stuck. You cannot do anything. Right? You're perpetually stuck forward. It's kind of like Eren Yeager. He's perpetually stuck moving forward. He can't alter his path. He has no autonomy over himself. He has lost control over himself. He has no control. He can't turn back and he can't touch the future. He's just stuck moving constantly. literally trapped. She is literally trapped in the present. She is quite literally trapped in the present, trapped in this predestined path. She cannot change this. She has no control over herself. She has lost control over her feelings and her body and her reactions and everything. And she doesn't even truly want this. Because you see it right here. She clearly doesn't even truly want this. Because she turns away. She tries to recreate the past. It bugs her. She doesn't want to do it. She tries to look at pornography and it freaks her out. She puts it away. Which tells you Ruka doesn't actually want sex. She just thinks she does. She's just convinced she does. And what Reishi's doing here is challenging your perception of what's going on with these characters. You think you understand Ruka here. You don't. Her choice here isn't completely conscious. Ruka's choice here is not completely conscious. It is purely driven by emotion that has controlled her. And Kazuya feels like complete utter garbage again. Well, what do you mean? Like to you? Or because of my description? What are you talking about? What are you referring to? Because I'm not saying this is purely Kazuya's fault. I'm saying this is nobody's fault. I'm saying this is nobody's fault. It's just Kazuya has to make a decision that's unfair and has to be set in stone. That's it. This is not Kazuya's fault. Both Kazuya and Ruka were living in illusions. Ruka knew from the start what the fuck was going on. And she chose this path. That was a mistake. That was her mistake to make. She was a kid. She didn't know any better. And she got trapped in this illusion and she can't break out. Right? Kazuya has to do to Ruka what Chizuru did to him. When Chizuru rejected Kazuya in chapter 380, she broke him out of the illusion. He chose the illusion again, mind you. He chose the illusion again because he didn't understand. And Minnie reinforced that illusion onto him because Minnie herself is trapped in an illusion. But Ruka is in Kazuya's position now. Like Kazuya, can't give up on Chizuru. Like Kazuya is going to keep doing this over and over and over again. Ruka is going to keep doing it too. And it has to end. Right? It's literally like looking in the mirror. It's literally like looking in the mirror. You cannot keep doing this. It has to end. And just as Kazuya wasn't consciously aware of what he wanted, Ruka is not consciously aware of what she wants and what she's doing, nor is she totally in control of her choices and her actions. She's clearly not. She's clearly lost track of herself and she's not in control anymore. Right? And the fact that Reiji shows this, right? This is the first cover of The First Time with My Girlfriend. Doesn't this feel like a memory? Like an ending? Doesn't this cover here feel like a memory, like an ending? Like this is going to pass and it's going to disappear and like we're saying goodbye. It's like we're saying goodbye to happy times, right? They're both smiling. They're both chill. We're seeing Kazuya with his old hair. It feels like we're saying goodbye to happy times. Like this is the end. First time breaking up with my girlfriend. Oh. What if that's the illusion from the start? It's the first time breaking up with my girlfriend. And it's the first time he has to do it. Because Mami broke up with him before. He didn't have a choice before. Here, he's the one who has to do it. Brutal. Right? And he has to make a brutal choice that is for both of them, for both of their futures. Because she can't make it, just as he couldn't. Yeah, it sucks falling out of love. Took almost a year or more for my last feels. Oh, it took me like... Fuck, dude. How long did it take me? It took me a while. I didn't get over it for a while. I don't know how long it took me to get over my last breakup. It took for fucking ever. And it kind of sucked a little more because we didn't have a clean breakup. It wasn't good. And for me, it's like I had we were friends for before, right? We were friends. So my relationship only lasted a month. My relationship only lasted about a month. But we were friends and even got really close for like multiple years. Like at least 2 years. We knew each other since like high school too. So we knew each other for a while. We were kind of close. So yeah, well, the relationship only lasted a month. There was a lot of history behind everything. There's a lot of emotions that festered for a while. And so like when the breakup happened, like, yeah, it was only a month, but I had a lot of history with this person. So it fucking hurt for a while. And it wasn't a good ending too. Like our entire friend group, her friends just chose her, you know? They weren't really my friends. You know, they became my friends, but they weren't really my friends. They just kind of went with her. And I'm like, not really shocking, really. But yeah, like when that happened, like, you know, like an entire community that I seemingly had just kind of like that. And the way the relationship ended was just not good. It didn't end well for either of us. And it felt cruel to me. Like, that's kind of why maybe I related to Kazuya a little bit. Like, I felt the way our relationship ended on her end was kind of cruel to me, considering how long we knew each other. And then seemingly she just never talked to me again. So it's like stuff like that, where it's like, it can really hurt. And I didn't really get over it for a long time. Ironically, Rent-A-Girlfriend helped me get over it. It helped me feel seen and accepted, and that relationship and that its ending wasn't really my fault. It was kind of just like, you know, a mix of everything. Like, I had some issues in the relationship, sure, but, you know, I guess I'm opening up about my own personal stuff, but yeah, I just kind of wanted to highlight that a breakup is painful, very much so. It's hard to let go. It's hard not to blame yourself. It's hard to accept the fact that you did wrong things in the relationship, because I did some wrong things in the relationship. Our relationship wasn't founded very healthily. The way it ended is I got mad, because maybe I wasn't listening, maybe I wasn't understanding, maybe she was being wishy-washy. A lot of my friends have had different interpretations. I have a different interpretation. Personally, I think, yeah, I got upset and I got mad. But at the same time, I felt I was being unfairly treated, and the ignoring me and not talking to me because I got mad was very childish. So it's like stuff like that is quite hurtful, you know, because I'm a person who has anger, but I don't really hit people. You know, I don't really hit people. Like, maybe I'll like slam my fist like that, but I don't really hit people. Like, I've been very good at like controlling my feelings since I was a kid. Just because like my feelings kind of scare me sometimes. Like, the last time I hit a person was like either middle school or elementary school. You know, I don't really lose control of my physical rage, but I do hit things to let it out. You know, I hit like a table or something to let it out. And I think a part of me that made me feel really sad about my relationship at the time is that all I was seen for was my anger. All I was seen for was the fact that I felt rage and anger at feeling like I wasn't seen. I think that's the thing that like hurt me in the relationship, is I didn't really feel seen. And that frustrated me because I felt seen before. And then all of a sudden I wasn't anymore. Sorry for like dumping all of this on you. I just want to share how like relationships are complicated, they're messy, and you can toss blame all you want, but in reality, they are messy like this all the time. And sometimes you fucked up, sometimes they fucked up, sometimes it was maybe toxic for both of you, you know? It was toxic in my relationship. I do think it was toxic for both of us. You know, maybe we just didn't really work as compatible partners. Maybe she wasn't kind to me, but maybe I didn't handle it well either, as it was my first relationship, my first real relationship, and I was just completely out of my fucking depth. Whereas she had dated plenty of people prior. So to me, I was seemingly like out of my depth. I was like the innocent kid in the relationship, even though I'm pretty sure I was older. I was the innocent kid in the relationship, but I was older. And I was like, just, you know, caught up in the affection and the feeling. Whereas, and I tried to be the adult, but I wasn't. I tried to be the adult. I fucking wasn't. And you know, I just think it wasn't like a healthy relationship, and that sucks. And I don't really want to blame her. You know, I don't really care about the blame anymore. Like I'm saying she did stuff wrong, but I don't really care to blame her. Because I do think she did do shitty things to me, for sure. But it's not like I didn't do anything shitty either. Anywho, that's just it. Like, I just kind of wanted to highlight that. I don't think it ever got to the point of, like, where Ruka and Kazuya are. She sounds like Mami a little bit. Okay, so, not to be mean, it's funny you say that. She has short blonde hair, light skin, and green eyes. Do you see why, like, I related so much to Kazuya? Do you see why I related so much to Kazuya? I'm just like, holy shit, what the fuck? What the fuck? Yo, same though. Yeah, no, she wasn't totally like Mami. I will admit she wasn't totally like Mami, but I will say, like, how the relationship ended, it did feel similarly cruel. You know, how the relationship ended did feel similarly cruel. Yeah, part of it was my fault for, like, you know, losing my shit, but you know, Kazuya's anger at the start of the series, Kazuya's absolute fuck ups, like at the start. I felt that. I don't think I'd ever felt that as much as I felt it with Kazuya. Like, literally, Kazuya at the start of the series was me. In the sense that I was falling the fuck apart. I got angry just like him at the start. I was a mess. I couldn't control my feelings. I felt like the bad guy the whole time. And the fact that Chizuru saw him and didn't judge him touched my heart in a way nobody did. At this point, I had been in, like, multiple years in therapy. Like, I had three different therapists. My first one wasn't really a therapist. My second one was kind of a therapist. And then my third one was, like, the real good therapist. And I had gone through a lot. I felt like I was better by that point. Like, when I got into Rent a Girlfriend, I felt like I was better, but I always felt this, like, emptiness. I always felt this, like, emptiness inside. Like, I still didn't feel whole. I still felt like something was, like, missing. I was slowly getting back to normal, and this was years after the relationship ended. Like, COVID had hit it by this point, I think. And I still didn't feel whole or complete, you know? And then I saw this series, and I genuinely, like just seeing how Chizuru interacted with Kazuya, I think I, like, started fucking crying, dude. Because I had never felt so seen in my life. Like, and this isn't to, like, say anything bad about the people around me, you know? Because they don't judge you. Like, I had friends who didn't judge me. I had friends who were very supportive. I had friends who fucking listened to me rant about Rent a Girlfriend. They don't give a rat's fucking ass. They just listen because they're homies. My mom is very loving and caring. I'm not saying it's their fault. What I'm saying is the way Kazuya was portrayed and what Chizuru did for him made me realize this is what I wanted from a relationship. It made me realize what I actually personally wanted from a relationship. Oh, this is what I wanted. I just wanted to be seen like this, to be understood like this. And it made me realize, oh, my relationship and how I dealt with it afterwards and all the fallout, that wasn't my fault. That's just normal. And basically what this series did, in simple terms, was allow me to accept my bad side. I accepted that I did bad things, but that I'm not a bad person. And the thing is, other stories have discussed this, like God of War. God of War discussed this, the new God of War, the new one in like the Norse mythology, there's literally a line in like the fucking second game where it's like, you're not your mistakes. The thing is, though, I didn't relate to that because Kratos is this big masculine dude who committed fucking genocide. And he has a kid and shit. I don't relate to that. That's not relatable to me. I don't give a he's a great character. But I'm not a big masculine dude who committed genocide. That's not me. Nor do I have a kid. So I didn't relate to that. Whereas Kazuya felt more feminine, vulnerable, weak, pathetic. And yet the story essentially tells him you're not pathetic. So this series has impacted your life. Understatement of the fucking year. Understatement of the fucking year. Yeah, no, the series did not impact. It did impact my life a great deal. It quite literally shifted the track of my life. Because of how it was depicted, because of how much I felt seen. Like the scene in the stalking incident. I never full blown did anything like that. I never full blown did anything like that. But there were times where I would follow people with my eyes, or I would remember the route of someone the route someone took that I liked. So what I would do is sometimes I would take that route. Where I remember this person used to take this route, and I would take this route hoping to run into them. And I would do that regularly. And to some people, oh, that's cringe. That's so sad. But when I saw Kazuya just keep doing the mistake and keep digging deeper and deeper and deeper into the mistake, I'm like, dude, that's literally how it feels. You don't realize, and then eventually you stop and you're like, why the fuck am I being so stupid? But the fact that he was not only caught, but admitted to it and was still treated with kindness, I fucking cried in that scene, dude. I fucking cried in that scene. That he fucked up. Worse than I ever fucked up. And he was still forgiven. The fact that you could be treated with such kindness that you want to better yourself. And this is why I say punishment is fucking stupid. Because sometimes people don't need punishment, they just need kindness. Whereas with Ruka's case, she doesn't need punishment, she just needs this to end. I watched the anime first, and then there was only 4 episodes out at the time, so I just binged the manga. Yeah, I watched the anime first, 4 episodes out at the time, and then I went and binged the manga. And then I caught up. I caught up early movie arc. Or not early, just before Sayuri dies. Yeah, that's where I caught up, literally just before Sayuri dies. Anyways, I've been talking about this for a while. I love season 1, man. Season 1 is pretty solid. I think it's the better seasons. I think season 1 is definitely one of the better seasons. It still has issues. Don't mind me, but it's still a much better season than some of the later seasons. You think Kazuya is going to propose to Chizuru on July 11th? That'd be cool. I'm not going to deny it because I don't fucking know. But the ring is relevant. The ring is relevant. I read the manga first. I was ecstatic when I heard about the adaptation. Damn, you older than me, boy. You an older fan than me, boy. Dude said, I've been here longer. Holy fucking fuckballs. Oh god, why? Why? No. Oh, please don't blow up again. Please don't blow up again. I really hope my post does not blow up again. I do not need that. I'm okay without my post blowing up again. Oof. Oh shit. Sorry. Other news. Netflix did not attribute any value to the Warner Brother games in the 83 billion mega deal. While we definitely have been doing some great work in the game space, we actually didn't attribute any value to the form the get-go because they're relatively minor compared to the grand scheme of things. Oh, that's so fucking bad. That's so fucking bad. So if you guys don't know why I'm reacting like this, Warner Brothers owns games like Mortal Kombat. Mortal fucking Kombat. One of the most iconic and best-selling fighting games of all fucking time. And this dipshit just said, nah, I didn't attribute any of that to the fucking video game. You should see what Max said. Oh, I'm aware. That's how I found this. I'm aware. That's how I found this. Yeah, I know. He literally talked about this on stream. I vividly remember. I know. Like, he literally said, like, they probably didn't account for any of this. And I'm like, yeah, I fucking see it, but I hope not. Only for them to prove me right. You know? Or prove me, yeah, well, yeah, whatever. Fuck, dude. And then isn't Paramount like trying to do some crazy bid right now to try and get like to still try and get Warner Bros? Like they're still trying to like do some like hostile takeover. Real quick, your top 5 games. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Fuck, I'm tired. Resident Evil, the Resident Evil 4 remake. Shit, I'm kind of tired. So I'm like not processing right now. So I like Resident Evil games. I like Final Fantasy games. Brain. Okay, give me a sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Oh god. Okay. I'm back. Okay. So, favorite games: Kingdom Hearts 2, Super Smash Brothers Ultimate, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Resident Evil 4 remake and 4 original, and then what was the last one? It was Legend of Zelda. I just don't remember which Legend of Zelda. Which Legend of Zelda was it? Legend of Zelda. Which one? I guess I'll go with Tears of the Kingdom / Breath of the Wild. There you go. Those are my current top 5 games. Oh, I did also love the shit out of I did also love the shit out of which Zelda was it? It was A Link Between Worlds. I love the shit out of Link Between Worlds. That's the one on the DS. It's like a sequel to A Link to the Past. I remember loving the absolute shit out of the game. But yeah, so my favorite games are Kingdom Hearts 2, what is it? Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix specifically because that has like all the extra bonuses. So you would get that with the remix version that you purchase, whatever. My favorite, like gameplay wise, it's like Resident Evil 4 Remake and Resident Evil 4 Original. I tie those together because they're kind of tied together, but Resident Evil 4 Remake has like my favorite fucking gameplay. It's so incredibly fucking addictive. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and you could tie in Remake with that if you want. Those two, that game has like my best mix of action and combat, in my opinion. I guess I should categorize them in like story structure. That would work. So Kingdom Hearts 2, Resident Evil 4 Remake, and and original, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Remake. I'm gonna change one. Final Fantasy X. I'm gonna put that in there. Final Fantasy X. So I'm gonna change one. Final Fantasy X. And then I don't know if I still want to keep Smash Brothers. Although I've played Smash Brothers for a very, very long fucking time. So I might keep it in there. So Smash Brothers Ultimate. There we go. So maybe those are my 5 games. Final Fantasy X is goated as fuck. It was like one of my first Final Fantasies. I think because I started Kingdom Hearts first, then I played Final Fantasy X because Tidus wasn't Kingdom Hearts. Okay, so sorry. I started reading the manga just after watching the first season of the anime, but I was left wanting more. Classic. Did you see the picture I sent on Discord? Sorry, let me go check. What's going on here? I want to see the Japanese version of Kazuya calling it sexual assault. Wait, he actually calls it sexual assault in Japanese? Wait. Seriously? Seriously, what the heck? While being forced to buy fully strength Ruka-chan, Fish-kun, what's that? What's with the naming? Not knowing moderation myself before my very eyes when I regain my senses. The sort of thing is heinous. She gets eager because of this, my virginity. What? He calls it a heinous act? Wait. Did Kazuya call it a heinous act? Now I'm very curious. Anyone who speaks Japanese here, could you tell me if Kazuya, like, actually, I'll send it to, yeah, this is the page. Let me send it to Crumpy. For the panel, on the bottom right, what does Kazuya say about Ruka? Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, I gotta see what you sent. People already seen geeks saying he's lucky that this happened. I also saw one intelligent person saying it will affect him with Chizuru later as well if it doesn't tell her, which is true. One intelligent. Ruka gives me vibes of this character from The Ring minus long hair. Yeah, so this character that you just referenced. See, this is very interesting. And I'm going to show you why it's so interesting. This character, so The Ring is based on a Japanese story with a character named Sadako. That's the thing. How about the haunted house? You mean the Sadako one? I went there with a client who loved haunted houses. I think it was the sound one. Reiji references the ring in chapter 369. And the ring comes up. And guess what? You're not even necessarily wrong. You're not even necessarily wrong. You're not wrong. The only difference between what you're depicting and what you're seeing here is that Ruka's hair is short. Yet she does wear white. Right? This gives you the illusion of after sex. Right? Because Ruka is wearing the shirt just like most girls in these kinds of things wear the guy's shirt right after. Huh. Isn't that interesting? So what they're referring to, Sadako. Literally. But the difference is, unlike with Ruka, Chizuru has long hair. Chizuru has long black hair. So Chizuru looks more like Sadako than Ruka does. Whereas Ruka actually is more like her. Am I saying it wrong? Sadako? I feel like I'm saying it right. Let's see. I'm tired of the media monopolies. Disney did it. Oh yeah, it's because there's literally no real fucking regulations. You know? It's like the illusion of regulations. Like when you go to fucking school in the US, they'll tell you, oh, checks and balances and, you know, you can't have church and state mixing and all that stuff. But then literally you'll hear the national anthem in the United States and you'll literally say God. Like in the national anthem, there's a part where you say under God. I'm like, so what about that part where we're not supposed to mix religion with the state? What happened to that? And then you'll be like, oh, you know, companies can't have monopolies. Literally, like 5 companies run the country. Like literally, 5 companies like run the fucking country. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? They literally own fucking everything. There's a reason everyone is saying what we're going through is fucking wage theft. It's because these goddamn motherfuckers own everything and they're just stealing your money. Like when fucking Elon Musk builds a what is it? When he builds like one of those like AI data banks, like the thing is, when they build that in your town, the price of electricity goes up because that thing uses so much electricity. And here's the thing: when the base electricity price of the city goes up, it goes up for everybody, not just them. So they don't just pay more because now everybody's using more. So your bill is going to go from 100 to 300. That's not your fucking fault. That's their goddamn fault. But you have to pay for it. And you don't get any compensation, of course. Your water bill is also going to go up because those things need a lot of cooling. So they're going to use a lot of water. And of course, because the base water bill goes up, well, your water bill is going to go up too. And guess what? You have to pay for it too. And you're not getting any fucking compensation. How about the quality of your home? You want that to go down too? Well, here's the funny part. Those data banks are super goddamn loud. So guess what? Now the quality of your home is going to go down because you can't fucking sell it when there's this loud thing near you and you can't go to fucking sleep. So now your house costs less. And that's your own fucking damn fault. You built it near this thing. That's your fucking fault, you know? And then to top it off, apparently they like contaminate the water too, because of course they fucking do. What else is they gonna fucking do to you, you know? So, yeah, evil corporations being fucking evil. And you know, trickle down economics. Am I right, guys? Trickle down economics. You know, don't tax the rich. You'll get rich eventually. It's just in the testing phases. It's only been 55 fucking years. If you guys couldn't tell, I watched the video from Gordon something. I gotta pull it up. I forgot his name. It's such a good video. It's so quotable. I'm literally just miming what he said. It's so quotable. Greed is destroying the world. I think that's what it was called. Watch this video, please. Drew Gooden. Yeah, his name is Drew Gooden. Watch this video, please. It's incredible. It will radicalize the fuck out of you. Like it's a great entry point for a lot of new people. Like this shit will radicalize you, dude. Let's see. I'm pretty sure he mentioned the address during the day. I discussion next Tuesday. We'll have time to process everything and look through everything. Oh yeah, I'll definitely be streaming next week, by the way. So don't worry about that. Even if we don't have a chapter, I'll stream next week. So don't worry about that. I'm gonna keep up the content so we have some shit to fucking do when there's no chapter. We're gonna stream. We're gonna stream. Don't worry. I wonder. Let's see. And then Prost to slap him too. I wonder when Chizuru and Kazuya meet, will Kazuya break down and cry? Not right away. Kazuya will say that he doesn't deserve her love, even though he didn't do anything. Yeah, I mean, I could definitely fucking see that. Yeah. Am I the only one that realizes that when Kazuya remembers Chizuru is not static as much, but when Chizuru remembers Kazuya is a little more static? We're getting off topic. We gotta keep talking about Rent a Girlfriend. Well, oh, this must have been when I was like on my fucking rant. When she says that it's the denial and it could also be an insult to the boomers saying Kazuya is a quick shot, lol. I don't know. She didn't imply he was a quick shot or anything like that. I've actually been here since they announced the manga. Holy crap. Holy crap. The oldest one here, Shadow Warrior. The oldest one here, Shadow Warrior. Your list is Witcher 2, Skyrim, Eltoar. Which one is that? I don't know which one is that. Conquest, Real Steel. I can't think of the last one. Resident Evil 4 Remake is definitely my top one right now. It used to be Splinter Cell CT. Oh, I didn't include Metal Gear. I used to love the fucking shit out of Metal Gear. Metal Gear was goated. I haven't played Metal Gear in ages, but it was like my top 3. Metal Gear was like in my top 3. I used to love the shit out of Metal Gear. What are your thoughts on Kingdom Hearts 3? So I only played Kingdom Hearts 3 when it first came out, and I recall vividly being disappointed. But I've started to appreciate it more upon seeing videos about it, and I've been meaning to replay it at some point with the new version that they released. I liked Remind a lot. Remind was really fun. It was very challenging. I wished more of the game had that than what they presented in the base game itself. I thought Remind and its final bosses were sick as fuck. They were really hard. I beat all of them. I even beat Yuzora. But yeah, it was a tough fucking game when that happened. But then the rest of the game felt kind of like, it felt incomplete. I think that's the sad part about Kingdom Hearts 3 is like, it felt like the vision was so much grander and it felt incomplete. And that's just me. I could just be totally wrong. But it felt like they had so many more plans. And it didn't feel like any of them like got the full time they deserved. They didn't get to cook as much as they wanted to. That's how I felt about 3. As someone who's experienced this a few times now, like with like Final Fantasy 15. Like Final Fantasy 15 was like the game I was fucking looking forward to. I was there when it was first announced as Versus 13. I was in that shit in the fucking trenches, dude. Like when it was like the 10-year wait time of its development or fucking whatever. And I was so disappointed when it came out and it wasn't what I imagined, you know? And Kingdom Hearts 3 was maybe something like that. Maybe a part of me just only saw like the incomplete picture. I still liked it. I just, you know, I felt it just didn't feel like as much as I wanted it to be. Witcher 3 is better than 2, but 2 was a gateway for the RPGs that weren't Skyrim and made me new Xbox for 3. I've never played Witcher. I do own Witcher 3 though, but I've never played it. What about Final Fantasy Remake? Like OG Remake? Because I think that's been like remade a few times. By the way, did Johan say anything about the last panel where Chizuru is on the train? Where is she going? She's in Ichigaya, but I don't know where that is. And I don't know how far away that is from Kazuya's place. Doom 2, Doom 1993, God of War 2, Modern Warfare 2, Guitar Hero 3 are my top 6 classic games. Oh, we're talking classics now. Oh, classics is like a whole, very far from Kazuya's apartment. Oh, okay, so she's not even close to Kazuya's place. Very cool, very cool. I did play Modern Warfare 2 for a little bit, but I realized later I did not like it. I don't like GTA either. I played the new Doom, and that was sick as fuck, but I never finished it. I think if I had to go with classics, Metal Gear Solid 1. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 1. Final Fantasy 7. OG. What else? What else did I play with it? Oh, Tekken 3. Tekken 3. I used to play a lot of Nintendo games, but I don't remember them off the top of my head. Oh, Sonic. Which Sonic was it? I used to love the shit out of Sonic. Does Sonic Heroes count? I used to love Sonic Heroes. That was on PlayStation 2. I guess that could be a classic. And then what else? I don't know. That's where I'm going to stop. Would you say Ruka seems ominous at the end because she actually is about to be toxic, or because Kazuya find confrontation intimidating? Oh, no. She's meant to be fucking ominous. Ruka is meant to be ominous as fucking shit. There's actually a thing in my state where if you rent an apartment or own a house and it's like directly next to an airport or a military base, you get reducted rent. Oh, that's sick. Will you stream the Game Awards? Yes, I will. I will be streaming the Game Awards. Even if I stream tomorrow, I'll stream the Game Awards. Even if I stream tomorrow, I'll still stream the Game Awards. Don't worry. I do want to watch them. You know, the last time when we streamed something, we had a lot of fun. So I'm down to watch it with you guys, you know? I'm down to watch it with you guys. I had a lot of fun last time we were streaming, so I'll definitely stream the Game Awards. So yes, we will sit down and we will stream them. We will have a lot of fun. I just got to double check the time. It's on Thursday. I know it's on Thursday. I just don't remember the exact time. Game Awards time. 4:30 p.m. PT. Okay. So 4:30 on Thursday. Yeah, that's December 11th, Thursday. Yep. So yeah. On Thursday, I will be streaming. I'll probably start at 4. We can maybe talk about Summer to Girlfriend stuff if there's anything like I changed my mind on, but yeah. Ugh. I recommend watching literally anything by Professor Richard Wolff. Never heard of this dude, but that sounds interesting. What are your thoughts on Ruka holding her fist? Normally, it's when the character is facing a problem, like 174. She's serious. It's tense. It's not comfortable. The reason Ruka is clenching her fist is that this is tense. It's not comfortable. You see Kazuya doing it too. Kazuya is also clenching his fist. And he's starting to look a little bit more adult. My friend is listening to your stream and is wondering why you couldn't relate to Kratos, especially only based on your physical features. Again, just curious. Kratos to me is not relatable because he's traditionally masculine. And I don't mean that just physically. I mean how he is, how he acts. I do relate to certain aspects of Kratos, you know, but not on such a deep emotional level. I don't relate to Kratos on a very deep emotional level because his life is just like completely and utterly different from mine. And not just like that's part of it is the fantasy setting. Part of it is his life. Part of it is his age. There's so many factors to Kratos that I don't relate to. It's not purely just physical features. He's just a completely different dude from me. And while there are aspects of him that are relatable, I've also seen Kratos' story many times, minus the genocide, done in the medium. In particular, the old dude who finds love through the younger kid. You don't understand how many fucking times I've seen that. I liked Kratos a lot in Ragnarok. I think Ragnarok was like a point where I really, really liked Kratos, in particular because I was at that point of like self-forgiveness too. So I related a lot to Kratos at that point. It felt incredibly relatable to me because I was also at that point of like self-forgiveness and self-understanding. So Kratos felt incredibly relatable to me at that point. But I also don't like think about Kratos regularly. And I think that's indicative of the fact of how I feel about him as a character. It's just, I'm not saying he's a bad character. I just don't relate that much. That's all. Like, I've played all the original God of War games. I've played God of War 1, God of War 2, God of War 3. I even played a little bit of the spin-off games, you know? And there are aspects of Kratos that I like, but I just don't connect to him that deeply. I also think a part of it is somewhat the writing. In particular, I think the writing is a little safe with Kratos, especially in Ragnarok. I think in the in God of War 2018, it felt a little less safe. They were willing to be like, "Yo, Kratos is still kind of a dick, though. He's a better dad, but he's still kind of a dick, though." And he was a decent dad. To his kid in the past, but he still did horrible things. But yeah, that's just kind of my issue. He feels like a character. To me, when I truly relate to a character, it's when they stop feeling like characters and they feel like people. And unfortunately, Kratos always was just a character to me. Personally, he was just a character to me. I never fully truly connected to Kratos. Because he's still a great character, don't get me wrong, but he's just a character. Whereas the characters in this story are more. They are human beings. They are incredibly relatable because they're so flawed. And that is a rare quality I don't tend to find. So for example, Cloud from Final Fantasy VII, he borders on human for me. He's more than a character to me. He means a lot more to me than Kratos because Cloud is so incredibly flawed, and that is so well written. Even when it's not well written, it's well written. And what I mean by that is Advent Children. Advent Children for Final Fantasy VII is a movie that's theoretically not well written, in many ways treading the same exact ground it's treaded in the past. And yet, that's actually ironically what makes it so effective because it essentially feels like a relapse film, where Cloud is dealing with his depression and relapsing into these parts of himself. The way Cloud is handled, not just in the original, but in the remake, is incredible to me. And I've related so much to his character. I love Tifa. I love Aerith. They're so deep and complicated. They're not just characters. Their writing doesn't particularly feel safe. It feels like it's willing to explore an uncomfortable territory, delve into the fact that these people can do bad things. Like, Cloud is a goddamn fucking terrorist. So is Barrett. I will say there are aspects they don't handle incredibly well, probably because of censoring. But I love those characters a lot because they're so complicated and flawed. And then I guess that sounds weird because, oh, Kratos is really fucking flawed. I mean, the dude fucking committed genocide. He's crazy. But it's not the scale of the action. It's how much I can feel myself in it, I guess. And I guess that would be a personal thing. I just wouldn't see myself in the craziness that Kratos does in the original game, because while there is writing to it, it also feels off and not something I can cling on to personally. It's so insanely grand, I can't connect to it. And yet Final Fantasy does such a great job of balancing that, you know? Like, for example, I like Cloud more than I like Tidus, even though Tidus is a better written character, theoretically. But I like Cloud more because Cloud is more relatable to me because he's a weird, uncomfortable kid, whereas Tidus is very outspoken. And because Tidus is so outspoken, I kind of don't relate to him as much. In contrast, I do like Yuna more because Yuna isn't nearly as outspoken. However, I still don't feel quite as deep a connection with Yuna as I do someone like Tifa, who is more complicated and messy, in my opinion. Anyways, sorry, we're getting mad off track. Remember playing Mortal... Okay, Varicus. Nobody still mentioned where Kazuya's new apartment is. In chapter 314, you can see the contract. The address is Nirama. Ichigaya's station is about 45 minutes away from Nirama. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Now I know. So Chizuru is far away. She's not close. I watched the stop motion short film Sandman. I still haven't seen that. Shit is scarier than most horror movies. My mom wanted to watch The Exorcist, and I just had a straight face the entire time. At the pool, when Kazuya put sunscreen on Ruka, she admits she probably went too far. Not in the most recent chapters. Because back then, Ruka had a sense of reason to her, and now it's gone. Ruka is... This is the misunderstanding people have here. Ruka is not in control anymore. What I meant about the ominous part is that maybe the composition reflects Kazuya's perception of it in addition to the objective reality. Ooh, that's a cool one. Yeah. Yeah. It's... This is part of the... This is... Well, that's the thing, though. This is Reiji intentionally showing it this way to be like, hey, look, this is what confronting your abuser looks like. This is what it fucking feels like, and he makes you scared. He makes you scared because he wants you to feel the same fear. Have you seen Pluribus? It's an amazing series. I think you will like it. Oh yeah, Reiji has been dick riding it. Well, not really. Reiji dick writes the writers who write Breaking Bad, who are the same people working on Pluribus. But he has been a little confused about Pluribus, from what I recall. He said he doesn't quite know what to expect from it and what he feels about it. I've been thinking of watching it. I just don't have a subscription to wherever the fuck it's on. So I don't know. Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 were best classics for me. Damn, now I need to get my prune juice. I haven't touched Mario Galaxy in ages, so I don't even remember. Imagine we get a God of War 1 remake. I kind of doubt it, but... Goku is worse father than Kratos. That's a hilariously stupid take. That's a hilariously stupid take. I'm sorry. Kratos is an infinitely worse dad. Goku is actually fucking supportive. He makes a mistake. He makes a crucial mistake with Gohan. Yes. He dies and he's gone for like a while. Yes. But Goku is definitely a loving dad. He is incredibly supportive of Gohan. Like, yeah, he pushes him where he needs to push him, but he's incredibly supportive of Gohan. Literally, the only reason... I'm okay, honey, for now, thank you. The only reason Gohan even wins the Cell fight is because of Goku. It's rather dark, but I only really resonated with Kratos because of his idea of self-hatred, and he should suffer just because I went through the dark, very dark times. I want to go back to those years. Oh my god, you're wrong about Goku, just flat out. Yeah, Goku is a great dad. He's not an amazing dad, but he's a pretty good dad. Maybe she'll express shame and regret just like Kazuya, and not just frustration. They both have lost control in their own way. I feel a sense of self-reflection here. I don't disagree. But I also feel like it also doesn't feel like she's going to stop. I don't think Ruka can truly properly self-reflect until there's some sort of ending to this situation. I don't think so. In contrast, I think Chizuru is too distracted, too lost in thought, and she's not even aware of where she's going. She's kind of like lost track of where she's going. And I think that's really interesting. Like, Chizuru is seemingly losing track of the world around her. She knows where she needs to go, but she's losing track of the world around her. Ruka, in contrast, is flipped. Ruka is, like, aware of the world around her, and she's just choosing to ignore it in favor of what she wants. We're not gonna talk about Aang being a weird fucking dad. We're not gonna talk about that. Okay, maybe I should eat something. Maybe I should eat something. Teaser trailer for the Netflix Avatar season 2 drops tomorrow. Thoughts? I don't give a shit. I literally do not like the live action. I think it's garbage. Like, sorry to the people working on it. I don't fucking give a shit. I don't. Literally, I watched the opening and I'm just like, oh, yep, okay, don't like this. GG's, goodbye. And then I never watched it. I just felt it immediately. I've just been very much disliking live action adaptations. They are so intent on creating their own fucking narrative that it's actually kind of annoying as shit. And it feels just completely disrespectful to the source material. Like, fuck off. I felt this with Avatar. I felt this with Percy Jackson, which is even weirder for me because the creator is very supportive of Percy Jackson's live action. And I'm just like, I feel like they're mischaracterizing the cast incredibly hard. This is really fucking weird. I don't know why he's just supporting this. Like, because I read the fucking books, Percy Jackson. I'm just like, what the fuck? This feels nothing like the books. Literally, like, it feels like my sources, I made it the fuck up. And then I've just not liked live action. The only one I'm moderately interested in watching is the How to Train Your Dragon live action, purely just because the dude who made it, or the guy who directed the original, directed this one, and he's actually doing it out of respect. A lot of people said he was saying like stupid shit about it, but apparently he didn't, because I looked up the quotes, and the quotes that people were saying he said are not fucking there. He was actually like very respectful. So I'm just like, oh, okay, I kind of want to give it a watch. And then Reiji watched it, and Reiji said it was actually like really fucking good. And I'm like, oh, well, shit. Okay, now I'm even more curious. So yeah, that's kind of how I felt. The only reason I would watch the live action remake of How to Train Your Dragon is just because, okay, they didn't say shitty things about it. The same dude who made it made the live action version, so it's out of respect. And they even got some of the voice actors involved. I'm like, okay, fair enough. Let me give it a shot. It's clearly made with love and respect, and it's made by the same dude. I'm down. Cool. But generally, I don't like live actions. Like, I'm not gonna see. Is the Moana live action out yet? I'm not seeing that. I don't give a rat's ass. I'm not watching that. But like, yeah, that's another example. Like, I just don't like live action remakes. They're just so fucking stupid. Okay. Give me a sec. Let me grab some food. I'm kind of hungry. Okay. I'll be right back. Bacon, a DM is coming. Oh, that's not for me then. Well, it seems like most people are like heading out. I've been streaming for like a good 7 hours. I don't know if there's much left to talk about. I might like continue tomorrow. Oh, okay. There is something to talk about actually. Kazuya here in the Japanese says a few things. So let's read what he says. He says something like, while I'm being pushed by Ruka in full power swimsuit. His words are Gion here. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Well, damn. Oh. Wrong one. So, overbearing, coerce, pushy, forcible, high end. The word is extremely similar to this, literally pronounced the same way. So the word he used here, gion. Oh, you guys can fucking see this. Okay. Let me see if I can make it bigger. There we go. I guess I can move back now. Whoop. So the word Kazuya used, pushed by Ruka in full power swimsuit, he uses this word, gyun. The word is extremely similar, literally pronounced the same way as this, rape or sexual assault. Yo, if that's not an indicator that Reiji knows what the fuck he's writing, I don't know what the fuck is. If that is not an indicator that, like, Reiji knows exactly what the fuck he's putting down, that Kazuya is seemingly using a similar word to sexual assault, and literally not, like, just not saying that exact word. Just very heavily implying using the same exact wording. Like, is the light, like, right in my face? Bro. This may be why Fishkun is saying that's one way to say it. Like, implying they're, like... The other way is that? Dude. That's insane. Reiji is locked in. Yeah, so Kazuya almost straight up said that he was sexually assaulted. He literally said it all in it but word. Like he just didn't, like, Reiji just didn't put the phrase, like, the words Kazuya said were sexual assault, but the way they're written is not sexual assault. Because they sound exactly the same. The pronunciation is exactly the same. It's just Reiji didn't write sexual assault, intentionally so, because Kazuya wouldn't actually say it's straight up sexual assault. He's trying to avoid it to not outright blame Ruka, even though he knows she's being unfair to him. So, literally, yeah. Maybe, like, it can be understood as that even if you don't see the kanji. He wants you to understand that this is sexual assault. He's heavily implying to you this is sexual assault. Or rape. It got pretty fucking darn close to rape. Like, that was sexual assault, period. There's no what's, it's, or bust it out. It was sexual assault. And Reiji is clearly hinting at that here. It's crazy. For me, the entire scene was sexual assault. Kazuya even said that he couldn't move. Yeah, no, I already interpreted it as sexual assault. Do not get me wrong. I never said it wasn't. You know? I never outright said it wasn't. I was just like, okay, We haven't crossed that line yet, and then we did. And I'm like, got it. Straight up sexual assault. Understand. Yeah, no, it is sexual assault. I'm not saying it isn't. I just don't think it was outright rape. It just got very close. It could have become rape. It just didn't. It was sexual assault though. You could probably still categorize it as rape, but I just don't think it got that point personally. And that could just be because of how I'm categorizing sexual assault and rape. Like mostly because I think rape is like full on penetration, but I guess you could still just theoretically think it is. Friend who also whenever I suspect that everything often checks. Yeah. No, that's crazy. And like people didn't believe me. People said, "Oh, Reishi's just gonna play this off." I'm like, no. Clearly, Reishi's been taking this incredibly seriously. He's not gonna play this off. He's taking this incredibly seriously. Like the fact that some people thought he either played it off here or he was going to play it off was baffling to me. He didn't. He's taking this incredibly seriously. That's why seeing the usual Twitter outbursts made me mad, because people aren't seeing it as sexual assault. Are they still doing it? I haven't seen anything yet. Are they still at it? I haven't seen anything yet. It's been pretty quiet on my end. Like to be fair, I'm not going out of my way to find it, but it's been pretty quiet on my end. Like I did scroll through Twitter, mind you, but I haven't seen anything. If we're talking about last week, yeah, I'm aware. And about last week. So did the translation tone this down? Not quite. Let's look at it really quick. Kazuya says she went way too far. So where Crumpy, right here, where exactly is the line that Kazuya says? Where exactly is the line Kazuya says? I'm just curious. Like where in particular? Relentlessly forcing herself on me. This one? On the bottom right bubble, right here. It doesn't seem like it's incorrectly translated, rather the nuance is lost. I don't think this is incorrectly translated. I think there's just nuance that's lost. It's still technically there. Relentlessly forcing herself on me. That implies that. But in the Japanese, it's a little more direct because it sounds exactly like that word. Whereas here, it's more subtle, more implied. It's something that I think just doesn't translate into English. Like, how would you say that in a way that sounds exactly like the word for sexual assault? You can't. Like, you would have to leave a little cliff note and then just be like, hey, he uses like a specific kind of word here to imply sexual assault, which they're not going to do, unfortunately. It really bugs me that they don't. I wish they would. I wish they would go that extra step, you know? I get it. There's a lot of people who don't fucking care. Personally, I do care. And I think if you go that extra step and you show you give a modicum of a shit, the people who are paying for this will appreciate it a lot more. It's like what Five Guys does, where like Five Guys, when you go to them, you pay extra for fries, but they will fill up the fucking bag for you because they don't need to, and they're probably losing some money doing this, but they're doing it, and that makes you want to return as a customer. It's stuff like that where it's like I would appreciate it a lot more if it felt like they actually gave a modicum of a shit, which unfortunately it doesn't feel like it. So yeah, nuance is lost here. It's more of a nuance of the Japanese that is just not going to get captured in English. And if you went the extra step or the extra mile to tell us, it would have been good. But unfortunately, it's just dialogue that's like lost in the Japanese. It's not poorly translated or anything. Like I would not say this is poorly translated. This is accurately translated. It's just lacking the nuance. Jesus Christ. I keep seeing so much AI garbage in my fucking feed. Like people like inserting like Jeff Keighley's face over like speed. This is so weird. It's kind of gross, honestly. And right, doesn't Ruka look like the victim here? Oh, doesn't Ruka look like the poor victim here? Oh, look at her. Don't you feel bad for her? Right? Don't you feel bad for Ruka here? Oh, the poor thing. It's literally the vibe he's trying to give you. I really think we're meant to mischaracterize this chapter. That feels like it's by design. We are meant to mischaracterize this chapter. We're meant to misunderstand it. Because Kazuya doesn't understand it. Because Reiji knows we don't understand it. And he leverages that. He's leveraging people's inability to understand the nuance of these situations and to read signs, and he knows they can't. He literally knows they can't. But at the same time, there's clearly something hidden in plain sight here. You know, there's something off here. It really makes me curious if Ruka is trying to end this relationship. Right? Because this is when Ruka's heart really starts beating. It's when Kazuya runs off. Now she starts sweating. Now her heart starts beating. Sitting alone in his room now is when this happens. And she keeps looking in this proverbial direction. Right? It's like this is where you got to go. Right? You have to face the exit. And all we see is Ruka facing that direction. Yeah, I'm really curious if Ruka is trying to end this. I don't know. I'm not gonna like outright excuse her actions as a good thing. Let's not get that fucking twisted. But I'm curious if she's trying to go that far to end it, or if it's just her losing track of her feelings. I think it's both. I think somewhere deep down she's trying to end it, and then at the same time she's trying to grasp a future she cannot have. Mm. Oh my god, food. I didn't realize how much I fucking needed this. Oh yeah, we gotta check Twitch. On the last page, there are also straight lines on the floor near Kazuya. There is a divide. There's a barrier. Where Kazuya stands is not where Ruka stands. They are separated. Right? It literally matches the opening page. Just as a line is drawn here, so too must a line be drawn here. And yes, there are straight lines. I already discussed that. There's clearly an element of straight lines. With Chizuru lost in thought and Kazuya losing control of his life, things can't wait for July 11th, and 3 weeks are gonna be fire. Yeah, literally it's gonna by the 3 weeks, it's gonna blow the fuck up. We're not staying like this until July 11th. That's fucking insane. Like, there's a reason Reishi nodded to fucking Steins Gate. It's clear this is not gonna last. Like, it's already falling apart. Jesus Christ, what is going on? Do you think we get another time jump to July 10th and we get 20 chapters just on that day? No. No. We are not getting a time jump. No. No way in hell, Jose. Damn, I'm running out of stuff to talk about. I'm sorry. Maybe I should call it so I can like write something on Twitter or something. I'm not like seeing anything on Twitter bullshit. Doesn't seem like there's much going on with Twitter bullshit. Okay, I'm not seeing much at the moment. Are you gonna upload the thread of 404 that you haven't posted? Yeah, I definitely have to. I'll probably combine it with 405. And I'll upload it for sure. Is Chizuru still working as a rental girlfriend? Yes, she is. Let me put it this way: Kazuya needs to get Chizuru to Chizuru quickly. She's losing herself right now. We don't want this to become like chapter 11-7. 11 117. I don't know what you're referring to. Error code 405 message is also known as the 405 method not allowed. I didn't know there was an error code 405. I think July 11th, BS anxiety, Kazuya's anxiety is gonna get the better of him, and he's gonna want to meet sooner. If July 11th is happening, it'll be Joy Pillars 2.0. Kazuya has to see what he's doing wrong and help himself to fix it, and not hurt Chizuru more. Yeah, and not hurt himself more. All of this happened because he wasn't fucking ready to face her. Like, there's so many goddamn. This is getting so annoying. I like so much just press a button and this happens is getting frustrating. No, there's a lot of layers to this. There's a lot of fucking layers to this. Okay. I think I'll call it here. I think it's a good spot as I need to stop, unfortunately. Yeah. We'll continue tomorrow. I'll definitely stream tomorrow. Don't worry about that. I should be perfectly fine to stream tomorrow. I'll also get some fucking sleep this time because I actually like got shit done. So like I don't have any tasks to do. So I'm gonna take some time to relax, ease my tension. Go check out my Twitter. I'm gonna be posting my analysis for this chapter and what else is coming up. And there should be a little bit of more stuff going up. Other than that, though, I'm going to take it easy for now. I'll be streaming tomorrow, and I'll also be streaming Thursday. We're going to watch the Game Awards, because we had fun last time. We did a stream where we watched stuff, so I'm going to stream the Game Awards. I might start a little earlier. It really depends. I might start a little earlier just to, like, talk about Soren the Girlfriend stuff. We'll talk about Soren the Girlfriend stuff tomorrow, too. Other than that, though, not too much. Let's see if I can condense something today. I'll see if I can like condense this into a video for you today, and we can go from there. Hopefully I can. I don't know. I feel if July 11th goes well, the pain before it will be meaningless. First off, we're not getting July 11th. Take a 20-minute nap reset. Oh yeah, that's low-key the goal. That's low-key the goal. I definitely need to reset. I didn't even sleep well today, dude. I like went to bed at like 2 and I woke up at 6:40. I didn't sleep very well. I slept like garbage. Because I was finishing an order I had from someone and I wanted to get it done before this stream. I did not want that thing fucking hanging over my head. I was tempted to go to sleep and then wake up and finish it after, but I'm so glad I finished it first. I actually, like, it's like a weight off my shoulders. I'm so glad I finished it first. Right. Take a nap, wakes up to see more Resident Evil leaks. I've only seen the cover image. I heard that the Leon art page or like character whatever was AI made, but I don't know how true that is. I'm just not gonna worry about it. We're gonna see it in 2 days. I don't give a shit, dude. We're gonna see it in 2 fucking days. I don't give a shit, dude. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know what to expect. But yeah, I'm going to take a small break, relax, and then afterwards I'll post on Twitter, so make sure to check that out. We'll be reading it tomorrow, so even if you don't, it should be fine. I'll probably be reading it on stream tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream will probably also be long. I might start at like 12. I might start at like 12 or something, just so I can have more time. Maybe I'll start even sooner. Maybe I'll start at like 10. Just so I can have more time. So when is the Game Awards ceremony? It is on Thursday at 4:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I don't think we're seeing any GTA. Didn't GTA get delayed again? Like, it's literally, didn't it get delayed twice? Like, I don't think we're seeing any fucking GTA. Not that I give a shit, to be honest. I've never cared for GTA, I'm sorry. I've never cared. I used to like it when I was a kid. Now I don't give a modicum of a shit. So, fortunately, I don't give a shit about GTA. Resident Evil, though. Ooh. Resident Evil, though. That's my shit. Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts. We're not getting any Kingdom Hearts news. If we do, it's a fucking miracle. We're not getting any Kingdom Hearts news. I'm gonna fucking cry now. We're not getting any Kingdom Hearts news. I'll just put it fucking out there. We're not getting anything Kingdom Hearts related until they finish Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Or sorry, Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy. Until that's done, we're not getting anything Kingdom Hearts related. I don't remember the last GTA I played. I played GTA 5, but I didn't fucking care for it. I was like, I was lying to myself about liking it. I didn't. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't really like GTA. What else? Oh yeah, there was that like statue they found that Jeff Keighley posted or some shit. There's like this weird statue. I bet it's like a Bloodborne related thing. My bet is that the statue is related to Bloodborne somehow. Like that's just my guess. I'm waiting for part 3 of Final Fantasy VII.